Yeah, you can go over now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's live now. So this is where you say something funny.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, greetings. It's been an amusing week full of monarchical whimsicals of a madman from South Africa annoying everyone of the state media organs, and oh, this is gloriously delicious.
And I sure love it. I sure love watching Elon do a little bit of trolling. It's always fun for me. So, some things have happened over the last week that we wanted to cover, as always. Less serious this week than usual, I think. Despite
Really?
I mean, I don't know. Did anything devastating happen?
Well, Biden was asked, "Are you going to run again?" And then his answer was,
hilarious. I got it here. We're gonna watch that. But actually, we got more. Some of the stuff, like this insane Soros DA out of San Francisco, who we're going to cover, who Actual Justice Warrior put out a video on her today, and I looked into it as well. And I want to share the bad word about this awful, vile woman who's just a single exemplar of trend. The stuff that's happening with Budweiser and Dylan Mulvaney, general just trans mobbishness of stuff. I thought about, well, I asked you specifically, Spoon, if you wanted to respond to the stream that Shirt Fed Otaku Dev did with Lilith talking about the transgender shooter the other day.
Not on YouTube.
And no, but when we were streaming on Sunday, someone in the chat, I'm sorry, I can't recall who, said, like, are you guys, like, Dev is yelling at his chat right now. And so afterwards I did watch it and I went, oh my gosh, okay, it's it wasn't the bestest of looks. I did listen to the stream and it was
sound like Gollum.
Yeah, wasn't the bestest of looks. It was kind of bad, but I had just recommended Dev's really good video. I know I don't know why the thumbnail is old. It shows up fine for me on my side, but then like on some places it shows up with the old thumbnail. I have no idea why it's doing that. YouTube will update it eventually with the new thumbnail. I don't know why it's doing that. Like, it did that on Twitter for a minute, and then I refreshed and it updated.
Did anyone hear music, or was that just me? That's for the chat, by the way, not you.
I cannot.
Yes,
but
I don't think you can, because it's on my background.
And there wouldn't be anything coming through.
Yeah, no.
Hang on one second.
It won't come on your side, it's on mine. It's very peaceful.
Bill is listening to something downstairs, but you shouldn't be able to hear it. It's like really far away and it's someone talking.
No, on mine. So.
Oh, I don't know.
I have something in the background playing. It's very, very mellow.
Oh, your music. Okay.
Yes. It's very faint. Okay. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point. I don't want it to be overwhelming. I can...
Yeah. You always try to find that. You always got to try to find the, like, right reach.
If someone tells me to push it up a notch, then I will. Ask the chat. It's
up to you guys. You know, I mean, if some people hate having background music, some people like it. It's always, you know, a matter of taste.
It gives me a feeling of just like mellow.
Yeah. Let's start out though by talking about Elon Musk doing a little trolling. We do, guys. That's what we do here. It's called.
This is not trolling. He owned the BBC.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like, he did. But I'm saying to start with the titter thing, right? That's a little bit of trolling. And I want to show you guys also the absolute seething and coping and molding in the response to this tweet. So I'm sharing my screen if you could bring it up whenever. That
there we go.
Elon changed the sign outside of Twitter HQ to say titter. Then apparently his landlord got mad at him and told him he couldn't do that. So they just painted the W of Twitter white, so it still says titter. So it's just a little bit harder to read.
No.
Than before.
What the landlord said is that you can't remove the sign.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know why he wanted to change it to... I think he may have done a poll.
I think he's just trolling.
No, he did a poll at some point and said that should I rename it to Titter? And people said yes. And so he wanted to remove the sign. And the landlord said no, for some legal compulsive reason that you need to keep it up. And so Elon just went, well, I'm still going to change the sign. And so it's painted it. Now it says titter. Like, oh goodness. The guy's 51 years old and he's got the humor of like a frat boy.
Yeah, I love
and
it.
And it annoys so many people, which is what makes it all that funnier.
Yeah.
Is that like way to show that you have no sense of humor.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
Also, I think another
democracy.
reason I think there actually is something wrong with YouTube right now, because I'm also noticing all kinds of back end issues. I'm saying if you're getting the wrong thumbnail, it seems that YouTube's a little fucky wucky right now, because it says I have 9 concurrent viewers on one side of the panel and then 61 on the other side of the panel. So it's just YouTube's a little bit fucked today. Or so it seems, because it was having a hard time updating it. Anywho, so here's the picture.
It's not run by a good white man.
Here's the picture.
See, if we had a good white man, we'd have no more problems. It is the way to solve all of our problems. Is to only put white man in charge.
But what I want to show you guys more interestingly than this childish joke is the seething and molding of people. So like, some people were able to understand, but see, some people were like, yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, let me zoom.
There we go, thank you.
It's nice that you have a sense of humor, seems to drive the elites nuts while making the rest of us laugh. I am not the elite. I think it's totally moronic. It's not even funny or clever. You got a good chuckle out of us. They're so mad.
I like the way that you just say that you're not the elite and your humor still sucks.
But here's what I want to point out.
That is quite the self-own you can.
And here's what I want to point out about like every single person who's screaming about this on Twitter. All of them have paid for blue check marks. I'm assuming most of them are paid for, because like this guy's got some of them might not be. I think that if it's not paid for, it does tell you, doesn't it? Like, Elon Chung has a proper check mark.
Yeah.
I don't know how you figure out anymore, but like, how do you figure out if it's a real check mark?
It's right to muffle out here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's really fantastic.
Oh, what an epic! You sure know how to make W's disappear, huh?
I can guarantee you there is a load of women that would sleep with him because he's got that much money.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so the idea that he's lacking in women, he's white, isn't he?
Here's another person who stole the other guy's joke. Good move for you, because you literally have no W's. I like the nice logo. Titter.
It's very progressive, by the way.
I know, right?
Identifies the Twitter mascot.
Oh, yeah. What a fucking weirdo. Giving this guy money was a mistake. So many people could step into Musk's many fake roles and do a better job. Yeah, thank you. Like, again, blue check.
I can guarantee you that person has absolutely no idea what Elon does on a daily basis. Like, not a fucking clue. 2,000
followers, that's not a real check. Gen X icon, Twitter blue. He does have 45,000 followers, but nobody... Oh, no, he's a radio host. That probably is a real blue check mark, then. Aren't you, like, 50 years old? So not repping Gen X properly with any of this. Just a lack of doing what authority says. Yeah, he's a libertarian. While pretending to be the only authority with anti-Gen X. What is this? Like, isn't it like old dude? What does it mean? I don't even understand it. Fuck, dude.
Why does he need to represent anyone? It's his company. He can do what he wants. Like, how is this an issue of representation?
Well, congrats. Glad to see the brain trust has their eyes on the ball. Okay, Ben Dreyfus. He has 80,000. Why is he's followed by a lot of people? Robert Barnes, Andy, no? Alright. But why are you being butt blasted about this?
Miserable.
Like, why are you butt blasted? It's a joke, you dingus. Yeah. You can't have any fun. I don't understand it.
That is a pretty good shot of the board meeting.
It's
just him and the Dogecoin dog.
Yeah.
It's like, realize if that was the actual board meeting, a lot more would get done.
Yeah.
That's not the joke. That's actually true.
I want to know what this tweet was, because the person clearly, obviously locked their account after tweeting it. But someone responded. Mr. Toxic responded. We know whoever locked their account after saying this had mark. Twitter blue. Yeah. It's just they're clearly mad about this, and you're 51.
What's
you have
the
a
benefit?
Blue check mark.
What's the benefit of this? It makes all of you seethe and we laugh.
Yeah, it's funny. It's called funny. Humor.
Yes, which none of you people have.
Like this calculator, boobs. It's funny. Oh my god! Not everything has to be serious all the time. Twitter is a shitpost website. Everybody knows this. Why are you acting so weird about him making a little joke? But speaking of a joke, let's look at the BBC, because this was hilarious.
That used to be in content moderation, and we've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just
it's kind of low. I don't know if you can turn it up at all on your side.
I don't think so.
Because
there's not enough people.
Yeah, I can't. It's kind of gay.
So let's be quiet and just listen to this. It's 4 minutes, but and I am sorry that it's hard to hear. I know there are ways to boost it. Oh, hang on. I might be able to do it on my side. One sec. I think I have my browser turned on, but yeah, I do. That would be why. Let me turn it up. All right. This should be a little better.
To police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company. Is that something that you want to address?
What hate speech are you talking about? I mean, you use Twitter.
Right.
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what does that even mean? We need someone to police this, like it's a crime.
Yeah, he said, okay, so we'll reiterate because it is hard to hear. He says that you need to police hate speech on Twitter. And then Elon, this is a BBC journalist, by the way. And
he's a journalist?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware.
Really shit one.
Yeah. So the journalist asks Elon what he's going to do to police hate speech, and Elon asks him in response, what hate speech have you seen?
I mean, just a personal anecdote, like what do you? I don't.
Personally, for you, I would see I get more of that kind of content, yeah, personally.
I mean, like, okay, which is a fair response because Elon only asked for an anecdote. But, I mean, it's not like this guy has any data. He's just saying, I see more hate speech. Then, wait, he's going to describe what the hate speech is because he's going to ask him to elaborate.
But I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
You see more hate speech personally?
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah.
So Elon asked him, is it content you don't like or is it hateful? Because that's
like
the thing with these people.
He says, like, I can't speak for everyone. When you just said that, everyone just said, like, we've seen more hate speech. Your first thing is that other people see more hate speech. How are you going to police this? And then as soon as he asks you, he just says, like, well, I'm talking about everybody, but I'm not really. Like, first thing you said is contradictory. Well done.
Well, thank you, Kizza, who's been a member for 3 months. Who says, your Monica's blessed the stream. Hope everyone had a blessed Easter. Special delivery for Aiden Paladin. Check DMs. I'm still the world's best uncle, according to my niece and nephews. Take care, all. You take care too, Kizza, and thank you. Let me see what I have received from Kizza. Oh, so cute. Oh, got chicken numgies and mashed potatoes. I didn't have, it looks like mashed potatoes. I had a potato salad. Cute.
Food.
I told you that I got that salt and vinegar from South Africa. The salt, it's vinegarized salt, and it comes from some South African company. Did I tell you about this?
Yes.
Oh my god, I put that in my. I'm getting like my mouth's watering now thinking about that potato salad I got downstairs. Like half of a bowl of it. Well, I got it from the shop.
Did you just eat that raw?
No, it's good plain, but I put salt and vinegar in it. It's way better.
You're a strange person.
I like salt and vinegar. Okay, we're not even like 10 minutes in. All right, back to so. Okay, just asking him. So he's saying, in your opinion, first of all, he said it's for everybody. Then he said, actually, no, it's just in my experience. And now Elon's asking him for a specific anecdote.
I mean, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds
Insert my buzzwords.
Slightly racist or slightly sexist. Again, the exact question was, is it stuff you don't like or is it actual hate speech? First of all, what the fuck is hate speech?
Speech that I don't like.
It's speech that I hate. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay?
Speech
Be
that
clear.
I personally hate.
In which case, fuck off.
Yeah, eat a dick.
Kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, but that's you said it needed to be policed, which means banned or removed. Yes, that's what you said. You said if something is that you're seeing an uptick in hate speech, and that it needed to be moderated. And Elon asked you for an example. And Elon asked you for an example, and you said, well, I see things that I think are slightly sexist and slightly racist. And then Elon responds, okay, so things that you think are slightly racist or slightly sexist, ban. And then his response is, no, I didn't say that. Yes, it did. This is the one. You know what? If I ever taught a logic class or like a debate class, which I'm not personally very good at debating, as everybody knows, but as a communication scholar, I had to learn all and do know a whole bunch about debating tactics and stuff. I'm just not good at ever applying that kind of thing in my own life. This would be a perfect example of he just fucked you into a logical fallacy of your own creation, you ding dong. Anyway,
I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content. And I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
One.
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I don't.
Can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that for you feeder.
Watch this pivot, Cove. I don't use the For You page. Okay, so it's not affecting you then, is it? If the only place that you're seeing what you do to be hateful and sexist content is the For You page, because like, what is he saying? I don't use For You either. Isn't that like or is it just the? What is For You? It's just a different thing from the homepage, right?
Yeah.
So
it's
like
following and For
You. Oh
You,
yeah. So this is what I look at who I'm following. I sometimes will go to For You, but not always. So look, dude, is it difficult? See, just click on this one. Yep. And then you can see your own curated little feed that only shows you people you're following, and you don't have to see anything you don't want to see. Don't click on this then if you're a fucking baby who is easily offended by everything. It's that easy. It's a built-in function of Twitter that you can hide in a filter bubble. So what's the deal?
Anymore, because I just don't particularly like it. And actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at my followers.
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Then how can you possibly know? If you're saying you're seeing, how can you? Okay. Oh my God! This Elon just destroyed legitimate. I know it's a tired old meme, but actually destroyed him with facts and logic. I'm seeing hateful content. Okay. What's an example of hateful content? Well, I actually don't see any because I only look at my followers page, and I don't look at my For You's page. Okay, then where?
Worse.
I know, it's so funny.
Well, then how did you see the hateful content?
Because I've been using it. I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen that For You hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
You can't give a single one.
And I'm saying
I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example.
I love his response. Really? Yeah, you can't give a single example
of hateful content, not even one tweet. And yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well,
that's false.
No, what I claimed.
No.
What I claimed was there are many organizations that say that kind of information is on the rise. Now, whether it has on my feed or not. I mean, right, and you can look at something like the Strategic Dialogue Institute in the UK. They will say that. So
look, people will say all sorts of nonsense. I'm literally asking for a single example, and you can't name one.
Right, and as I've already said, I don't use that feed. But
how would you know that?
I don't think this is getting anywhere.
You literally said you experienced more hateful content, and then couldn't name a single example.
Right, and as I said,
that's absurd.
I haven't actually looked at that feed.
Then how would you know this hateful content?
Because I'm saying that's what I saw a few weeks ago. I can't give you an exact example. Let's move on. We only have a certain amount of time.
Let's move on. He does this twice, by the way.
So let me get this straight. You have 2 feeds. You have the For You one, which is curated for you by the algorithm, and then you have one that's just for you. And you got so butt blasted by this, you switched to the other tab, which tells you the problem is not with Twitter, the problem is with you, because you still use the service, you ding-dong.
Yeah, obviously he can't, he's addicted to Twitter, so he can't stop. But it's like, okay, Twitter has literally created a filter bubble. Well, you've created via Twitter a filter bubble of your own, imagination. You can only see, so you just see the content from people that you follow. Most of the time when I go to Twitter, that's what I look at. I will go to the regular homepage, the For You page, to see regular, stuff outside of the people I follow. But when I go to Twitter and I'm just looking, the vast majority of the time I'm looking for things from the people that I follow because I'm following them for a dang reason, right? I'm following them because I want to see either what they say or what they share, rather than the total ecosystem of Twitter, which is a little bit more broad, even though it is still filtered to me to a certain degree. Just it's built into the system that if you don't want to see quote unquote hateful content, I guarantee whoever you follow on Twitter, Mr. BBC journalist dude, are not going to share anything hateful.
Yeah, because you just admitted that.
Yes, so you don't even see it, so you don't know.
Yes.
And then of course, so he got BTFO'd. So he says, "Let's just move on. Let's move on." Okay, now he's going to try to move on. But let's see where it goes.
Yeah, like Atomic Peaches said, like, yeah, you create an echo chamber and they get mad at his own interests. Yeah, that's just what he did.
Well, are you seeing hateful content? Well, he's saying he's not seeing hateful content in his followers page. But it's like, if you are seeing, well, he can't name it. That's because he doesn't use his For You page.
Yes.
But I definitely saw it.
He's triggered by it.
Who gives a shit? You can't even provide an anecdote. That's pathetic. You can't even provide an anecdote. I could provide anecdotes of some, like, I have to think about it for a minute, I guess. It's hard to come up.
The most hateful content on my Twitter is what I made.
I know. Some days it's really easy to be prescient in my mind because I just saw some dumbass shit on Twitter. But other days, it's not as... Usually it is you sending it to me, but no, it's not always. And then sometimes, so, yeah, you interact with people, like, that you don't know, or... I don't interact much outside. Well, that's another reason why I don't see... Again, I guess I live in my own little filter bubble in that way, in that I interact with people who I follow and who follow me. And
Aiden thinks I have an amazing potential to be a magnet for drawing retards.
Oh, you really are good at it. You find, like, Discords and Twitter threads. You just find the dumbest people I've ever seen. And I love that guy you sent me earlier. Because his Twitter bio was just really funny. It was so smug. So disgustingly smug that I was... And ignorantly smug, which is the worst kind of thing. No, but yeah, I don't interact with people like that. Also, and I'll be real upfront about this, and Twitter does force you into filter bubbles to a certain degree. I really don't want to see... I don't want to see shit that will make me...
pissed off. Really angry all the time.
That's some of it, but again, I want to see it posted by, like, from sources that are sharing it because they want to raise awareness, or they want to be like, look at this crazy stuff. I don't want to see just constant crap that...
Stupidity.
Otherwise, why would I use this app? I said this about TikTok before, like, the one good thing about TikTok is that its algorithm is really, really good at figuring out exactly what you want to see so that I can watch stuff that I want to watch, like house renovations and people cleaning carpets, and not crazy trans ideology stuff, right? Oh, Kizza for £5 says, I must go, everyone, but please all take care. Aiden, Spoon, we need to do that. Special stream we talked about before, Britannia will prevail. Thank you, Kizza, and take care. Talk to you later.
By the way, what was I going to say now again? Fucking please slip my mind now.
Elon Musk, filter bubbles. Britannia will prevail.
No, it's completely lost on me. I'll come back to it in a moment.
Let's go back to it.
COVID misinformation. You changed the COVID misinformation.
Has BBC changed its COVID misinformation?
Oh, this is
good
bad.
question.
BBC does not set the rules on Twitter, so I'm asking you.
No. That's not what he asked.
I'm talking about the BBC's misinformation about COVID.
That pause is so awkward.
That pause. So let's again. One of the things that Elon says here in a minute is that nobody cares about COVID anymore, and that's true.
Now I remember what I was going to say. This is the one thing that I sort of disagree with Elon on, is this idea that the two sides has common ground, and if they just see it on the Twitter feed, it'll somehow organically make a connection. I disagree with that. Because the fact of the matter is leftists are completely insane at this point. They have no connection to reality. That is like an objective fact. You can see it with everything they believe. So there's no middle ground with someone who's insane.
I wish there was, but there really is none at this point. I when I hear them say that, I feel bad because I'm like, well, I wish we could reach a middle ground, but then they'll just call you a Nazi and say you're put in a prison. And it's like, well, you know, the difference is that I don't think you should be put in a prison for your beliefs.
Basically, we're in, it's World War II.
Yeah.
And the one side they think is Nazis, and the side are communists, and they hate each other. That is where you get
the Pinochet stuff. That is where you get the Pinochet stuff. These people, they want you dead, as Sam Hyde said. They want you dead. They want your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. And I'm sorry, like, it's not like regular people, but the ideologues are so insane. Ardent Party for Two Canadians says Twitter yeeted me for F-slurring maps. F those Fs. They did. Well, okay, the maps, that's so ridiculous. I mean, that's what,
Yeah.
We're going to talk a little bit, I think, about Brittany Venti in a while, because she's tangentially related to
Yeah.
we're going to watch.
That's the one thing that I...
But Venti got her YouTube channel yeeted for like a week, because she was talking shit about map.
See, like, this is where... This is why I don't think Twitter needs to be a place where ideas are exchanged. I think you need to do what Musk did, or what Molbach said that Musk needs to do, is he needs to turn it into a prestige network with curated truth. Because it's not going to be a place where people exchange ideas in this like unusually weird sort of...
No, I don't think that's possible.
It's not this like smoke lounge where people can exchange ideas in this peaceful manner. It's never going to be that, just because of the way that the media landscape is set out. It's never going to be that.
People want to filter themselves into little micro communities where they only hear things that they like. Now, I don't
want to hear shit from leftists because they're nuts.
Well, we do, I think, a little bit more because we want to respond to it or deconstruct it. Not bash them for a living. Come on now.
You maybe not, but I do. I literally get paid to make content making fun of them. So,
says the issue is that leftists want to change reality regardless of whether or not it's actually possible or a good idea. That's because the current leftist gestalt, and I do want to get into that article at the end that we were talking about, is the current leftist gestalt, whether you believe it comes out of Marxism directly, which I think it is an evolving form.
This is where you and I slightly disagree.
Right. We'll get into that later, though. And something that has evolved out of Marxism that has found fertile ground in the
we can maybe do a whole stream just on that.
Yeah, in the individualist field of liberalism. However, what it also comes out of, not just out of Marx, is Hegelianism, and Hegel was an alchemist, so they actually think they need to change the fundamental nature of the world. The basic construct of alchemy is to change, for example, a base metal into another base metal. And it's these people who hold alchemical ideas about the world, which is magical thinking. Also, these are the same people coming out of the same paradigms and research programs, think that they can also change fundamentally one society into another via alchemical magical processes. And that's why, when it looks so insane to us, people who are maybe more scientifically minded, which is so funny because they call us anti-science, it's because we're looking at things probably from more of a quantitative or rational perspective, whereas their perspective comes out of this Hegelian dialect of,
by the way, you know something fucked
magic.
Up?
Yeah.
Liberals also think this way. Americans think this way. What do you think?
We can magically transform a country from being, I don't know, a Stone Age level society into a modern liberal democracy overnight.
There we go.
Yeah, that's fucking Hegelian magical. That's Hegelian dialectical thinking.
Oh, by the way, that long thing you sent me about the African thing.
Oh, hang on one sec. Bill wants to say something. What's up, Bill?
Oh, I thought I was going to say that on mic.
Go. Dress.
Yeah, Bill brings that up. Said, you can change one society into another overnight. Yes, yeah, exactly. So you can change a patriarchal warlord society into a modern Western democracy overnight via this alchemical process, just like you can change lead into gold, and just like you can change a man into a woman.
Absurd.
Yeah. Which kind of society is patriarchal warlord ones? If the West went back, I don't know. I'm not sure, but the Hegelian dialectic, it's a manner of understanding reality, and there's also Marxian dialectic, which is the materialism.
Yeah, but no, I'm having a lot of memory relapses today.
So when I'm saying dialectic, so from Marx, you have Marx's dialectical materialism, right? Which is understanding the world through a framework of oppressed versus oppressors from a economic, specifically a materialist perspective. The later CRT scholars are the most recent form of it, but it happened through the Frankfurt School and all through the last century. And so is that it's trying to take that Marxist dialectical materialism, which comes out of Hegelian dialectic, which is who again is an alchemist, and then reframing that into seeing all things in society that must always constantly be deconstructed as a fight between oppressors and oppressed. And that means inventing them when you can't find them, and it never ends because the deconstruction can never end. The Frankfurt School philosophers, or whatever you want to call them, specifically said this, such as Herbert Marcuse, that it never ends. The deconstruction can never stop. It must go on forever. Yeah, Bill?
Which means you're just gonna...
They can't make it themselves. Can't contain it.
Yeah, it does end up being that way. It do be like that.
Yeah.
They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Go ahead, Steve.
Here's the thing that I wanted to say. That that African piece that you sent me,
uh-huh.
I went to go find the original piece. Yeah, there's a section missing of it.
Oh, of that
yeah,
of that piece that I sent.
Yeah, and there's a reason why the next section is missing.
Is it really racist?
No more
is
so
that
than
why?
The rest of the piece. No, it's more violent.
I wouldn't call that part of it that I sent you really. I mean, is it racist?
No.
Maybe. I think
it'll be racist in today's society, but I don't really find crap being South African and the fact that the article is about South Africa itself. So
yeah, that's why I sent it to you.
Yeah. They speak about just the lust for violence.
It's
we
talked about. I talked about it very briefly last week. Is that I had read this. Well, in the context of the Piraha people. And when we went over to Rumble, the Piraha people of Brazil, who only have like the certain number of consonants and vowels, so their language has restricted their cognition.
Oh, yeah.
And part of the contention of that piece also is saying that the Xhosa and what's the other major African tribal group?
The Zulus?
Is it Zulu? Yeah. The Zulu and Xhosa don't have words for all kinds of things, and so that because they don't have words for their language, it limits some of the ways that they can fathom ideas. And I again, that's something called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Man, dude, we went down talk about Elon Musk trolling people, and we went down a real deep, like, sociological and linguistic rabbit hole real quick.
Yeah, because I read that and thought, like, holy crap, this explains a lot.
I mean, what we're talking about without reading it, because I don't know we could read it on YouTube. We could read it maybe on Rumble, but it's this woman who...
read it on Rumble. It's a man.
Yeah, we can't... I thought it was a woman.
No, that's a guy.
Was it? Hang on.
It's
Do you
a
have
bloke.
it still? It's somewhere up here. Station. Yeah, I know. Well, no. It's here. I posted it. There it is.
No,
it's
the
really
original
long.
article.
Oh, right. The article.
Have the original article somewhere, if I can.
It's called Morality and Abstract Thinking: How Africans May Differ from Westerners. It's from American Renaissance. So yeah, a little bit of a spicy website there, and it's by Gedalia Braun. Gedalia? Is that
That's actually a guy's name.
Really? I read that and it sounded like a woman's name.
Yeah, I thought so as well. And when I looked at it, like, oh no, that's actually a guy.
I look it up if you want to put Amran or Amran is not like people will call it like a neo-Nazi website, but it's not, in my opinion. It's just that they are white national.
Oh,
right?
Anyone that wants to preserve a certain order is considered like it's like
exactly. They'll say that about anybody. I mean, like I bet if I type in American Renaissance, it's on the ADL as a hate website. Yeah, the first when you type in American Renaissance on Google, first result Southern Poverty Law Center, founded by Jared Taylor, son.
You see, this is why I said racism is a stupid phrase that doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's just a phrase used to shut down the conversation. If you use racism in the way that I mean it, it makes way more sense. Or just race in the way that I use
think even the SPL even the SPLC has to kind of, it's like the foundation rubs shoulders with the intellectuals rub shoulders with Klansmen and neo-Nazis, other white supremacists.
Yeah, just shut up. It's just dumb.
Like, I've heard Jared Taylor give many talks. You can say that he says some shit you highly disagree with, and that's fine. But I don't particularly think that Jared Taylor is like a rampaging racist. He's an academic. Look, you can be a rampaging racist academic. I don't know. See, like Ibram X. Kendi, right? But so nothing about being an academic prevents that.
Yeah,
but anywho,
it's basically like Mulber pointed this out that if you look at progressive power, it has a quality all on its own. Say, for example, if you say look at American nationalism in the sense that you wish to preserve like shells on the beach in some tribe, like, oh, they're totally for that. You know, anti-colonial kind of spirit is very fine there. But if you wish to preserve the white race, like, ooh, no, like German nationalism, no, that's very questionable.
Which doesn't make, to me, it's never made any sense. And why I've been
it's not
called
supposed to.
Well, why I've been called like a white supremacist or white nationalist before. And it's just like, wait, but it should be okay to be white. You know, like it should be okay. Why is it only...
It's because they're not interested in anything other than power. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
exactly.
There's no rhyme or reason for progressivism other than, like, I'm writing a piece about it. And I said, like, here's a good example of it. In the 1910s, when Woodrow Wilson was president, there was a eugenics movement. And he was a progressive. And he had a guy, Mr. Monroe, in his office. Because when he said that you should tell the people segregation is a benefit. The only reason why they think it's humiliation is because that's how you brand it. If they don't think it's humiliation, they won't. And the guy took an issue with it because he said, we've been working together side by side, you know, coloreds and whites, because that's what they said back then.
It's the terminology of the day, right?
Yeah, terminology of the day. For 50 years, even through the Grover Cleveland administration. And he said, Woodrow Wilson said, there is a prejudice against people of color that will take over 100 years to eradicate. Right? And then over 100 years later, we have Robin DiAngelo advocating for literally the exact same thing as Woodrow Wilson and for the same reason. And no one bats a fucking eye. It's like,
right. It's fine when Robin DiAngelo goes out there on a college campuses and demands segregation.
Yes. And for the same reason.
It's just,
and no one says shit.
I mean, it's absolutely flabbergasting in that way. One second.
Yeah. Or the same reason that in the 1910s, to be a progressive, like, they were pushing for desegregation as a society because they had some elements of it. But Woodrow Wilson, his brand of progressivism was trying to resegregate. In the 1960s, you have the progressive era then is to desegregate. But they're still progressive. So it doesn't seem to me that progressive is even linear. It's just like, progressivism is just funneling whatever the elites need to use to change to suit their needs. That's it. That's all progressivism means. It is not linear. It doesn't have anything other than furthering the goals of the elite. If you are a progressive, you are with the elites and whatever they shit push. You don't even know it, but that is the God's honest fucking truth. Because I've looked at the pattern, and there is no discernible pattern other than whatever the university apparatus is pushing, it does that. That's it.
Well, again, it goes into this. The wokeist shit is a third. It's like third positionism in terms of.
By the way, women shouldn't vote.
Yeah, I agree. It's not conservatism. It's not liberalism either. So I disagree with that article in that way, and I understand where Lindsay's argument came from because.
Oh, the poll.
I'm sorry, we're kind of going all over the place, guys, because it's also some of this is me and Spoon having a conversation that we'll try to get into. But the hypothesis of this one article that Spoon and I both read is that liberalism led to wokeism, which is a subversion of Marxism, and that it doesn't come out of Marxism itself. Lindsay said that was bullshit. And I think the reason why Dr. Lindsay thinks it's bullshit is because, as I said, I think that the wokeism, this crazy, ridiculous, perpetual deconstructivism, a neo-Hegelianism, whatever you want to call it, actually, it just foments itself by planting itself into a liberal society, because it's only within a liberal society in which these crazy ideas of perpetual victimhood and reconstructing all of society is part of their goal. That's just their goal. Their main goal, the operative goal, is to destroy all society and reframe it all around equity, which is a series of all of the different ways in which some people are privileged and some people are oppressed, again, like it
That's not how
comes
it's
out of the
actually.
Marx.
That's not how it's actually going to be played out. That's just
No, of
that's
course
just a
not.
gimmick.
In that way, it comes out of the Marxist dialectic, but it doesn't, the dialectic materialism, but it doesn't actually have anything to fucking do with Marxist dialectical materialism, which is why the article of the author of that article that we're talking about disagreed, and why James Lindsay was
Paul
like, no,
Gottfried.
I think they're Paul Gottfried. I think they're like talking past each other a little bit, or not. They're not totally connecting. Sorry. Should we watch the rest of this Elon thing before I go way into the depths of I mean, we're into neo-Hegelianism and neo-Marxism.
I'll say, because I
had a
short discussion with Ian about this. I said, the way that I see, because this is not meant to be rude, but I said this to Aiden, I said, as far as I can look at this from the outside, the Americans have a very rigid perspective on this, in the sense that they can't see outside of the American perspective. I said,
yes,
if you look at this, like, here's how I see it. The likes of, say, England, Spain, France, and Russia, these are old countries. These are countries that were made by history, whereas America is a country made by time.
And I agreed with you on that perspective,
yes,
and that description of it.
And I said, like, this is why I think Sargon, like when there's an episode of Benjamin Boyce where he had on Sargon and James, and you could really see where James has a blind spot and where Sargon kind of threads the needle and punches above his weight, because he can see outside of the American perspective, and I think it's because he's English, and I think he's like this. There's more to at stake than just the American worldview, because from what I asked you is, there's the sort of separation between the European view, which is funny because Marx comes from Europe, versus the American view. It seems to be, and I asked you this, the one side says that liberalism is the ground that is corrupted by the woke ideas. Like, this is the ground that brings forth the ideas. And then the other side is, no, it's more in the case
I don't know if there's a sideism on this. I actually don't think there's a sideism on this.
No, but it's like, this is where the sort of separation takes place between, like, James's side and Sargon's side. Whereas the side,
I don't think it's actually sideism. I think these are actually disagreements.
No, I agree, but like, this is where, like, an important distinction, I think, because Sargon's side is more, no, Marxism corrupting progressive or corrupting liberalism just takes, like, liberalism to this extreme end position. Like, this is the inevitability. Like, this is a metamorphosis. That's why I said James's position is remove the corrupting influence because liberalism is still worthy of preservation. And Sargon's position is like, no, this
but that
needs
was
to be
Sargon's position for years.
Yes, but the fact that he's got there tells me that his position is further along the line of thinking.
Well, I'm just saying, like, just to be clear though, like James Lindsay is saying, Dr. Lindsay is saying that look, if we could remove this corrupting element, I likened it when we were talking in text. I likened it to a virus, right? That it's often called the woke mind virus, right? Yes. In terms of casual terminology, the woke mind virus finds itself a nice, fertile field only in liberal societies, because anything else but a liberal society would crush it. And the reason why it particularly is so easily fomented in liberal societies is because it comes under the guise of individuality and equality, when it's anything but. It is equity, and it is group mentality.
And it only comes in a democratic society.
and it says we need liberty, we need freedom for these people. The people are being oppressed. They are suffering. And the liberal looks at that and goes, oh my God, what do I do? I can't believe we have to do something about it, because this in our liberal society, there's this person who is being oppressed in some way, and that's not supposed to happen in a liberal society. And that allows them to just weasel their way into every single situation, every universe, every institution, under, again, the guise of being advocating for the individual rights, which is the primary focus of liberalism. Yeah. But they're not advocating actually for individual rights. They're advocating for group mentality and group superiority as in order to restack the oppressive systems that they think exist.
This is where you and I disagreed.
and which is only that. No, I don't know if we did actually disagree in the long run.
The bulwark thing is where you and I disagreed.
But I think we came to the same conclusion. Is the thing that liberalism could probably exist to a certain degree, but the problem is that there's the bulwark that existed within the liberal West. Let's talk about just America, right? Because it tends to be the primary foci.
Yeah, because
the United States
incubate basically.
Worked. The liberal dream, the liberal experiment in America worked for as long as it did, because there was this bulwark system, this immune system. So if the wokeness is the mind virus that comes in by pretending to be, it's just, I'm part of you. I'm one of you. I'm seeking individual. I need help because I'm being oppressed. And then the liberal system that's accepting it doesn't recognize the woke mind virus as the actual threat that it is to the body politic. Well, then the bulwark, the immune system that you have in place naturalistically in the United States for the course of human history, or for the course of its history up until very recently, is religion. It's Christianity specifically. And that has a moralizing factor that protects the society as an immune system, going like, whoa, no, you can't like go dance naked in front of kids. Do you know what I mean? And that now that Christianity has been removed, this immune system, liberalism, it's an AIDS patient. There's no immune system. It's completely opened itself up. Liberal societies have opened themselves up to the woke mind virus because they've removed traditionalism, patriarchy, and Christianity. And that's my take on it. We got a little serious, right? That's a little deep.
Yeah, I would say the way that... See, because I saw this on Twitter because Lauren Chen and James Lindsay were kind of going at it. And I didn't like James's position because he just said, like, no, I'm not going to compromise with the conservatives. I'm like, that's a really stupid thing to say, James, because they're your best. Yeah, that I don't agree with that. That's a dumb thing to say. But this is what I see, because I said this before. Liberation in medicine form gives you freedom, but liberation in poison form gives you chaos. And the problem with our society is that you sort of have... We think when we say, I want people to do what they want, you mean the individual, but you speak in a collective way. And the thing of it is that when you say liberalism, you mean the individual rights. The thing is, this is not a way to live. This is what people should be able to do, right? That's your individual sort of ethos. But on the other side, you have social conservatism, which is what should you do? That is your collective social foundational order, which is usually would be religion. And at some point, these two got decoupled, which is really annoying because these two fucking idiots are now arguing with each other. And they're always like, no, you need each other.
I know, right? I know.
You're on the same side. Like, you need one to say, like, yes, because it's so fucking dumb. Like, your liberalism, with unchecked, will allow people to do really stupid shit, like lob off their fucking genitals.
Right. Liberalism, again, I think liberalism, it needs the checkpoint of traditionalism, conservatism, and religiosity. I said Christianity, but I think
no, it needs Christianity.
Christianity's been the one that's worked the best, so I would say Christianity.
One work.
But yeah, in order to achieve highly advanced societies, but it's not entirely because Japan and some Eastern nations have also worked out well. Yeah. But the Eastern nations, again, they have very strong traditionalist underpinnings on all of them. Even
Japan
after
had an emperor, for God's sake.
And same with China. But even after they were supposed to abandon, again, the communist movement in China was to abandon the four olds or whatever it was. Was it five olds?
Yeah, they still have that like kingship.
But it's still maintained, which is one of the reasons why China is, to the degree that it is, as successful as it is. I believe when you try to remove all forms of family, patriarchy, traditionalism, in-group homophily, then that's when you destroy it. And when you removed those things and said these are all old, this is the march towards progress needs to abandon things like religiosity, family, traditionalism. Well, then you've lost your immune system, the immune system that liberalism is possessed of. And that's why Gary Thomas for 5 asked, hey, y'all, can't stay, but I have to ask, are there any first world countries that aren't liberal these days? But liberal, not many,
agree.
and the reason, not many, and the reason why is that liberalism can work, but you need to have these other overarching, this immune system, right? And if you don't have the immune system,
It spirals off into degeneracy.
patriarchy, traditionalism, then it will fall apart. And I think religion, and specifically in the West, has been a major influence on that, if not a major driving factor. Because why then would people ever need to help their own neighbors? They will just tear each other down, which is exactly what we see now. Gary Thomas, for another 5, says, also if Christianity is at the root of fighting off liberalism, then what about countries like Japan, in where it's extreme minority?
Japan's not
like
Western.
Like I said,
But they're very traditionalist. That's the reason for why they're like that.
It's I gave Christianity as an example, but other forms of traditionalism exist that can also serve as this bulwark, as this antivirus against the woke craziness that will otherwise come with it.
You know what Molbrook described?
Huh?
I like what he said, because he values something that I was reading in a really old book, like a 1700, I think it was 1600, 1700s.
Yeah.
And they sort of describe the same phenomenon, and Molbrook does as well, which is that written constitutions are weak because what you need in a society is order.
Yes.
And order is not made by law, order is made by culture.
Law,
Because the stronger
yeah.
your order, the less you need to make laws, and the
Yeah.
less you need to enforce them. So your society
Right.
needs to have that, like, this is who we are, and this is what we do. And this is not forged by pen and paper. This is forged by history and sticking to what works.
You don't need to make laws for things that no one would dare ever consider doing.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
exactly. And that's something that the West has lost sight of, is that it doesn't have that rigid order anymore. And
I
that's
know
what
that-
it needs. And that is only a product of culture.
And I know that to a lot of people, it probably sounds like what we're saying is we want to live in like a totalitarian, rigid, patriarchal society. And you kind of do, though, because when you don't have, not totalitarian, but you do need some rigid social norms, because when you get, look at what people want to do as soon as you get out of them. It's like massive imported degeneracy, which screws with people's oxytocinergic system and their ability to pair bond. It makes men addicted to porn, which destroys society. This is one avenue. There's tons of them, but just the destroying the relationship between men and women by destroying the sanctity of marriage and encouraging extramarital affairs and encouraging promiscuity.
The less laws that you have, the more orderly your society is.
And you wouldn't have to make a law against that if society enforced it through bullying.
Well, what was it? It was it was. I read in the book. It was something called like superior. Like, I get scrumpy. It was like something like superior law, like laws that your nation just are taken to heart without being written down.
It shouldn't, because once you write it down, then it gets bogged down in legal stuff. It should not have to be written down.
Order.
Yes, inherent order.
Yes.
I agree with that. DRT is King for 5 says, my understanding of Hegelian dialectic is to have two opposing positions to find their individual strengths and then built the superior idea. Yes, that's the idea of all dialectic systems, including Hegelian dialectic system. But the way that it's been used, using the Hegelian dialectic, is to find two opposing positions and again, to find how they meet in the middle. But the way that works in society, as applied to society, is always in terms of oppressor and oppressed, as it's used
Increased
by
legalism, see France, yeah.
And so they must find the superior idea, which is always ends up being to promote the oppressed and push down the oppressor. And this can happen. The Hegelian dialectic is used in any kind of situation. So gender, sex, race.
We should watch V's video after this.
We have already we've been talking about this we didn't even get through this last minute.
Yeah, but there's with regards to this, because V mentioned something in the video that I want to discuss.
Which video?
He talked about he did a video that apologizing doesn't work.
Oh, I have a video on that, Spoon.
Yeah, this was.
I have a whole video on why you'd never apologize.
Yeah, but but your video is like an hour and a half long, versus V's is like 6.
Okay, we can do that. Let's get through the super chats that we got now, and then we'll get back into this. And sorry for the 45-minute long aside.
Well, it got us like 60 more viewers, so yeah.
Oh, I don't know that. But well, if you find it, I hope you guys find this stuff interesting. We can always talk more about it. And I think we probably will come back to it because I think both you and I are thinking about it.
This is how you and I became monarchists.
Yeah, exactly.
Is because
how do you protect? How actually do you protect liberalism to the certain degree of individual liberties? Right. That's what I mean by liberalism. How do you protect individual liberties without allowing it to become a fertile field in which insane ideas can foment because of a lack of an immune system? And I think Christianity is one example, but any traditionalist, patriarchal values, those kind of things can serve as an immune system. But a monarch is the most clear example of a patriarchal, even if it's a queen, patriarchal familial system of governance that under which you can have a liberal democracy, or not, where you could have a certain degree of democracy on local levels, but that's the only way to protect liberalism, to protect liberty more specifically.
That's the balance of the absolutism. Is to have sort of, I don't say like local representation, but someone that the king can appoint. Because when I looked at Molbach's worldview, it's because when he just said you actually live in a cult, you live in a like post-60s bubble, and if you separate yourself from outside of the bubble, you see how the world has been actually run before the democratic revolution. And if you look at like the laws of nations before this, you'll realize the reason why the democratic worldview exists is because that it won, but there's not much else. And like that is like a brutal fucking realization. Is that if you look at it, you realize
sure is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really weird when you think like, oh, this is our world order, and like it's actually extremely new in the context of history. And we have a perspective that I've noticed is that, how can I describe this? It's this weird cult-like inculcation that we seem to, for whatever reason, believe that what we have now, as far as like material well-being, is a product of democracy. And the case that Molbach and Hopper makes is that, no, you don't have this because of democracy. You have this in spite of democracy. If you actually had a king, your society would be a shitload better off, because like so much of the problems that you have right now is because of and holy shit, the amount of people that have been reading lately, like, all of these people said like, yeah, democracy is what foments these ideas. It makes it worse. It's the incubator. Like, fucking get rid of it. And that is a difficult pill for people to swallow, because if you were inculcated into thinking that everything that you have good, like Adam believes in this insane shit that like expanding democratic power increases like material well-being, which is like complete horseshit. And like once you can get that idea out of your head, then I think you can have a fruitful conversation. Because I think if you're just stuck in this idea of democracy is a prerequisite for moving forward, man, are you like massively gimping your perspective, because that's not what we've been for most of our species. And it's also arrogant to assume that the only thing worthy is democracy, and everything else before it is somehow useless. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah,
you exclude most of history if you did that. That's not a sane perspective. What if Washington did make himself king? Well, I think Alexander Hamilton would have been happy.
For sure. Let's get back into a couple of things that, although as fascinating as I find this,
Lucifer, yes, he did say that. I remember, because he had Sargon on stream, and I specifically remember that and yelled at my screen.
Wait, repeat what you think Adam said?
Adam said that expanding political power expands economic power, which is bullshit, by the way.
I don't recall that, so I don't know.
It was the stream where Sargon spoke about Russia, and he triggered the fuck out of them, and he was correct, obviously, because everyone that's ever gone on the stream to spoke to him about Russia beat the shit out of them.
Liberalism is what he said, not democracy.
No, he said, okay, expanding economic power requires, like, expanding political power. That is democracy.
I'm not sure about that. Expanding political power is expanding democracy inherent?
Coming from Adam? What else do you think that means?
Well, I wouldn't want to be solipsistic.
It's like, look who it comes from. Also, Adam is wedded
I'm
to
not
the
sure.
idea of liberal democracy.
I think you're doing a little mind reading there. But let me read this last super chat, and then we'll finish the Elon thing, and we'll go into. Okay. Dark Phoenix 5 says the bulwark is the proper understanding of the morals, purity, authority, loyalty. Yeah, the moral foundations theory, which government can't create, only religion can instill them. It's religion or traditionalism. One of the, because again, like some of these Eastern nations that are doing better, they have a more traditionalist approach, patriarchal approach, but it's not explicitly religious. Lucifer says content soon. I love you. Love you too, Lucifer. Don't worry. I don't recall what's
don't worry. I'm not aggressive. Trust me. If I got aggressive, you would know.
Let's finish.
Or you might not actually, because you've never heard me yell in the stream.
Speaking of aggression, let's continue to watch Elon destroy this BBC guy. We took only like a 40-minute assigned there, or whatever, 30 minutes. Let's go back to this.
I'm literally asking you about, you changed the labels, the COVID misinformation labels. There used to be a policy, it then disappeared. Why do that?
The FBI.
Oh, and going back into this as well, is that Elon asked him, is like, well, has COVID, or has the BBC changed its COVID, reports? Which, no, it has, though. At first it was, yes, over the course of time, of course it has. Remember, at first it was...
I thought you mean the apology. That's why I said
no. The COVID policies and the COVID recommendation. Because at first it was, who cares? It's just a cold, take care of yourself as much as you can. And then it was, masks don't do anything. Then it was, you need to wear a mask, and you need to wear 2 masks, and then you need to wear 3 masks. And now we're back. Now, in 2023, we're back to actually masks don't do anything. So they just, and that's BBC policy on COVID, is about how it relates to masks. It has completely been inconsistent. So to say like, oh, your COVID policy. Well, the COVID policies have all ended up being wrong, haven't they?
Well, COVID is no longer an issue.
I did like that Elon said COVID is no longer an issue.
BBC hold itself at all responsible for misinformation regarding masking and side effects of vaccinations, and not reporting on that at all? And what about the fact that the BBC was put under pressure by the British government to change its editorial policy? Are you aware of that?
Yep.
This is not an interview about the BBC.
Oh, so. You thought it wasn't?
I see now why you've done Twitter Spaces. I am not a representative of the BBC's editorial.
This guy's such a little worm.
Let's talk about something else.
Okay, so he already moved on to this topic. He's like, let's talk about something else. He brings up the COVID policies. Elon then says, okay, well, the BBC's COVID policies are ridiculous and have changed constantly over time. And he's like, ha 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 ha. Well, can we move on to something else now? What a loser. That's the end of that part. And then he just, I don't know what happened after that clip, but that's the end of the clip. There is something weird about Twitter that you brought up to me, which is that it looks like Elon has, Elon has absorbed Twitter into his X Corp. So Twitter does not actually exist anymore.
Yeah. Technically, for legal purposes, it doesn't. Right.
There's no, it's not an independent corporation, not an independent company. It's now held by X Corp, which is Elon's thing. I don't know. You seemed concerned by this, and I can see why, considering, again...
Oh, I wasn't concerned. Actually, the person who sent this to me was my mother, actually.
Oh, okay. What were your opinions
on? I just woke up one morning, and my mother just like, Elon just killed Twitter, and I went like, what the hell? Like, that was the message, like, ew. Ooh, okay, yeah, I can see why this is, like, troublesome. But the thing is, like, he did say before, like, last year, like, this is part of the accelerationism to the, like, his WeChat thing, like, the American version of it.
Mm-hmm.
If look, you're gonna get centralization regardless.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna go with that, I would rather he be the person who holds the reins than anybody else, because I don't trust anybody else. I'm not saying I trust Musk completely, but I
no,
do
and I don't trust Musk either. But I do like him. He's a based autist.
I like that he pisses off everybody else.
You and I are monarchists, and at some point you're gonna have to pretend to. We're gonna have to like figure out who, because that's what we always get asked is like, who do you want to be monarch? I'm like,
him and Trump would be a good team.
DRT is King for 5 says the difference between federalism and Socialism is academic. In the first, the peasants vote. In the second, the peasants don't. The USA is closer to the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, more closely, but nix the holy part, and yeah, I would say so.
It's the unholy Roman Empire.
So I have a couple more things I want, because we're gonna watch a video, and the video is quite long.
Or the Poe one?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it, by the way.
I haven't watched it either. I thought you had.
No, I haven't. But I was just looking at the comment section going, like, I'm curious.
So we looked at the comment. So I don't want to read all of this, but like
this is Matt Taibbi's?
This is Matt Taibbi's. This segment is
how he ended this was just
yeah, it's fairly
sexy
long.
Go Matt.
So I don't know how much we want to read of this, but
it is a good read. He like fucking beat the fuck
I would
out of
suggest
MSNBC.
going to read. It's on Matt Taibbi's Substack. I will post the whole thing, but do you want to just skip to the end to kind of get to his denouement about MSNBC and journalism in general? Because I have another thing.
You can read as much as you want.
Yeah, I want to get through a few things. We got that video.
All right.
Where should we start?
It's your article.
Well, no, you're the one who sent it to me, actually.
Yeah, but I'm the one who's making you read it, my dear.
Okay, excuse me. I had to burp. It's going over how MSNBC has fucking lied about everything. They lied about Russia. They've lied about...
Also, zero
and they have
fucks.
no...
It wouldn't be who was king and queen. It would be who was the brawn and who was the brains. Trump would be the brawn. Elon would be the brains. Like the one is the face of the company, the other one's behind the scenes. Elon would be the one working behind the scenes. I kind of both, really, because like both have a sort of charming personality, just for very, very different reasons.
Maybe.
Same sense of humor, though.
Do you want to just start reading this and so I can get my voice break for a minute here too? Because I finished recording my video today. My voice is a little screwed. We want to just read a little bit of it. We'll see what we get through it. We got some videos and stuff.
So what am I reading? It's like, I'm going to be interviewed on MSNBC today by Mehdi Hassan, the author of a book called Win Every Argument, which means he's never won an argument in his entire life.
Ben Burgess, anyone?
Oh, God, yeah. I was watching a bit of that a couple of days ago. My God, it's like fucking a toddler versus Mike Tyson. It was just...
Ben Burgess is such a fucking moron.
He's dumb as holy shit.
Anyone who writes a book called How to Win Every Argument or Give Them an Argument or something about how you're the best interlocutor debater of all time foreversies
is a moron.
He's a moron.
Like, watching versus Mulberg, like, my God, it was a shit show. It's the author of a book called Win Every Argument. I'm looking forward to it as one would a root canal or a rectal. Invasive. I accept the invitation because it would have been wrong to refuse on the off chance he was planning on having a good faith discussion. If you're reading this, things have gone another way. I last been on MSNBC 6 years ago on January the 13th, 2017 to talk with Chris Hayes, of all people, Malcolm Nance, and the then burgeoning Trump-Russia scandal. The Trump-Russia story was white-hot and still in its infancy. That same day, news leaked from Israel that Americans warned that Mossad not to share information with the incoming administration because Russia had leverages of pressure, which we now know is complete bollocks. On Trump asked about Chris about the scandal generally, I made what I thought was a boring but true observation that we in the media didn't have any hard evidence of a conspiracy, just not a lot to go on. This was the TV equivalent of a shrug. Nance jumped in this... on this in a way I remember feeling was unexpected and oddly personal. Matt's a journalist, I'm an intelligence officer, and if I can appeal to his own authority there. He snapped, there is no such thing as a coincidence in my world, and yes there fucking is. Chris jumped in to note reporters have different standards, and I agreed, saying we haven't seen anything that
that's
allows
for
us
sure.
Yeah.
Reporters have none.
Yeah, well, except for Matt. Matt does.
Yeah, right, you know what I mean.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything that allows us to say unequivocally that X and Y happened last year. Unequivocally seemed to trigger Nance with regards to the DNC leak. He said, DNC hack, he said, that evidence is unequivocal, it's on the internet. I almost read interneer for some bizarre reason. As for these links, possibly with the Trump team, he proclaimed, you're probably never going to see the CIA's report. Yeah, I wonder why. Probably because it doesn't exist.
Just like we're never going to see that Tranifesto.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good fucking phrase. Nance went on to answer no to a question from Chris about whether leaks were coming from the intelligence community. If they do, I would imagine they're fabricated. Which, in this case, they fucking were. Chris wrapped up...
How can you possibly trust the CIA? How can anybody trust it? Anyone in good faith trust the CIA? Yes.
They openly admit their job is to lie.
It's Operation Mockingbird. It's on purpose. It's all out in the open. How can you be confused after knowing that Operation Mockingbird exists? Yeah. Just, bro, come on.
You see, Chris wrapped up with a sensible suggestion that he will not rely on a parade of leaks and counter-leaks, and the segment was done. To this day, I get hit probably 100 times a day with the question, what happened to you, man? What happened? That segment happened, but to MSNBC, not to me. That exchange between Nance and me was symbolic of a choice the network faced. They could either keep doing what reporters have done since the beginning of time, confining themselves to say things they could prove, or they could adopt a new approach in which you can say anything is true or confirmed, so long as a politician or intelligence official told you it was.
Which is what they've been doing for the last couple of years.
Yes.
Is just...
And has destroyed their credibility. And then you wonder why the American media is the least trusted one in the fucking world.
There is no investigative journalism whatsoever outside of the likes of people like Project Veritas, people like Matt Taibbi.
Yeah. Basically anyone who's on Substack.
Yes. The mainstream media journalists, they get a press release from the US government or some other government or some intelligence agency, and they say, this is truth. Why would the government tell you the truth?
Yes, the organs of the cathedral.
Exactly.
Yes, we know how that worked. I was never invited back. Not for a long time was any traditionally skeptical reporter, while Nance, one of the most careless spewers of provable errors ever to appear on a major news network, became one of the peacock's most familiar faces. I don't know Malcolm, and I don't mean to get nasty about this, but even before that January 2017 broadcast, he had an extraordinary record, one that could have scared away any retraction-averse producer. On August the 20th, he went on with Joy Reid, who's a joyless bint, and said the Green Party's Jill Stein has a show on Russia today. I've noticed for an outlet of propaganda, they are far more factual than MSNBC, which is really bizarre. This wasn't true, as Stein quickly pointed out, but MSNBC refused to acknowledge the error. Media watchdog FAIR repeatedly asked for a correction, as did friend Glenn Greenwald at The Intercept, but they refused to budge. This may not seem like a big deal, but at the time it was still weird and something of a pioneering move for a major news organization to just refuse to fix a clear error. Now let's move on. Go on.
Real quick, but before you continue, I made a video on this because there's research on this. Right. Which is that there's a primacy effect and recency effect in terms of things that people remember. There's not a whole lot of evidence for the recency effect. People remember whatever they hear first. Retractions don't work. And if you don't, and why even bother to? From their perspective, they're like, well, they don't care. People don't remember retractions anyway. So why bother to do one? That's what that's about. It's human psychology. People remember what they hear first. So that is the current paradigm of news reporting in the United States, is just report whatever the government tells you to say or whatever a company has told you to say, and screw it if it's all fake later. You don't even have to retract it because people won't remember. They'll just remember whatever you said first, and then and just go on and remember the new story. They won't recall. It's what my new video is about too. It's absolutely insane.
No.
But sorry, continue.
His announcement went on to make a lot more, I would say, classify as important. A tweet with his late 2016 was a major source for the pre-election misconception that the WikiLeaks email of Clinton campaign John Podesta was riddled with forgeries and #black propaganda.
That's racist.
Yeah, who cares? Racism nowadays is fun, let's be honest. He would
that's not what they meant by it.
Yeah, I'm aware. He would regularly make all sorts of claims without evidence, like that the KGB had been surveilling Trump since 1977. What?
Yeah, Malcolm Nance is a lunatic. That's why. He doesn't care. He's never going to get fact-checked. The fact-checkers are on his side.
Yes, the KGB was like the 77 before the fall of the fucking Soviet Union.
Right,
to somehow make sure that one day he will run for president over like 40 fucking years later. That's just
I remember hearing that when it was such a ridiculous. But they're never held to account ever.
And that little comes from Trump's mouth that isn't carefully planned to benefit the Russian Republic. Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ, that's fucking retarded. Who the hell believes this shit?
No.
Yeah, I was quiet up until he said Glenn shows his true colors as an agent of Trump in Moscow. Reports...
Glenn Greenwald?
reporting to his masters in Russia and is deep in the Kremlin, Parker. This was outrageous. I was shocked MSNBC didn't fire him on the spot. Still, I voiced objections in a measured way I hope might get through, either to Nance or to someone at the network. I've been on the air with Malcolm Nance, and he seemed like a nice guy, I tweeted, but this awful practice of calling people traitors and foreign agents based on no evidence has really gotten out of hand. Yeah, that's something like what the old Soviet Union would do, actually. The Nance's response was,
Look at this!
Nance's response was, okay, you've convinced me. You need to be blocked by... Wow.
Hashtag by.
Yeah.
What a bitch. What a bitch.
That seems to me like you've been called out and you can't defend yourself.
Exactly. That's what that is. 100%.
Yeah.
Malcolm Nance showed
He's
his
a
whole
bitch.
ass, got called out, and then it's like, block, bye. You sound like a woman.
Yeah. Coming from a woman, well done. Yeah. He remained a regular guest on the network, which didn't cool on booking him until the Russia story fell apart with the release of the Mueller report the next year. Oh, I wonder why. The Nance situation was symbolic of what happened to the network at the beginning of the Trump term, really beginning in the early of 2017. It went from being a place where you had to be at least in the ballpark of demonstrably true, to being a place where the factual standard was whatever dog shit drops out of the mouth of any hack or spook. Well done. I agree. More people should write like that. Moreover, the network didn't just re-report the stuff. It became the favored launching pad for all the most blatant blue and on disinformation, like California Congressman Adam Schiff saying he had more than circumstantial evidence of collusion, or former Obama defense official Evelyn Farkas suggesting that the Trump administration would try to destroy evidence if they found out how they knew what we... found out how we knew what we knew about the Trump staff dealing with Russians. Farkas later testified under oath that she didn't know anything about collusion.
Well, how hilarious is that? That Trump would destroy the evidence if they found out how you knew about it. You mean you got it from the Steele dossier?
Yeah, which was
the PP tape, which is complete and utter
fiction.
Bunk.
Yeah.
Yes, it's some guy's porn. So his Trump fanfic.
Yeah, see. You read about this and see it as an extraordinary video mashup with our own Matt Orfalier, I'm assuming, prepared for a larger story series coming out in the next few weeks. But we found MSNBC mentioning Hamilton 68, the infamous dashboard of accounts supposedly linked to Russian influence activities, outed as a fraud in the Twitter files over 100 times in a period between the summer of 2017 and November of 2019. One of those instances came in a typical MSNBC broadcast from the time on January 19, 2018. It featured a quartet of security state goblins. So I like the way you phrase that.
I love Taibbi.
Yeah, former Bush official Nicole Wallace, languidly sniffing.
Languidly sniffing.
Ken DeLillian, former U.S. Attorney Joyce Vance, and ex-CIA official Evan McCarthy. There's no such thing as an ex-CIA official.
No, you're on the...
Yeah, it's like the mob. You don't...
Well, I've talked about this. It's that, like, I've talked about it before. I was real damn close to being in the intelligence. It's what I wanted to do as a teenager. I wanted to be work in the intelligence. And I would never have been... Yeah, I would never have been able to escape from it. Ever. Like, I'm so glad I didn't do that. Jesus Christ. They say, like, oh, you work for us, 7 years, you owe us if we pay for your college. It's not 7 years. It's the rest of your life. You owe the intelligence agency the rest of your life. You can never leave. Or they put a bullet in the back of your head.
Yeah. Also known as being Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Scroll down.
Yeah. That?
Let's see.
Sorry, there we...
Note how many things they get wrong in the segment. Vance says there's nothing to accusations of
I'm not gonna watch it.
later proven by Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz. A lot of hullabaloo about nothing at the end of the day. The CIA's McMullen touts the Steele dossier. Much of it has been validated. DeLillian rush at the end to squeeze the Hamilton hoax. This release is the top hashtag among Russian bots and trolls, according to Hamilton 68.
Oh, I went through the research on that. Nah, the Russian bots and trolls, the research they supposedly used from Twitter to determine if they were Russian bots and trolls. I read multiple dissertations on it, multiple massive pieces of research that were used as proof of it, and I've debunked them on my channel because it's garbage research that makes no sense.
By the way, in case you guys haven't noticed this, all of the shit that they're accusing the Russians of doing, they do themselves to undermine Trump, and then they just blame it on the Russians.
Exactly.
They need a scapegoat.
Every time.
Yeah. Basically, that's all there is to it. It's extremely rare that a journalist who's actually trying to avoid mistakes makes even one factual mistake as big as falling for the Hamilton hoax or the Steele dossier, or dismissing the Nuns memo. These people managed to do, or Nunes, sorry. These people managed all three at once. If I'd even made one error of that magnitude early in my career, I wouldn't have had a career. This kind of thing was basically constant for years when MSNBC was at the staging ground for many lunatic conspiracy theories involving Trump, Russia, and their delicacy item, the dossier. As I was leaving the set of my last appearance on All In 6 years ago, Rachel was getting ready to go on and reframe how the network did news. My shrugging take was that if journalists didn't have confirmation, they couldn't report. Rachel urged the opposite, that official silence meant you could assume things. What fucking retard
It's literally the antithesis of journalistic integrity, which
or
is
just common sense.
Or just report on it.
Why would I report something that I don't know?
Well, oftentimes we'll talk about things, but when we talk about them that we don't know for sure, we'll say, okay, well, we don't have definite confirmation of them. But that's not how they were reporting on it. They were reporting on all of this stuff on the PP tape, the PP dossier, as if it were incontrovertible truth and fact.
Do you know the way that
same thing with COVID, by the way?
You know the way that you have
settled science. Sorry.
You have sorry. You have opinion pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think you should have opinion pieces on air, because that's basically what the news has become.
Yes, this actually. Oh my god, my catchphrase. There's research on that.
The news basically.
The number pieces? Is that most of the news now is opinion pieces.
Because I was watching Hard Bastard a couple of days ago. Because he mentioned you and I in a stream. Well done, thank you for that.
Oh really?
Yeah, yeah. Because they said like you can't say black nowadays, and I said in the chat like I can because I'm a minority in my own country, so technically by their own rules I can. And he was sort of joking about that. But it was, who was the fucker? He had an Al Sharpton and that fucking white little bitch. And
I saw that segment.
Yeah, she was the face of the woman on the left that was up in the thumbnail just a second ago. And I'm like, holy fuck, the level of race baiting is insane.
Yeah,
like,
ludicrous.
My God. Like, who the fuck watches this? Like, it was nothing but race. Like, what fucking world do you live in?
Racist, crazy people who need their ideas to be reaffirmed for them.
Also, who the fuck listens to Al Sharpton in 2023?
I don't know.
Oh my fucking gosh, I was mine.
Weirdo.
You're fucking crazy. Jimmy fucking nuts. Alright. Okay, I can't.
So you were eating.
I can't say what I was. I can't say what I was eating because it would totally be a fucking meme.
You were eating something, and I had to. I don't know why I've had.
Yeah,
I know what it is. It's because I had to finish my recording. I don't know what it is, but like, I think it's because when I'm doing a recording, I have to like sit up in a certain way and inhale air a certain way to like.
Aiden, we call that breathing.
No. It's It's to make a nice sounding recording. I have to like sit and to make it sound nice. And then for whatever reason, it makes me burpous. I don't know. It just makes me a burpous. And and I'm not trying to ape. That's Brittany Venti's game. I'm not trying to get in on it, you know?
And you read in a certain cadence.
That's what it is. It's the cadence and the style to make it sound.
Yeah. Whereas I don't read in that cadence on the stream. I can, but it would be really weird sounding.
Well, I have to, you know, and I got my document up here.
Yes.
Aristotle once said, "The brain tempers the heat and seething of the heart." But is that really the case? Like that just
That's
doing
like a phone sex voice.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to do phone sex. I'm trying to make it sound nice. Does thinking deeply about some person or idea really placate the often volatile nature of emotion? Just doing that for long enough and having to take in, like, I don't know, whatever the air is that I have to do that. You do that for a couple of hours and it's like, my voice is gonna now blow up and I'm gonna burp.
Very, very weird. That's the voice that sounds like it. But can I ask a really weird question?
Does it happen to you because you've done readings of books and stuff? Does that happen to you as well? Because you're reading in a cadence and stuff, you know, that's different from reading than just reacting and talking normally. Do you get like, does your voice blow out and then
do I get stuck in the cadence or
burpy? It always happens to me.
I don't think I get stuck in a cadence. No.
No, I don't get stuck in the cadence. It's that it blows up my voice, And then I always have to burp.
What did you eat before you did that?
Huh?
What did you eat?
I had potato salad today. I had potato salad.
I will only burp if I had something that made me burp.
I think maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe it's food, but it happens to me all the time. Doesn't matter what I eat. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, I think
Oh, well.
Flannel is right. I just sound more energetic. It kind of depends, really.
And we don't have too much left.
Because the thing is, I kind of at least as far as why the hell is I'm fucking blank now?
Oh, sorry. I scrolled down to see how much.
No, if I do the video, it kind of depends on the topic as well, because there's videos that I do where I think that if I read, I think I sound boring.
Yeah, so you want to, like...
And there's other people that think, no, that sounds soothing.
Yeah. No, it's not a re-upload. Sorry, if you're seeing an old thumbnail, it's an issue with YouTube. It's just a new recording.
Yeah.
YouTube's just being fucking weird. Did you read, what's her lesbian haircuts face Rachel Maddow's quote here?
Let's see. I mean, had the FBI...
No, I'll do it. I'm saying I'll do it. I mean, I had the FBI look into what was in that dossier and found it was all patently false. They could tell us that now, right? I mean, the dossier has now been publicly released.
You need to stop once you said, I had the FBI look into it, like, then you should know it's false.
I know. If the FBI looked into it and they found it was all trash, there's no reason they can't tell us that now. They're not telling us that now. They're not saying that. They're not saying anything. Uh-huh. As we later found out. Spoon.
Like, you want me to read my normal reading voice?
Yeah, go ahead.
As I would read a book?
You just read from this. So that was Rachel Maddow's bullshit, but as we later found out.
So Aiden puts on a serious tone that sounds natural and soothing on streams. Both of you sound pretty chill.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's because we're not really yelly.
To be fair, this is how I just normally talk.
Yeah.
If my voice sounds... Some people will be like, did you get a new microphone? Like every video I make. And now it's become a meme. Because I brought it up on stream. So now people are like, did you get a new microphone? Just to fuck with me. But, yeah, I mean, there's a certain cadence you want to do in a video. And I have to say, I have been influenced by some people in terms of wanting to kind of emulate... Not emulate, but I like their speaking style. People
Undoom.
like... for you, Undoom. But for me, it's more like... oh, geez, what's her... some of it has been Wendigoon. I do like Wendigoon's way of talking, his cadence.
I don't think I've been influenced by anyone, really.
There's a really specific woman who I'm trying to think her name. And I'm actually worried because I like the way she speaks and is able to clarify things. It's not Margaret Thatcher the cum snatcher, Bill. Don't you dare say that to me.
Also, I think I've been more influenced by certain phrases than I have.
Really?
Yes, because thanks to V, I fucking say fascismus.
Fascismus.
And also, I can't hear California without hearing V going California, ya. I can't unhear that. That is also only says Twitter.
What the heck? I cannot remember this woman's name, and
Definitely.
I watch her videos all the time. It's because her name. It's not. I'm getting her name confused because, like, I'm thinking of Think Before You Sleep, which is Brittany Bendy's boyfriend's name, Sean, and I really like his videos. And her name is something like that, where it's like it's a phrase rather than. She's like you think she's nationally gendered? She's got kids. She covers like things that you might think were more like SJWE. Why can I not think of her name? But sorry, it's not coming to me. It's not appearing in my brain. So I'm not gonna be able to. If someone knows in the chat has any idea what I'm talking about, she covers like some true crime stuff, YouTube drama stuff. I can't. Her name.
When did I say my voice was influenced by RuPaul? I don't even know who that is.
RuPaul? You never would have said that. You have no idea who RuPaul is.
No, I've no idea.
Cold Warmack for 5. Cold Warmack for 5 says RuPaul's, as in RuPaul's Drag Race. He's a drag queen.
Yeah,
hey, is the screen still black for you? Because it should have. It went black. Weird. All right. Cold Warmack for 5 says they're using the silence with the hope. They're using silence with the hope that you, MSM, pick up the slack to make accusations where.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
It's not atrocity.
I think for my I can say that my accent was influenced by certain people, but I don't think the way that I speak has been influenced by many people. The reading voice, I would say, I downloaded a book once.
The woman I'm thinking of, sorry, real quick. The woman I'm thinking of, before I lose my fucking mind and forget it.
Reality show.
Her name is Cruel World Happy Mind. She got 500,000 subs. If you like shit like this, I like her videos. I'm a little bit inspired by them. Her and the other person who I would say has inspired my cadence and my style is Jay Aubrey. In terms of my personal videos, not how I talk in real life. Like the other person would be probably Jay Aubrey. These two people have been. I don't mean to do it with Cruel World Happy Mind but I will notice myself talking more like her when I'm reading because I like the way that she speaks. I'm like, oh shit, I'm like adopting that same cadence. Sorry, this is unrelated. This is all we're just going off on rails as usual.
I wouldn't say my accent is fake. I'd say it's manufactured.
Your accent?
I
don't think your accent's.
No.
It little bit is. I've heard you get drunk a couple times. Like when we first started hanging out, I heard you get drunk a couple times and drop into your more like South African style of speaking.
Listen here. If I were to speak in a proper South African accent, you would definitely know.
You either go more Irish or you go more South African. I've had a drink.
Listen, you fucking women. If you ever tell me I sound Irish, I'll beat the shit out of you.
Oh my god! Someone put a bomb in me potato.
That sounds really sexual. Don't say that again. Oh my god, that's horrifying. I would say.
Why does it sound sexual? What the fuck? Someone IRA gone sexual?
You could probably make the IRA sound sexual. Hell, you could probably make the IRS
tequila.
sound sexual. Tequila? No, don't eat tequila. That's a horrible no. No, I would say I'll tell you why. It's because when I was younger, when I was at school, I heard myself in a recording and I went like, "Oh, that is a horrible accent. That must be changed immediately."
Yeah.
And so I binge watch a lot of QI. And
oh yeah. You told me about this.
Yeah. So like I basically went, can I sound like if I took Stephen Fry, Bill Bailey, and some of Eddie Izzard's mannerisms, and I blended them, what would it sound like? And then this came out.
We've talked about this, I think, mostly in private, but it's been.
Yes. And then I basically started reading.
Well, I was bullied.
The best way to develop an accent is, can you read in voice? Yes.
Mm.
And that's bullied. That's how I did any voices.
Because I've talked about this before, though. But yeah, I had a more southern accent, a slight southern twin, growing up, and I got bullied for it. No, I do not.
Yes, you do.
Really?
Yes, guys, every so often you sound kind of southern.
Chad, do I have a southern accent? Because I worked really hard to totally divest myself of any. No, I speak in non-regional. I speak in American non-regional diction.
Yeah, you just sound like American.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't be able to place your accent.
Right, because I had to learn out of it.
You wouldn't be able to place mine.
No, and everyone no one knows what you are. That's the thing. Like, how could they possibly? You know, because even though you grew up in South Africa as a kid and then lived in Ireland as an adult, everyone just thinks you sound English.
Yes.
But.
So you seem to think if I do a proper English accent in certain regions, you find it most amusing.
Some people. Keebler says yes. Jacob J says yes.
Okay, I like that it is up before he went completely fucking nuts. Like, don't.
Only when I get excited. Only when I'm drunk do I sound southern. That's probably true. I'd probably drop it.
This was like, when did I start doing this? It was like 2014 probably. Roundabout. This was like fucking 8. This was like 10 years ago. And yes, I have been vocal. I wouldn't say like vocally trained, but I have been in a professional recording studio.
Yeah.
That was actually fun, and I did learn a couple of things there. That's one of the. That's why I've actually been thinking of crowdsourcing money for a microphone, because I feel like if I asked the audience, a bunch of people will say like, "Yeah, do that," and then, because I've had people just say like, "Your voice sounds great with the microphone you have. If you get a studio mic, holy crap!"
I have seen the mic you want to buy, and it's like $5,000 or something.
No, it's not.
Really?
It's like 600. It's like 600.
Oh, I don't know why in my head I inflated that cost. Whatever.
Yeah, by 10 fucking times.
Let's get back into this, because I want to watch that video, and I don't want to go too well. And we're gonna go late no matter what. Do you want to, or I want to finish it? It's not that much longer.
You just want to read the last bit, don't you?
Do you want to skip to the end and read the last bit? But I don't know. Okay, we've got like. Let's just. Do you guys want to finish? This is, I think, a pretty good, like, actually amazing article by Matt Taibbi. Do you guys want to finish this? I'm just gonna put a poll up right now, real quick.
An OnlyFans voice. Oh god, that's horrifying.
The
I did say there is this example voice that that I got with a copy of Milton Friedman's book Free to Choose, and the cadence that opens up with the example of the audiobook, I like use that as a rhythm for if I want to read something.
I think, again, it's a different thing between speaking extemporaneously and reading something.
Yeah, because if you read it, you have to pause and like quite long between sentences to like let the thing fit.
Want to hear my southern accent with my anime voice? Well, I don't know how to do that well, but I do know somebody who does.
Oh my god, a southern accent with an anime?
Hang on.
I'm curious.
I have it. There's a thing. Video. Okay. So there's a couple of these. Oops. Hang on. I'll just put up here real quick while we wait for that poll to go through.
This is gonna sound fucking weird.
That's not it. That's just the J. Aubrey. God damn it. Internet. Whoa. What the fuck? I don't even know what YouTube just did. Okay, that's weird. What is this? Hang on. I don't know how to get rid of this.
Control B.
Whoa. What? How do I get rid of this thing?
Control B.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
Madoka-san, o Genki desu ka? So desu ka? Baka no yona inoi. Era. So desu. Tonikaku, Yukini da fuku ga hoshi desu ka? Sarah ni Yokohama ni sundeimashita. Choto mate unkoshi tai desu.
They only get shit on TikTok. She's done a couple of these.
Spoon
hang
vs.
on.
Undoomed. Like, he would no doubt beat me. Yeah. He also has a better microphone.
Madoka-san, ごめんなさい。遅くなりました。日付を変更できますか？明日はいいんですか？私に電話してください。OK, バイバイ。Moshi moshi, howdy doody, awatashi toto lato. Gomen sorry, is tomorrow daijoba desu ka? I'll see you then, sayonara.
I love that woman's TikTok.
She actually sounded quite attractive there.
Well, she's her Japanese is very good, you know. Moshi moshi desu ka? A little bit. Moshi desu. That's so good, bro. All right.
There's an ASMR chick that looks a lot like her, actually.
There you go. Oh, live stream. Okay, so slight majority wants us to finish the article. Go.
Should we just disband it and say fuck democracy?
Oh, yeah, but let's finish this article and then get into it. Just okay.
Yeah, that was funny. This says, we later found out via the Jeff Girth gigantic piece in the Columbia Journal Review, the FBI said nothing about how many stories it knew to be wrong, including the influential New York Times expose Trump campaign has aided repeated contacts with Russian intelligence. I remember that. The possibility that officials can lie to us in this way, leaking, asking that attributions be limited to uncheckable sources familiar with the
Of
matter.
course. You
Then say
wouldn't be able to check
nothing.
them, would you?
Yes, because there's
Check
fuck
the
all to check.
stubs.
And then saying nothing as stories start taking water is exactly why we don't stick our necks out for such people. From that period in early 2017 through the crushing release of the Mueller report, forcing Rachel to cut a trout fishing vacation in Tennessee short. Yeah, she seems like the kind of bitch that can fish. In Tennessee... This is a lesbian sex joke in there somewhere. In Tennessee short, the stammer-out eyes, welling with emotion. This is the start of something, not the end of something. Yeah, your career in MSNBC. I do not believe even one person expressing skepticism of the Trump-Russia story came on the channel. That streak ended with poor Chris post-Mueller bummercast with Mike Isikoff and David Korn on March the 25th, 2019. This video should have been shown to every J-school student as a scared straight exercise.
Okay, he means journalism school, not Jewish.
Yeah.
Just
Oh, no one
so
thought
you
I was
know.
fucking Jewish.
I'm just making a joke.
You want to scare a Jew straight, just show them a swastika.
Oof. Holy fuck.
What?
In Minecraft. I'm joking.
No, it's not in Minecraft. If it's in Minecraft, it's not scary.
Continue, please.
What, is it's too spicy?
Yeah, continue. I don't. It's obviously a joke. Go ahead.
The chat's going to go oof any second now. In Yahoo's Isikoff, the first prominent journalist to quote Christopher Steele, is prominent no longer, I imagine, said of his dossier, it was endorsed multiple times on this network, people saying it's more and more proving to be true, and it wasn't. The directors cut away as Hayes started nodding with energy, as blood visibly drained from the face of Isikoff's unrepentant, toad-faced co-author David Korn, the featuring reporter, went on to Todd. You can almost hear MSNBC producers think screaming, stop, stop, that Mueller's report undercuts almost everything that was in the dossier.
Yeah, that's it. They please shut up. Our lies are being exposed. Please stop.
Let's see. After this network doubled down, seemingly hiring as contributors every unemployed prosecutor or NatSec official, official they could find, especially...
No, nutsack.
It's NatSec.
Nutsack.
I hate you. Especially from failed Russiagate probes that already spent on names like ex-CIA head James O'Brennan, a former assistant FBI counterintelligence, Frank, pronounce that last name?
Figliuzzi. Figliuzzi. Bippity boopity. Pasta, spaghetti. Pizza.
That's what I'm trying to read. House Intel Director of Investigations and future Congressman Dan Goldman, who met Adam Schiff in an MSNBC green room, and federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner. Now, they added cadaverous Mueller sidekick Andrew Weissman, and astonishingly, Weissman's deputy, the fired FBI lawyer Lisa Page. They also began bringing in Page's lover, fellow FBI fiery Peter Strzok, as a commentator. This is like...
I know.
It's just ridiculous. It's like a fucking revolving door.
It is. It's a revolving door of the same losers.
Yeah. And people think like, oh, look, there's... Like, we don't have state media. Like,
oh, of
yes,
course not.
You fucking do. Who are you kidding? America became familiar with Page and Strzok after their text referring to the Trump-Russia investigation as an insurance policy and ripping Sandinistas, among other things, became public. They were quietly...
That's racist.
Yeah. No, this... You know what that means, right?
I know.
Okay, yeah.
Referring to Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, there we go. Thank God. These were living monuments to press excesses of the
fuck
Trump...
do you think you're talking to, you dong? Oh, continue. Sorry.
Are you threatening me?
No.
As Girth wrote, Strzok quietly reported to bosses after the Times' repeated contacts story came out, saying that we are unaware of any Trump advisors engaging in conversation with Russian intelligence officials. And no fucking shit. Strzok, in other words, was exactly the kind of person to whom Rachel might have been referring to when she rhapsodized about FBI not saying anything to dissuade us from believing errors. Page, on April the 10th, 2017, got a text from Strzok saying that he wanted to talk to her about a media leak strategy with the DOJ. This was a day before a Washington Post story that cited law enforcement and other U.S. officials in saying the secret FISA court found probably cause to believe Trump former aide Carter Page, no relation, was an agent of a foreign power. The fucking
they
lies.
Just reported on this shit that they knew they had no evidence to back up whatsoever and just ran with it. And to this day, there are tons of people who believe it. Just like there are, actually, it's a line in my new video, which said, if you just went into like a group of people, a group of 100 people, and you asked them, how many people here think that Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed 3 innocent black people in cold blood, I think you'd get out of 100, I think you'd get 10, 20 hands.
Which is insane.
People who just believe absolute insanity.
Yeah,
because of the primacy effect. They know they just put it out there. Tractions don't work. That's what this is about. I did a video about it again, like maybe 6, 7, 8 months ago. I went over the data on this.
Oh yeah, Mulbug refers to the first draft of history.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Which is basically just an excuse for lying.
No one listens to the retractions. No one remembers the retractions. They just remember what they heard first.
Yeah.
So this works out for them.
Let's see, this is today, day before Washington Post cited story. The law enforcement and other officials in saying the secret FISA court found probable cause to believe the former Trump aide Carter Page no relation was an agent of the foreign power. Whoever leaked this was sabotaging not just the Post, but every downstream media all picking up the story, because the story has its root was wrong. Carter Page was not an agent of a foreign power, as the FISA court had been misled by Steele and the FBI. MSNBC was one of the first outlets to regurgitate this thing. When sources lie to you, you should be mad. At minimum, you should be ripping at their names out of your Rolodex or whatever modern equivalent. MSNBC did the opposite, hiring seemingly everyone who's helped them down this reputation-tarnishing path, which just sounds fucking retarded.
Which is, it's true. It actually,
insane.
That really goes into, I have another article, which we're not going to go all over, and we've spent a long time on, but there's another article that even CNN insiders don't understand why CNN keeps employing Don Lemon.
Really?
Yes.
I kind of want to read that. It sounds funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious about that now. Because,
right.
Yeah, that actually does make me laugh. It's, MSNBC will bet everything on its switch in 2017, and though it paid handsomely at first, in spring of 2017, they became the first cable network in 2 decades to unseat Fox for the top room spot, with Rachel owning the top-rated non-sports program on cable. The collapse of the Mueller investigation triggered a long, frankly earned post-trout fishing slide. No doubt the indictment of Donald Trump will reanimate things, but prior to that it was grim as Fox was beating CNN and MSNBC combined by the end of January. The ratings picture for March showed that MSNBC's top show was The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, rated 11th,
who
followed
is
by
a
the beat
Lawrence a lunatic. Like,
and beat with Ari Melba at 16th. Holy shit.
Yeah,
after all of this, after throwing away their standards, clowning themselves with years of wrong stories, doling out rice bowls at the procession of spooks who now clog their airwaves and watching their ratings predictably collapse, now they want to give me a hard time. Not because I got anything wrong, but because they don't like my opinions. Or where things like the Twitter Files reports came from. After the from Twitter, hence why it's called the Twitter Files, you fucking morons. After the first thread, Mehdi was one of 27 media figures to complain in virtually identical language. Imagine volunteering to do PR work for the world's richest man. Why is that bad? You're doing PR work for the fucking state,
right? Yeah, you're doing the same thing.
You're doing PR work for the fucking regime, you queers.
Sorry, I have to say this real quick, though. So whenever I hear someone use the word spooks, although I understand what it means, all I can think of is Max Stirner memes, like this one. Why aren't you a voluntary egoist? It's fun. Max, I'm only 6. Spooks! Sorry, I like this meme. That's the shortest line. Yep, continue. We're almost done. All right, at the end.
Yeah, sure.
Max
I laughed about that, but I couldn't believe the reaction after Twitter File 6 showing how Twitter communicated with the FBI and the DHS through a partner support channel, and in response to state requests action accounts on both sides of the political aisle for harmless jokes. Mehdi's take wasn't that this information was wrong or not newsworthy, but that it shouldn't have been published because Elon Musk put Keith Olbermann in timeout for a day. Oh, oh my god, I remember that. He got so fucking
horror
butthurt.
Beyond horrors. Yeah, because
he came on Twitter using his dog's account.
It was amazing.
He literally couldn't stay off Twitter for a single 24 hours.
Keith Olbermann's so addicted to quit Twitter, he had to use his dog's account and I believe his wife's account. Whenever somebody gets banned from Twitter and they immediately have to come back, not like under someone else's account, just being like, "Hey, I've been suspended," but just tweeting as normal. You know, it's one thing to say like, "Hey, my account's been banned. We're looking into it or whatever." But to be like, just tweeting as regular under somebody else's account is so crazy. Or
and kind of
Thing's
cringe.
account. Who also makes an account for their dog on Twitter?
Really, really sad people?
Stop! That's Lawrence O'Donnell. I was thinking of Stop the Hammering. But Keith Olbermann, he's literally spitting and foaming at the mouth in so many of his videos. It's nuts.
That's because
he's actually
is
insane.
Insane.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean that because I know I say it like.
No, it's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Keith Olbermann actually is mentally deranged.
Yeah. I know I say that a lot because that's become like a catchphrase in my videos. I say the phrase insane a lot, but like with Keith Olbermann, it's literally true.
Unhinged.
He's fucking insane. He's the man's out of his fucking mind. Let's see. Many say this information was wrong. Let's see. Fucking hell, what was that now? Even Barry Weiss called him out, but Taibbi seems to want to tweet through it. Mehdi tweeted. As if that sounds like my beef with MSNBC is personal, by now it is. Take the Twitter files. When presented with the opportunity to do that story, my first reaction was to be extremely excited, for any reporter would be, including anyone on MSNBC. In the next seconds, however, I was terrified because I care about my job, and I knew there would be a million eyes on this thing and a long way down if I got anything wrong. If you ever wondered why I look 100 years old at 53, he looks pretty good for 53.
He looks pretty good, actually.
Yeah, because I saw him. Yeah, I looked at like, Matt's 53. Holy shit, he looks great.
I know he's that old, yeah.
Yeah, it was because I embraced as part of the process. Audiences have a right to demand reporters lie awake at night in panic, and every good one I've ever met does. But people
Any good one would.
Yeah. But people who've used to be my friends at MSNBC, my condolences, Matt. Also, you didn't really lose much at this point. At MSNBC embraced a different model. Yeah, leading to one of the biggest train wrecks in the history of our business. Now they have the stones to point at me with this, what happened to your routine? It's rare that the following words are justified on every level, but really, MSNBC, fuck you.
That's why I wanted to read this whole article. It's so good. It's just for the ending, fuck you. I mean, it's pretty clear on the opening title of the but what a great Substack article. I want to go through.
I will say, someone said, Flannel said that Keith Olbermann has a decent voice. Yeah, he does, which is...
Yeah, he's got a great broadcaster voice, but it's unfortunate he's out of his mind.
Yes, but that's also what makes him funny.
Stop the hammering!
Yeah.
I want to do a couple...
I remember when the twins did a video on him.
Oh, it was so fun.
Because the COVID thing and the way that he was reading it, it was hilariously funny because they just said, like, he's reading this. And you could see his eyes moving in the, like, when he switched glasses. And I just
I know. You could tell he's reading it.
Yeah.
Oh, like, we watched that. You showed me that video.
All of these people are morons. Just the way, oh, God, I was laughing so fucking hard.
He's clearly reading it.
Yes.
There's a couple things I want to get through before we go on to the video segment, because I usually like to save the videos for last. No. So some of the stuff, we covered some of the Budweiser stuff the other day.
Is that Nick?
Some new stuff, though, is that Bud Light's vice president, said she wanted to update the fratty and out-of-touch branding with inclusivity days before Dylan Mulvaney's controversial partnership with the beer was unveiled. Just to reiterate, Dylan Mulvaney did a sponsorship with Bud Light. Yeah, but here's what she is so proud to be the first female vice president of a major beer company. And here's what she has to say about it.
I think number one, I'm a businesswoman. I had a really clear job to do when I took over Bud Light. And it was,
boost the DI
this
numbers.
Brand is in decline. It's been in decline for a really long time. And if we do not...
That is a factually incorrect statement. Bud Light has not been on decline in any kind of way that is measurable via its sales or via its stocks. It's that Bud Light isn't consumed by the people that she wants to consume it. So she wants to reinvent... And never will. Bud Light is piss water. It tastes like shit.
People drink drunk.
The people who drink Bud Light drink it to get drunk at sporting events. That's the people who drink Bud Light. It's explicit demographic. It's
anyone who drinks cheap beer does so for the explicit purpose of getting drunk.
Yes. I'm not a big fan of the taste of beer, so I don't know why you wouldn't just drink hard liquor. But it's clearly got a demographic. I enjoy a beer from time to time, but it's not my bag. The people who drink this beer though are fratty. They're not out of touch. You're out of touch. But let's watch.
Not attract young drinkers to come and drink this brand. There will be no future.
Yes, it's not like.
I don't know why it keeps pausing. That's weird. Sorry, hang on. Sorry, let's go back. It paused weirdly. Let's
attract young drinkers to come and drink this brand. There will be no future for Bud Light. So I had this super clear mandate. It's like we need to evolve and elevate.
The rainbow in the background is not
incredibly iconic brand.
It's from my child, though.
What I brought to that was a belief in Okay,
destroying profit.
what does evolve and
Yeah.
elevate mean? It means inclusivity. It means shifting the tone. It means having a campaign that's truly inclusive and feels lighter and brighter and different and appeals to
Can you
women
pause for a
and to
second?
men.
Yeah, who cares, by the way?
What she just said is complete horseshit.
Nonsense.
Like,
Absolute, complete
considering who
nonsense.
drinks your shit, no one gives a fuck about any of this crap.
I'll show you how to appeal, to Bud Light
Do you
drinkers.
know how you appeal to Bud Light is make an advert featuring Duke Nukem and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yes, or some cheerleader. You know,
Yeah.
that's what they usually do. Like Bud Light
Get
cheerleader.
two cheerleaders to, with their tits, knock the can from side to side to make it open.
Yeah, that's it. It's so
That's not a bad idea, actually.
This horrible ad has so destroyed the YouTube algorithm that I can't even find like a classic Bud Light ad. Wow, it's everything. When I look up Bud Light, even when I type in cheerleader, it's just all Dylan Mulvaney. So I guess in that way they won, right? However, I don't think it's going so great for you in the big scheme of things. Like, okay,
There was one on
pull-
Twitter.
Hang on, I have to like go to a private tab
Hold on, I had one
and
here.
hide everything that is logical and makes sense. I didn't plan on bringing like commercial. This is crazy. All the ones that come up are male cheerleader and Dylan Mulvaney. When you type in Bud Light cheerleader commercial, that's what you get now on YouTube. Is either Dylan Mulvaney or here's our first male cheerleader. You know, I don't fucking think so. Okay, hang on. These are, hang on. Okay, look, this is, they're trying to erase this shit from the internet, but
Whoa.
these are funniest Bud Light
Bud
commercials.
Light?
Don't even think about it.
All right. Do it for Daddy.
And do I even need to play these? Like, we all know what beer commercials are like. It's a lady in a bra holding a beer. That's what Bud Light commercials are like. Right? You there, Spoon?
Yeah, I'm here.
That's what Bud Light commercials are all about and have been for forever. It's some woman in a scantily clad little cheerleader top holding a Bud Light because that's the audience you're appealing to. Men who enjoy the sport ball. It's not complicated. And so, yeah, this idea is you calling them out of touch? You're out of touch, lady. Look, it's basic marketing research. You need to know what your demographic is. You don't go, this is what blows me away because I have degrees in this. You don't go, oh, here's our target audience. Here's our market. Let's abandon them, insult them, and then try to find a new one. That's not how this works. There's no way. And she's, by the way, a Harvard graduate. You didn't pay any attention in any single one of your classes, you dumb bitch.
No, she did.
And
I guess so.
representation is at sort of the heart of evolution. You've got to see people who reflect you
Mm-hmm.
in the work. And we had this hangover. I mean, Bud Light had been kind of a brand of fratty, kind of out of touch humor. And it was really important
liked
that
it.
we had another approach. But anyway, listen, I'm not going to pretend that there isn't so much more work to do
Of course, it
from a
never
business
ends.
results perspective and
March
of
of
course from a
progress never stops.
representation perspective. But I feel like you have to put your money where your mouth is when you're trying to evolve a brand and elevate it and bring in new consumers. So that's been incredibly important to me.
Oh, has it? You got to put your money where your mouth is. Do you? Oh, you have to put your money where your mouth is. Uh-oh. $5 billion loss. Well, you put your money where your mouth is, didn't you?
Do you maybe want to show the other part I showed you today?
Which was?
Her old Facebook photos.
Oh, yeah, I got that in here.
Yeah, because that's the funniest part about all of this.
It is.
That's the part that made me laugh the most.
Well, got to put your money where your mouth is? Well, there's your money where your mouth is. Bud Light has lost estimated $5 billion.
Yeah, that's
Now,
just so
if you look at their stock market, it's up, but the revenue loss they believe is $5 billion down, and that's because this is like I don't know, pay much attention to American sports, but it's like sports season right now, isn't it?
I don't know.
So, you neither to. Leaked social media pics from Bud Light ad exec who slammed fratty culture seem pretty fratty. Here's the same girl drinking is it a Rolling Rock? Drinking a Rolling Rock? How dare you, traitor?
Yeah. And
blowing up a
condoms.
condom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
isn't that funny? And this is on her Facebook.
Yeah, this is on her Facebook.
Which doesn't exist anymore as soon as this came out.
Of course not. She deleted all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, how interesting.
Yeah, it looks like
don't want people to see these pictures.
It looks like
of your
at some point you
fratty culture.
Yeah, at some point you had this thing called fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then you became a business woke bitch, and then fun was destroyed from your lexicon, and now you're the way you are. So which basically means you don't have any principles. Yep. You just did whatever you had to do, like a corporate whore.
Yeah, you're a whore. You're a damn whore.
Mm-hmm. You're a woke whore.
So, but luckily, it does seem that Budweiser is taking a pretty significant hit. They're denying that it's happening. They're denying it's happening, that they're taking any kind of financial hit for this. However, $5 billion loss. And that's so far, yeah. It's pretty significant. Why would look, no one drinks Budweiser because they like the taste of it. It's cheap, and it has an association with a bunch of sport brands.
Yeah.
That's another reason why. It's Budweiser's entire reputation has been based around associations with football, particularly with American football. She's destroyed that in an astounding single blow. But guess what? It's not over for Dylan Mulvaney. He's got another sponsorship with Olay Beauty. Another one.
Fortune 500, yeah.
Let's have the video on it. This is from Ollie London, who is an interesting person. I don't know how much. I do want to trust Ollie. So wait, why is that fucking thumbnail not changed? It's changed everywhere else. So fuck you, YouTube. Dylan Mulvaney. That's so weird. It's fucked with my thumbnail. Where's the Olay? Because I thought this Ollie London tweet would have the actual video. Olay spelled with an E? No.
Yes, it is.
It's with an A.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, Olay, right there. But I don't know why I can't. I thought this had the actual video in it. Do you guys actually want to see it? I don't know. Olay every day. Oh wait, here it is. Maybe no. Hang on. It was. I got the wrong tweet. You do realize
this thing is going to be the face of the new regime.
Oh, obviously.
Day SPF. That's.
Ugh.
That is horrible music. Please turn that off.
Yeah, I turned it off. So after the Bud Light thing, Olay just went through with it and said, "Yeah, we'll
that's what I'm
put
saying.
Dylan as our face again."
The get woke go broke thing is not real.
Yeah, I think it probably isn't.
Yeah.
Because the reason why is, but here's why. It's not because customers aren't dropping the brands; they are. It's because ESG shit. Yeah. It's ESG stuff. Yeah. It's that when the brand starts to fail for doing what they're what mega companies, the really like dangerous ones like BlackRock,
yeah, it was the CI numbers.
When they fail, the government gives them money because they've raised their ESG score. The government literally gives them money, way more money than any individual, purchaser and customer could have ever given them.
Yep.
And then the
it's
massive donors,
giant wealth transfer,
like BlackRock, also give them money. I do want to bring this up though because this aligns with the trans stuff. We talked about this the other day.
This is getting out of hand.
This woman, Riley Gaines, was held hostage by crazy, insane trans activists. We played it the other day. But what I wanted to show you is this here, is that this was the reaction from the university.
Oh, sure. What's up, Amazon?
Today, San Francisco State finds itself again at the center of a national discussion regarding, this is an email that was sent to all of the students after this woman was held hostage by insane trans activists and allegedly physically assaulted, okay? And we saw the videos last week. It's very aggressive. San Francisco State finds itself again at the center of a national discussion regarding freedom of speech and expression. Let me begin by saying clearly, the trans community is welcome and belongs at San Francisco State University.
And that's why it's
Further, our community fiercely believes in unity, connection, care, and compassion.
No,
blah, 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 blah,
Insert buzzwords for the next 50,000
Yeah, who
words.
cares? Diversity promotes critical discussions,
No,
new
it doesn't.
understandings, and enriches the academic experience.
That's a
But
lie.
we may also find ourselves exposed to divergent views and even views we find personally abhorrent.
Especially if
What was
normal.
What was the abhorrent view being expressed, by the way?
Normal.
Spoon.
Normality. Oh, is it the fact that women are real?
Yes. Hang on.
Okay, yeah.
Fuck.
I've said this before.
Oh.
You know that people think
Man.
war is terrible?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that's not true.
Again,
I'm starting to think that war is a necessary cleansing ritual that purges your society from people who would never survive.
the personally abhorrent idea is that women, biological females, exist. No, it wasn't the coof. It said I swallowed some phlegm. No, it went down wrong. You know when it goes like swallowing, like you just goes down the wrong wind, goes on the windpipe.
Gross.
But you know what I mean? I'm just saying that's what happened. That's why
It's icky.
It's icky, but I don't have the coof. Swallowed wrong. These encounters have sometimes led to discord, anger, confrontation, and fear. You must meet this moment and unite with a shared value of learning.
Oh, God.
It's so pretentious.
Oh, it's so
It's so pretentious. Thank you. This is the operative part though here, guys. Thank you to our students who participated peacefully in Thursday evening's event. It took tremendous bravery to stand in a challenging space. I am proud.
If
Go
you
ahead,
use
sir.
the phrase peaceful, then it's not peaceful.
Well, I'll play the clips. They're the other. We can see the peaceful protesting.
Is
I
this,
am
is
proud.
this like the colored bitch who was screaming? Yeah, I can say that phrase. Fuck you. Who just was screaming trans rights, human rights.
Trans rights. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That was the
that's
peaceful
one.
protest. Yes. I am proud of the moments where we listened and asked insightful questions. I'm also proud of the moments when our students demonstrated the value of free speech and the right to protest peacefully. These issues do not go away, and these values are very much at our core.
And that's
This is
the
the
problem.
email that they sent out after this happened. Why are you running? Why are you running? What?
Yeah, you fucking trans fucking bitch. I fucking see you. Trans rights are human rights.
Now, again, very peaceful. They also held her in a room for 3 hours and demanded a ransom to let her go, according to her. But you know,
This person
Great.
is literally insane.
yes. Speaking of literally insane, it's the last thing cover before we get it. I guess I'm Biden.
It's like, someone is like,
San Francisco area Soros DA demands judge who rejected deal for alleged killer be disqualified from all cases. I'm going to go through this quickly.
God, that is
Actual
one
Justice
ugly bitch.
Actual Justice Warrior has done a full video on it that I would highly suggest you watch.
Let me ask the chat a question. Is that a man, yay or nay?
That is a woman, allegedly.
Are you sure?
Yeah. So
sure.
what I'm gonna give you the TLDR on this. This judge is a judge who basically refused to take a plea deal for
God damn it,
a
Rakim. Jesus Christ.
so homicide suspect
Whoa.
Delonzo Logwood.
That sounds like a porn
Now-
name, doesn't it?
Delonzo Logwood had actually been faced with charges on 5 murders, but already 2 of them had been thrown out. The 3 that were remaining were one in which DeLonzo hijacked a car and killed the owner in grand theft. 2, he had been hired by his gang, murder for hire, to kill somebody. 3, he murdered a witness who was to testify in a case against his stepbrother. And the Alameda, California DA, Pamela Price, this woman here, her offer, again, she's the DA, she's supposed to be prosecuting criminals. She offered the judge a deal of saying, please, can we take a 15-year deal on this guy? 15 years for 3 murders, homicides, 2 of which were dropped. Really 5 homicides. Judge already did him a solid by dropping 2. He should face, I believe that it's like 70 to life. But instead, she's offering 15. And when the judge said, that's ridiculous, her response is that I'm going to, any time that this judge is supposed to hear any kind of criminal complaint, I'm going to file this report, this motion to disqualify. And what that will do, and this is actually, as far as I can tell, legally something that she can actually do within California law, file a motion to disqualify the judge from his seat so that he will never hear a case as long as she keeps doing it. It will get sent to another judge. This woman wants, I mean, it's pretty clear what's happening, right? She wants this criminal back out on the streets as soon as possible because he's black and he didn't do nothing. Now, Spoon, do you know the interesting thing about this? Because, of course, the claims are racism and discrimination. What's the race of the judge in this case that she is now doing this to?
White?
He's a black guy.
Really?
Yep.
The judge?
Yes. The judge that she has now vowed to never allow to hear a case as long as she is DA by filing these complaints is also black.
Well, that's a black
a judge she is accusing of racism. Yep. Yep. It's beyond clown world, right? It's because the Democrats want to burn their own cities down.
You do realize that this doesn't make any sense to me because the biggest chance of you being killed if you're black is by someone else who's black.
And this guy's in a gang.
If you care about preserving black lives, you have to jail black people. That's how that works.
Yep.
Why would you want to preserve the lives of black criminals? Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. There's more people who are black who are not criminals that you need to get to vote for you. Like, what the fuck you do? That doesn't make any sense, even politically.
I mean, this woman is now trying to shut down. This judge, by the way, has been a judge for 10 years. He was a prosecutor for 15 beforehand. So this is a seasoned veteran judge in the legal system. And she is now trying to prevent him from being able to do his job as a black man, by the way, because he wouldn't accept a plea deal on a man who has murdered 5 people and is being tried only for the murder of 3, including one which is a pay-for-hire murder.
Trump, when you get back into office again...
One which is killing a witness. Sorry, continue.
Trump, when you get back in office, the first thing you have to do is eliminate all Soros. Anyone that carries that name should be instantly banned from the country, kicked out.
And propped up.
Yeah.
Propped up by George Soros.
You need to do what like Hungary did, which is like straight up ban him from the country. Just like say, there's an executive order, fuck you, get out of my land.
Here she is more specifically. Alameda County DA Pamela Price believes that a man's life is worth 5 years tops.
That's not the same person.
If you kill someone, this is her.
If you kill someone... They look like completely different phenotypes.
Well, this is a photo for her.
You were like, look, that looks like a completely different...
Let's just listen to it, right? Short.
The time for a change in the justice system is now.
Agreed. Get rid of you.
My team and I are working hard and are committed to making sure that the process is fair and that the public is kept...
Also, I'd like to point out, she's deleted... You can't comment on this video on YouTube.
I wonder
And
why.
it's same thing with her Twitter. Her Twitter is locked, so anyone she doesn't follow can't comment on it.
I wonder why.
Yep.
Safe. I have been in office now for a few months, and I wanted to catch my breath and talk to you about what we have been working on.
It's very difficult to do when you're swallowing
It has
money.
taken a while to get
Yep.
situated. To be perfectly frank, it hasn't been easy to make changes in this office. We have spent quite a bit of
Changes like allowing career criminals who have killed 5 people to get off.
time establishing new, clear lines of management accountability and communication.
Yes, Galactic Emperor Schlurm for 2. A plea deal would be an admission of guilt, but this person, Longwood, is facing like 70 to life, and her counter proposal was plea deal and 15 years. He's facing 70 to life, I believe, and her counter proposal was 15 years. I mean, that he killed 5 people.
I have already made some policy and protocol changes, and I will keep you updated on those changes as we go along. In the meantime, there are a lot of rumors buzzing through this community.
Oh, are there?
Much of it is simply not true.
Is it not?
Some people, including reporters, are saying things that are not based on facts. I will always be straight with you.
No, you won't.
I also have to
Judging from your hair, you're not always going to be straight with. I think so.
The fact that this video does not have comments tells me you're full of shit.
Yeah, you won't even allow comments on it, of course.
What's the ratio?
Nor on our Twitter. Nor on our Twitter. Actually, let's see. If you're allowed.
let you know, there are some details about
There's
cases.
there's no likes or dislikes at all.
Really?
But comments are turned off. Yeah.
Give me the link. Can't talk about publicly.
I've got it here. Oh, there's none. Oh, maybe there's dislikes. There's no likes because I don't have the I don't have the what do you call it the extension. Oh, sorry, I sent it to Bill, not to you. Bill, ignore that.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't have the
it's
extension.
disabled by the owner. Geez, I wonder why.
Oh, likes and dislikes are disabled, of course, right?
I will always be straight for you, but you can't.
Oh,
comment on
always
this.
be straight.
You
Yeah,
you
can't comment,
on
can't
this,
like, can't
you can't
dislike.
and you can't communicate with me on Twitter. Yeah,
You weak, pathetic bitch.
Absolutely fucking pussy.
You know, there are some details about cases that I just can't talk about publicly.
Yeah, because you would
they
look
are
really
open
bad.
Cases
Yep.
that are still being prosecuted. For example, the case involving Delonzo Logwood and 2 other young men. I can't talk about
It's not just, he killed 5 people. What? Yes, you can talk about it. There is nothing preventing you from talking about it. You're the DA. You have now said, you have vowed that you will try to fuck up the justice system for a judge for every single case that comes across his desk because he wouldn't accept your 15-year plea deal on a man who is being tried for 70 to life for murdering 5 fucking human beings. Incomprehensible. People hate you. They truly, truly hate you.
evidence in that case. But I want you to know that we have reviewed the case extensively.
No, you haven't.
To make sure that it can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what we are committed to do with every case. It is against a prosecutor's ethics to try a case in the public, as some reporters are demanding that I do.
Yeah?
I will provide more details about that case at the proper time. I can say that Judge Mark Buchanan overstepped his boundaries as a judicial officer. and
By
has
not accepting
created
your
a
insane plea deal.
firestorm of prejudicial comments that do not, in my view, serve justice. The judge is supposed
Again, justice in her view. Because remember, 15 years is on the plea deal, but remember when you talk about getting out on parole, he could be out on parole way sooner than that. 70 to life, you're not going to be out on parole. If he gets a life sentence, he's not going to be out on parole. Under her deal, he could be out in 2, 3, 4 years. That's the problem, right? She doesn't care. She wants him to be out there murdering more people.
to be an impartial referee managing cases that come before him. Because of Judge Buchanan's
I say something
inappropriate
fucked up?
comments and conduct
What? Yeah, of
on
course.
2 separate
I would love if one of these people they set free starts attacking them.
Mm.
It'll just be so fucking funny to see some of these people get killed. by
the
people that trying to set free. It'll be justice, and I wouldn't give a flying fuck.
Well, it's part of their paradigm, as we were talking about the more complex philosophy of this earlier. It's part of their paradigm to set the people free so that they can destroy society faster, to bring in their new revolution.
Yeah.
That's why they're like this. If it seems, I know it seems insane, and it is insane. But she wants this. She wants this to destroy society, and because she thinks that it should be okay for first of all, I think he mostly killed other black people, by the way.
Of course he did. But
it's okay because destruction of society is good, because then that's how we'll eventually get to our equity utopia.
My office will file a motion to disqualify him from hearing
DBC
any
breeds have it
criminal
because she's
cases
fat.
being prosecuted
Yeah.
by our office.
So yeah, she's just saying she's not going to allow this judge to ever hear anything ever again, as long as that's going to be her entire role. This one is a little bit funnier, but it's also fucked up. We're talking about the justice system. Dumping boiling potatoes on her husband's head.
I like the way you call it dumpling.
This is dumping. Boiling potatoes on her husband's head, saying he's too dumb to have a cell phone and calling him a fat slob. Allegations about Democrat Katie Porter's abusive marriage resurface as she launches Senate run and releases her memoir. So, Democrat dumped boiling potatoes. I like this one, so I actually want to bring it up. Dumped boiling potatoes on her husband's head and is now and called him a fucking slob. These people are evil. There's no other way to describe it. They're just, they don't understand morality, I don't think.
Yeah.
I really think they don't.
You know, it's overwhelmingly women.
Yeah, of course. But here's the consequences of your actions. Walmart's closing 4 Chicago stores, blaming millions in annual loss. Why do you think they're suffering millions in annual losses, Spoon? Look at this beautiful mural they have here. Look at this beautiful mural.
That's not beautiful. There's no white
It's
people.
Beautiful. It's beautiful mural in Chicago, in Chirac. Here's the stores they're closing. Why are they closing the stores, Spoon?
Oh, it's because they're constantly being robbed by blacks.
They're constantly being robbed.
By blacks.
We have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the city, including $70 million in the last couple of years to upgrade our stores, build 2 new Walmart health facilities, and a Walmart
Zero fucks, that's an improvement,
training center.
by the way.
It was hoped these investments would
Fucking
improve
Harambe
our
running
store's
away.
performance. Walmart said in a press release, but unfortunately, these efforts have not materially improved
Look at the
the
memes on the
fundamental
server.
village challenge our stores are facing. Meme. Like a fuck. Okay, there we go.
That's a pretty good Photoshop.
Oof, Jesus.
That's a good Photoshop.
That's aggressive. So even Walmart can't survive in Democrat cities. They're that abysmal. And
Democrats
she may have she may have fucked up, but Liz Truss did spit some facts here.
Oh yeah, good
The
old
sad
Lizzie.
truth is what I think we've seen over the past few years is a new kind of economic model taking hold in our countries. One that's focused on redistributionism, on stagnation, and on the imbuing of woke culture into our businesses.
Communism.
Mm-hmm.
I call these people the anti-growth movement, and they come in many shapes and sizes. There are the vested interests who don't want challenge and don't want competition. They've always been there. But they've been joined by socialists in environmental clothing, who in the name of combating climate change insist that we should simply stop virtually every kind of economic activity.
Like I said, it's the Hegelian dialectic. It's run through the Marxist
Can
theosophy.
you see now why they wanted to get rid of her?
Right, of course. That's why they wanted to get rid of her, yeah. But it's the Hegelian dialectic run through the Marxist materialist dialectic, run through the Marcusean dialectic, and the Frankfurt School. Every single thing,
She was
including
thrown out.
climate change. I know, including climate change. It all must be reevaluated, dissected through the lens now, in this particular case, of climate change, climate inopportunity, climate oppressors and oppressed.
And then we have the ESG culture, perpetrated by many in big corporations, where the focus is on hitting a diversity target or hitting a social target, rather than actually generating money for employees and for the country. And of course, this model results in more taxes, it results in more subsidies, and it results in more regulation. I think we can see that with President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. It's going to cost US taxpayers $400 billion. It's going to encourage US industry to spend their time rent seeking and going to the government for those subsidies. And it's also going to cut competitors out of the market, including companies in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's it. It's a just government pay for it, BlackRock and other these giant companies for it. And it's all about ESG because the government subsidizes BlackRock and those companies. It is all meant to destroy, absolutely demolish the middle class. That's what all of this is about. No more middle class because you have too many ideas and thoughts. You're not allowed to have those.
Why do you think they want to get rid of Bitcoin?
Yeah, of course. Here's Biden being unable to fucking speak.
You would be taking part in our upcoming election in 2024.
Well, I'll either be rolling an egg or being the guy who's pushing them out.
Come on, help a brother out. Make some news for
me. I know. Let's listen to it again.
Just look at his wife,
Jill.
Yeah, just watch her face.
Yeah. Okay. So Al asks him pretty. It's worth watching this twice. I'm almost going to play the Colbert clip. We always get that Colbert. It's real short though.
Are you saying that you would be taking part in our upcoming election in 2024?
So he's asking him if he's going to run in 2024, and Biden's response so far is, but let's let him finish.
I'll either be rolling an egg or being the
roll a what?
Even his wife.
Roll a what? Did he just drop? About? Did he just say the N-word? Spoon, listen to that again. Did he roll a what? Listen to that one more time. Did he say a roll a what?
Either rolling an egg or.
Whoa!
No, he said rolling an egg.
I know.
But it does sound like.
If Trump had said that, they would have said that he said the N-word. You know what I mean?
No, I think if Trump had said that, like Trump's out of his fucking mind.
Roll an egger.
Being the guy who's pushing them out.
Come on, help a brother out. Make some news for me.
I plan on running Al, but we're not prepared to announce it yet.
All right. Well, are you saying?
What he just said? I plan on running, but I'm not announcing it yet. So you just did. You fucking.
Yeah,
retard.
You should just announced it. You fucking moron. Oh wait, here's the Colbert clip. This one.
This is really weird. No, it's not that one.
No, it's here, but it's not loading right. Oh, did it get deleted? Here it is. No, here it is. No, that's the original one. Where's the Colbert
This
clip?
is really weird. It was just there.
Oh yeah, it's here. Yeah. Sorry. So
this
Colbert
is actually kind of funny.
It is. Astonishingly, Colbert managed to kind of make a joke. And what Spoon and I hypothesized is that it seems that the Democrats, even they are like, we can't run with this dude. He's
out of his mind.
He's fucking he literally has dementia. So even Colbert has to mock him.
President Biden kicked off the festivities with beloved holiday character Al Roker, and with Al, Biden dropped some hints.
It is funny
about
a little
2024.
bit.
I was just wondering, Mr. President, will you be taking part in the Easter egg rolls after 2024?
Well, I plan on at least 3 or 4 more Easter egg rolls.
At least 3 or 4 more?
Maybe.
At least 3 or 4 Easter egg rolls. Yeah, just to reiterate. So he's saying 3 or 4. I mean, he's joking, obviously. I'm going to run 3 or 4 more times. I'm pudding pop.
Maybe 5.
Maybe 5.
maybe 6. What the hell?
Are you saying that you would be taking part in our upcoming election in 2024?
Well, I'll either be rolling an egg or being the guy who's pushing them out.
Okay, hold on a second.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the thing. If I knew this was beforehand, the answer makes more sense than just what he said before. Because before I didn't know that he was talking about the egg thing. They just said, are you running in 2024? Now he looks a lot less nuts.
He still looks nuts.
But he still looks nuts. But just not as bad. But it's like, I'd rather be the guy rolling them out. But like, that has nothing to do with the election. So you still look...
I was just saying, it's...
Fucking...
It didn't improve my opinion. He's literally barely cogent.
That's right, Jack. I got big Easter news. Joe Biden can lay eggs.
That's actually a good impression.
Easy as pie.
I mean, like, Colbert is wearing the sunglasses and everything. Biden always wears sunglasses. I'm guessing because there's something wrong with his eyes.
That actually is a good impression.
Yeah.
I push him right out the cloaca, okay? Serve him up scrambled or sit on him for a while, raise a beautiful flock of little baby Joes. Beep, beep, beep.
That is a good joke. Beep, beep, beep. That sounds like something Joe Biden would say, yeah.
That actually is a good impression.
Astonishingly, Colbert can sometimes still be funny.
Be funny, yeah.
It's a rare occasion. That's why we're celebrating it.
I'm mentally fit to once again run for president of the United States. What's going on? Where's Jill? Marco, Jillo.
That's it, for the most part. However...
That just tells me
they did a health.
That just tells me that they can be funny, so that the material sucks, not them.
Yeah, Biden. I don't know if it's in this article, but I don't think it is actually. He did recently take a health report, but they refused to report on his mental acuity.
I wonder why.
Gee, who knows? It is
because if it was good, they would have said it.
There's also.
I think it was in Red State.
I did see that, but I don't want to go into this too much because it's a lot. But Biden, this is a further confirmation that Biden ordered the raid on Mar-a-Lago. You can go through. I'll post these in the chat if you'd like to read them, because it's a Twitter thread. You can read the whole documents. Is that Biden? We already knew this, but just former confirmation. Biden called for the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Whoever's controlling it.
And why do you think this is coming out now?
Another big thing that came out this week is that there were leaked secret plans for the war in Ukraine that have been published everywhere. But what the Ukrainian government's supposed to do? It's supposed to be top secret, but it's been all released publicly as to what the Ukrainian government planned. Who knows who did it?
They were going to invade Russia?
I don't think so. But it's out in the open that I do want to real quick.
Tonight in an
Did you see
NBC
this?
News exclusive.
We talked about this Tiffany Dover thing. This is just fucking interesting.
Of a nurse who became an unwilling icon of the anti-vaccination movement is finally breaking her silence. It all started.
Okay. This guy's going to explain it to you, but I'm going to explain it to you in a way that is realistic rather than the MSNBC nonsense framing. This video of this woman taking the vaccine came out. This is the part of it. I'm going to play this without.
Oh, I can see the Young Turks there, of course.
Right. This happened 3 years ago. She was one of the first people to get the COVID vaccine, and then this happened. On air, live. He passed out. It's the actual clip.
Movement. People claim she had died from the shot, that the hospital was trying to cover it up, and it was all part of some global conspiracy.
Okay, well, she didn't say anything. All of her social media went silent right after this. That's why people thought it. They thought she died. Because all of a sudden, all of her social media went silent. But here's something that happened just yesterday, the day before, depending on when you're listening to this. Just the other day, this happens. She comes back after nearly three damn years of radio silence. Why people thought she was dead after she passed out on live television. All of a sudden, she's back. I want you to get another good look, though. This is very important. I want you to get a good look at her. I've got a picture I can bring up later to show you of her. I want you to get a good look at what she looks like. What she looked like 3 years ago versus what she looks like now.
Misinformation movement. People claim she had died from the shot, that the hospital was trying to cover it up, and it was all part of some global conspiracy. In the podcast Truthers, Tiffany Dover is Dead, NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny tracked how the story morphed and grew in the dark corners of the internet. But the one person Brandy couldn't find to talk about what actually happened to Tiffany Dover was Tiffany Dover herself.
And just again, I want you to look at what Tiffany Dover looked like 3 years ago.
Specifically her hair.
Even with the mask on. Even with the mask on.
For years now, there's this.
This is supposed to be Tiffany Dover.
In this very active community, sort of telling your story, telling stories about you. What's your message to that community?
Does this look the same woman to you?
No.
I mean, I don't know, but this does not look like the same woman to me. I mean, it's not just the hair. The eyes are a different color. The eyebrows are different. I don't know. It seems really weird to
Coach
me.
Red Bull
Call me a
said that
conspiracy
she doesn't even
theorist.
sound the same.
No.
Me now. My message is simple. It is that I am alive. I'm alive. I'm well. That's it.
I'm just gonna, like, just for quick, this is this the same woman?
No.
Like, no, but the thing that makes it so confusing to me is that why bring this back up? Everyone just thought she died, whatever, and get done with it. But they chose to bring it back up, which now makes people go back to the thing that happened 3 years ago and wonder what the hell happened. This woman does not look anything like her, but listen to her weird ass story about why she went radio silent for 3 years.
I hope they believe it.
Hope they believe it, huh?
And of course, the way these things go, people are going to watch that and think that you faked that too.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
They have here's the interview. Well, it's really weird, right? Super bizarre. Back in the interview.
Anti-vaxxers in the movement are sort of using you as their poster girl.
It's hard to think that you are being used to deter somebody from getting the vaccine. And that was really hard for me to cope with.
Are you saying you blamed yourself?
Yes, absolutely. I would have people say, like, how many people did not receive the vaccine because of you? It's crazy when you go in to save lives and then something like that happens.
All right, so
it's so weird they would put this out at this point in time where nobody cares anymore. You know what I mean?
You know, we're never going to convince these people. But I can say today that we've convinced a lot of people because in this instance, there was an information vacuum. She wasn't posting. She really did fall off the map. And so most of the people who wondered, where is Tiffany Dover, were normal folks that were just curious and reasonably concerned.
Because it was
and for
fucking
those
weird.
People, they now know that the vaccine did not kill her and that she's advocating for the vaccine today.
All right, so what's the takeaway here? Because I sort of...
Takeaway is that you seem really, really scared.
Does this? I'm just wondering. I don't know, like, go be conspiracy theorists all you want, lads. I'm on board. This does not seem like the same woman to me. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying, it does not look like the same woman, even like a little bit, to me. It's like it's just weird.
The skin
I don't know.
color is different.
Like she is. That could be lighting, but dude. This is so weird. I don't think this is the one.
The eyes are a lot lighter.
She just claimed she's had plastic surgery, I think. Like, she's... And she claims also that she was told by the hospital to go radio silent for 3 years and not let anyone know that she was alive. Is there an obituary? There was one report of an obituary, by the way. Yes, there was. I don't have it up
No one
here,
can
but,
replace me, you fuckers.
This is just the last little point before we get into the video, is a truck carrying toxic soil from East Palestine, train derailment, overturns. You can't make it up this episode. I know. A truck carrying toxic soil outside, or excuse me, a truck carrying toxic soil out of the train derailment zone in East Palestine, Ohio, tipped over in an accident this week. Wow. Shall we move on to the video?
Also, someone asked, what am I hiding underneath my top hat?
Yeah,
my
good question.
skull, that if you rub, you can see the future.
Shall we, let's watch this video.
Or the trigonometry one?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it, I don't know how much we can get through on this, but like, that's...
Yeah, right.
Alright.
I'm very stupid.
Let me know when you got it up. What she said. Oh.
There you go.
Alright. Okay, let's go.
And will play the victims when they started it. Like, you can't hit a guy and not expect to get hit back.
That's interesting.
I think we should teach the women not to hit someone stronger than them. And they'll say, like, men are responsible for all the whores, you know? But I really think it's on the whores for being whores. I recently decided that women shouldn't vote.
You decided women shouldn't vote?
Yeah, that's a new opinion.
Okay, like,
based as fuck.
I'll take one for the team.
This is the highlights of the,
You should
highlight
have
of
the
the
same
base
opinions.
takes,
You
but...
should be voting for the same person as your husband.
Why?
It's like, I don't know,
I
you
gotta
want to be in
say-
a house where you're arguing about politics?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want someone who thinks differently to me.
You had a guy called Nick Fuentes.
Oh, yeah, Nick.
Okay, so again,
I did
just
not
to
find Nick
reiterate,
to be
because
racist,
it's been a
and my
minute.
staff actually did not find him.
Hang on, because it's been a minute since we explained why we're going to react to this, is because this video has a really bad like to dislike ratio on Trigonometry's channel.
Compared to what I usually have.
Compared to what they usually have. And my guess is because it came out, I think, right around the same time that Brittany Venti released an hour-long video on things with Pearl that she has a problem with. I talked about some of them earlier. What Venti's claims were, what Venti's issues were, of which some of which I highly agreed. I don't think it's trad and based to let your husband fuck other women so he can get his rocks off. That's not trad and based. It's not cool. No, thanks. But let's see. Neither of us have seen this, so that we're coming in blind.
Not find him to be racist.
You did say, I am a bit racist, even in that. And in fact, in your apology, you said that he said racist things. What I'm a bit confused about is
Here's just the highlights.
did a whole apology, but it sounds like you're
stop
not...
asking me about this.
Hello and welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis.
Huh?
It's Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that.
And you said there was a bunch of criticism of Constantine in the
comment section.
comments. Yeah. So I'm curious about what it is. Again, neither of us have seen this, but we saw that. I watched Brittany Venti's video on Pearl, and I think some of it I didn't agree with entirely, but a lot of it I did. Where I do think it's a little bit weird to give men dating advice when you also say that you can't find a husband or can't find a boyfriend. I find that a little bit weird. What I find more weird, it was that whole oh yeah, it'd be fine if my boyfriend or husband cheats on me. And
Aiden, we haven't even watched this yet.
I know. Shade Master, you like Venti more when someone makes an honest woman out of her? Yeah, well, his name's Sean from Think Before You Sleep, so there you go.
Foster.
I'm Constantine Kissin.
And this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
As you know, what we do on Trigonometry is talk to people with a variety of different views. Our guests are often outspoken or controversial.
But no matter who we're talking to, we always approach our interviews in good faith. That means we let our guests speak, don't misrepresent them, and challenge them respectfully.
If the comment section is anything to go by, you did not do a good job of that in this video.
Well, that's what we're curious about here, because you and I have done some pretty big upping for Constantine in the past when he did that speech at, was it Oxford?
Oxford, yeah.
Which I have very much appreciated a lot of things that Constantine has said. So if he fucks this up, I guess we'll see. I'm curious about why the comments were so negative, but let's go.
If we disagree.
A couple of days ago, we interviewed a YouTuber called Just Pearly Things. Now, in between booking her to come on the show several weeks ago and actually doing the interview on Thursday, she hosted a well-known white supremacist, openly racist Holocaust denier called Nick Fuentes on her show.
Understandably, that generated a lot of pushback, and she delivered.
Well, that's not
By the way, I don't
incendiary
think
at all.
I actually don't think that they actually misrepresented Fuentes.
Also, to call Fuentes a white supremacist is a joke. Like, he pounds around with fucking, he pounds around fucking Kanye. Like, it's a meme.
Yeah, I think part of it's a meme for him. It's how he gains clout and stuff, or not clout, but attention, right? But the things, because Fuentes is very, very unpredictable and inconsistent in the things that he says and believes.
Yeah, but you see, okay, this is my thing. Okay, look, from actual white supremacists, in the old days, who would lynch this kind of shit. The white supremacist has become such a frankly
meaningless phrase.
Yes, when you say white supremacist, have you lynched somebody? Have you actually done some genuine shit? No, then shut the fuck up. You're not a white supremacist.
Right.
You're just a laughing twat.
It's why earlier I did feel a little bit
boring.
I felt uncomfortable about talking about Amren and Dr. Jared Taylor, because I was like, people will hear me saying anything positive about Dr. Taylor and be like, oh, so you're a white supremacist. Dr. Taylor advocates for, the exact same thing that, not Ibram Kennedy, what's her name? The other woke bitch, Robin DiAngelo did, which is that, look, black people hate us, and now Scott Adams, if black people hate us, then let's get away from them, which is why Dr. Taylor moved to Japan and speaks fluent Japanese and lives in Japan. Because
he's a horrible white supremacist if he tries to fit in with a different culture, yeah.
Right,
and actually speaks their language.
Speaks it fluently. Well, he did grow up there, but what a horrible white supremacist that he's I get more along. I get along better in Japan than I do in the West because because this is
And the
a
Japanese
place,
people understand his position better than white people do, which is like fucked up.
sort of. They do when they start to think about it. In the one interview I think we've watched before with him, where it's like the interviewer's like, "Oh, why don't you want to live near black people?" And he's like, "Do you?" And he was like, "Oh, so desu ka. Wakarimashita ne." Like, I get it. And like, so he asked the question, "Oh, wakarimashita." It's so fucking. But
yeah, because if you give people facts, they might actually come to a conclusion that is not exactly PC.
そうですよ。行きました?
Deleted the interview, issued a lengthy apology. Given that, we were happy to go ahead with the interview. And we obviously had to bring up the situation.
It's never our intention to make our guests look bad, but we also have a duty to ask these questions and to challenge people when what they're saying doesn't make sense to us.
When we asked about the apology,
and you
let's
said
just say
also,
things
hang
got
on.
very awkward very quickly.
So you also said that you looked at the. I don't have my screen up anymore, but you said that one of the things that you thought was that you didn't believe that the negativity they were experiencing in the comment section was because of Groypers, which are Nick Fuentes, right?
Yeah, because it didn't mention
So let me
Nick.
look
It was
at
just
this.
based on how.
That doesn't
they...
necessarily mean anything. Let me look at it because I didn't look at the comments. I didn't want to watch this video, and I was also in it. And see what happened.
Watch the video and not the comments.
I know, but they put a preface on the video. They put a okay. You know what? You're right. Let's not look at the comments. Let's yet. But they're prefacing the video by saying people were aggressive towards them. Still.
What you're about to watch is the full unedited interview. We haven't cut or added anything so that, as always, you, the viewer, can make up your own mind. Enjoy. Our brilliant guest today is a fellow YouTuber who started her show a year ago and is now on over 1 million subscribers. Pearl
hang on real quick.
Davis, aka Just Barely Things. Welcome to Trigonometry.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's awesome. Thanks so much for coming. It's great to have you on.
Sorry. So, Solon the Lich, who are these soy jacks? These guys are pretty cool. We've Constantine BTFO'd some people in an Oxford University debate that we've covered before.
That is not very difficult.
No, it's not. But Trigonometry do good stuff. So I'm interested to see again why was this so contentious?
As I just bigged you up, you've absolutely smashed it. Before we get into all of that, tell everybody, who are you, how are you where you are, what's been the journey through life that leads you to be sitting here talking to us?
So my name's Pearl. I'm a YouTuber. I'm from Chicago. I live in London. I do a YouTube show here.
That was quick.
Yeah.
How did you decide to start it? How did you have the idea? You could tell everybody what the show is because a lot of people wouldn't have seen it.
Oh, okay.
That stuff.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
So we talk about a lot of men's issues. So I feel like most media today is catered towards women, pandering towards women. We don't do that on my channel.
You don't pander to women?
No, we're not about that. And
you pander to men?
Not pander. Look, I say things that are true.
Okay.
I say things that are like basic to me, right?
I've been accused of this, so I understand also where Pearl's coming from. I've been accused of this a billion times because I'm out and out overt men's rights advocate. I don't like the word activist because activist implies gay shit. I don't agree with usually in terms of implication. But I have been an open and very open men's rights advocate because men do not have the same rights as women in the West. So I do think that men need places to. This is I will stop and then we'll go back into it, and I won't do any more sides about this. But I want to get it out there and air it out immediately, which is that. One of the things that Karen Strawn has said, the woman who started the Honey Badgers, is that because of the incredibly cucked and fucked up nature of Western modern society, men can't advocate for their own rights. And that's very true, because when men advocate for their own rights, women call them misogynistic. Women call them misogynistic. The total society calls them misogynistic. How dare you? You just hate women. The only people who can advocate for men's rights without being shut down instantaneously are women, which is incredibly fucked up, but it is yet still
know how you combat that?
What?
You know how you just say so fucking what?
I know.
That is legitimately what you need to say, because does being called misogynist actually stop women from being attracted to you? No, not at fucking all. Guess what? But women like men who are overly masculine. Welcome to reality.
Of course. So
this is what I
understand.
hate. Like, oh look, women's gonna call you misogynist. She'll still fuck you.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, who gives a fuck? So I'm saying out of the gate, Pearl is coming from a real place, and I've never cared about that. But the reason why the Honey Badgers was started by Karen Strawn and many other women who align with her, plenty of other women who align with her, is because it was like men aren't allowed to speak for themselves without being shouted down and called misogynistic. And it's not just that they get called misogynistic, Spoon, it's that they get shouted down and their voices aren't listened to because it's like, well, we had to let women speak. Well, women are now speaking and saying, fuck off and stop trying to destroy men's lives because you've got a 9-year itch and want to go fuck some other dude and take half of his fucking income for the rest of his life. That's ludicrous. It's insane. It's incomprehensibly evil. Yeah, but I just want to point out, again, I'm going to shut up mostly from now on. Well, I mean, I'll have my, but there's a reason why women are the ones who have come to the forefront of the men's rights or men's advocacy space, because we're allowed to, which is in and of itself evidence of the endemic nature of this issue. But
also, Kid were asking, how do I stop myself from tarnishing? I drink paint thinner.
Oh.
Okay.
But
like what?
You shouldn't get super fat after you get married just because you got a ring. I mean, I feel like that's basic. Women in the 1950s knew that. But today, I'm a bully. I'm the meanest person ever. Blah blah. So yeah, that's what I do. Is we talk about relationships on my show, and so we bring in men and women to talk about different relationship topics, and then we go back and forth.
Yeah.
And then I also work a lot with the court system here. I'm doing a documentary on men getting custody of their kids.
Interesting.
Yeah. But one of the things you did with your show, and I don't know if you were one of the first ones, but it's definitely a format that's really skyrocketed. I can't open my Twitter now without, 8 people sitting around the table having some discussion.
No, I would say it does appear that she kind of took that format from Fresh and Fit. But formats are formats. I
saw that from her before I saw it from Fresh and Fit.
Did you? I don't know. I don't know who did it first.
Several months.
Really? I don't know who did it first. But also, you can't fucking copyright a format, so that was something that Brittany Venti brought up in her video. And
you're doing a podcast with a guest, for God's sakes. Wouldn't you copy that from late night TV shows, Constantine?
I'd have to look into that about who was doing the format of bringing a bunch of fucking bimbos on and asking them questions that they're incapable of answering first.
Jerry Springer.
But I don't. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Jerry Springer did it first. So you can't copyright a content style. You know what? You're right. I like Venti. I consider her a friend, but I don't. Even though we're only talking times, but I don't know if that's an accurate attack on Pearl's format. That other people do it
Jameson.
too.
That's offensive to James. Jameson's not that bad.
You don't know what they're talking about, but it's a format of bringing kind of random people together. Partly random.
Very random.
Very random.
Very random, yeah.
And you also have famous people, and we'll talk about that as well. But did you come up with that? Was that something that you saw other people doing?
No, I would say Fresh and Fit in Miami were probably the first ones to do that. So I went on their show.
Okay. What? Okay, sorry guys. One of the reasons why I'm saying at Decwa, Aiden, who cares? I've never seen this video, but I watched Brittany Venti's video, which in part responded to this. So I'm like, I'm going to be the only one who has a little bit of Brittany's perspective and what she was saying on this. But I don't know, Pearl just admitted to it that she kind of adopted it from Fresh and Fit, so I don't see the issue.
And what I liked about London is it was one of the most diverse places I've ever lived. Yeah. So I just thought it'd be cool to bring everyone in a room and talk about something that we all have in common, which is relationships.
That's very interesting. And so, sad. Why do you pick the subjects that you do? Why are you drawn to the subjects that you discuss? Because they are controversial, they can get you into hot water, etc.
I follow what interests me, and I just thought those subjects were interesting. It wasn't. A lot of people think it's a lot more drawn out. Every week, I'm just like, oh, that's an interesting topic, and we go for it. I would say it's a mix of relationships. Sometimes we add in some conservative stuff, but it's mostly about relationships.
And why does that interest you, Pearl? In particular, do you feel that relationships are in crisis now, or we don't value relationships, or we look at relationships in the wrong way?
I just think men aren't allowed to have standards in society, and that's just the one thing I notice. Whenever men say that they want something in a relationship, women always shame them for it. And I just thought it was so interesting how we never talk about the men's point of view. So
that is true. That is true. If a man says oh my God, it's so endemic. The man says, I don't date fat chicks. How dare you? You're so superficial. You're so, judgmental. And then if a woman says, which is very common, I don't date men under 6 foot. Well, that's totally fine. No one shames women for that, which is very common. However,
I don't particularly care about this, to be honest.
Yeah.
When I first started,
I mean, in the sense that men can say that. The people who shame men are the people that could never get the guy. Let's be brutally honest.
The women who are shaming, the women who are
so who gives a
screaming.
fuck?
Yeah, they're fat whales. The women who are getting mad at men for being like, I don't date fat chicks are fat chicks. It's like, okay, whatever, bitch. You go ahead for a minute. I'll be in the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Excuse me. I'll be right back.
That's why I don't give a crap. Like, oh, look, you're gonna shame men for having standards. Like, yeah, and you can't meet the standards, so fuck off. Like, you were never gonna meet the standards anyway, so like you're just basically barking into the wind. Jackass.
Started like introducing my friends to like certain types of content. So I would be like, well, have you ever thought about this way, or have you ever thought about that way? And I don't know, that's kind of how it started.
Right, so men are shamed for having standards. What do you mean by that? Let's just unpick that a little bit.
Okay, so what do we have? We have fat shaming. If a guy says, I want a girl in shape, oh, he's fat shaming. Oh, if a guy says, I don't want the town whore, then he's slut shaming. If he says, I don't want to, like, it's like anytime a guy demands something out of a relationship, or he's labeled as controlling. And I just got, oh my gosh, I got so tired in the past year. I got so tired. Because I just feel like we would talk about like basic things, and the men would say basic things that they wanted, and like they would just continue to be shamed for it. And it's just like one of those things, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
So what are the basic things? And look, a lot of people have said you use, let's
be shorter than me, be in shape, can cook, shut the fuck up.
Put it fruity language.
That's what Chris Rock said. Feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up.
Which, as they would say in the 1950s.
Men are so terribly complicated, but we don't know 3 basic things that make any man happy. Well done, women. And you think you're somehow smarter than men. I'm going to be very sexist in this.
That part
this
also.
Thing, by the way.
That always makes me laugh.
What, the feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up?
Yeah. Galactic Emperor Schlerm says, don't pay attention to the collapsing athletes. I'm not sure what that was in. It was a while back. Sorry, I just wanted to.
50s in England. Like the town hall.
Oh yeah.
You should have said
Town
the city hall.
The city hall. But,
yeah.
But so, what do you mean by that?
I think we know what you mean by that.
Not whore?
Yeah. No. But let's talk. What does that mean? Because
sleeping. Okay, I met one girl. She told me this was off camera. She didn't tell me this on camera. Girl, because we had a pro-life show. Girls had 7 abortions.
Wow.
7.
Yeah, we don't want you around, but we don't want you right. Yeah, that's Patrice O'Neill.
Like 28.
Yeah,
it's like madness. Like you can't tell me that's not madness.
Right.
And so we're just in this world where it's like girls are doing this crazy, crazy stuff. And if anyone has anything to say about it, we're the bad guys. It's just like, don't put me in that group. Like.
Well, that makes a lot of sense because I think a lot of people, including a lot of women, would be like, you've had 7 abortions. I mean, even if you're pro-choice, you'd sort of not be on board with that, most people.
You would be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Well, you think a lot of people...
I just want to point something out here because not about this, but...
Again, you and I always disagree on this point. You and I are of different minds about abortion.
Yes, but
however,
again,
I think
legal reasons.
I think we could also, you and I could probably agree that if a woman has had 7 abortions, something is deeply fucking wrong.
If she's had 1,
right?
something is wrong.
Well, yes, obviously. But if I would agree with that, I in favor of abortion. But if a woman's had 7, she's clearly using it as a form of birth. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's an invasive procedure. Like, outside, I mean, they've got that.
If you've had 7, clearly it's not invasive. You basically can just pass a coupon at that fucking point.
Exactly. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
There's
Buy one, get
something
one free.
very odd. There's something very weird going on. If you've had a woman who's had 7 abortions, that woman is
it just means you
mentally
fuck someone with
ill.
poor cum control.
No, she's mentally ill. No sane person would put themselves through that shit. Unless because they're insane and they get some fucking pleasure out of murdering children. I don't think that every single person who's ever had an abortion is a child murderer sadist who gets off on it. But if you've had 7, I think you are. And I think, I'm going to say something I'm probably going to regret. If you've had 7 abortions, I think you should be sterilized.
If you had 7 abortions, you can get pregnant. That's actually
I'm sorry. If you've had 7 abortions, I think you need to be sterilized. You shouldn't just you've had way more than your chances, right?
We don't have a problem with sterility. It's more how's it enforced?
If you've had 7 abortions, they need to just tie your shit up.
Tie your tubes, yeah.
Because clearly you can't. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Okay, something's very wrong. here, why you need to get more. And I don't think, I'm sorry. Like, I don't like to, because it sounds genocidal, right? Of course, trans activists have a problem with this. Oh, cut your uterus out. It's fine. But if you had 7 abortions, as long as they're not all rape, I agree. But what is the likelihood that you've been raped 7 times? And all of them produced a pregnancy? I think this is the things that a lot of men don't actually understand how difficult it is to get pregnant.
That's so absurd. It's funny.
But I think a lot of men, and this is why you get men who like agree with this shit, is they don't understand how difficult it is to get pregnant. It just having sex is very actually it's very actually unlikely to get you pregnant. One sexual encounter is very unlikely to get you pregnant in the big scheme of things. And it's, after 7, your womb's a cemetery. It literally is. I'm
really?
sorry if you pretty.
Oh, and if you after 6.
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, this one.
Genocidal. What do you think the woman is doing? I know, mad for song. I'm saying that people would take what I was saying and call it genocidal because technically preventing someone from reproducing, but they're preventing themselves.
What do I think the woman is doing? Well, in this case, recycling. That's a fucked up joke, but fuck you all. It's funny.
Bro, it is.
Screw you
funny.
all. It's funny.
But it's I'm sorry. Like, if you've had 7 abortions, I think it's time to tie your tubes. Be like, time to close up shop, lady. Like, you're clearly not. Something's really wrong there. And I don't want to like force sterilization, but I think it'd be like, it's like, when you have like a punch card, like, oh, buy 5 get 1 free or whatever on your 5th chance. Like, I think after 5, it's time to like close it up, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want to force people to do anything, but abortion is forcing death upon another life, so that's also a violation of the NAP. So if you're violating NAP, if this is the world we want to live in, where you get to violate the NAP by murdering your children, your NAP probably should be violated back. I don't like that kind of shit, but that's the world. That's the liberal world we want to live in.
People are on board with that.
Maybe not on board, but like legally.
Oh, yeah.
So here it's free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And do you think that these particular women don't take responsibility for their actions? Do you think it's society?
Why would, it's like we live in a world where women are bailed out of every single bad decision we make.
That's
if
true.
you want to sleep around, there's birth control. If birth control doesn't work, there's abortion. If the girl does get pregnant and wants to keep it, she can put the dude on child support and not let him see the kids. Like the guy gets 6 days a month, maybe if he's lucky.
That is
on
a
top
lucky
of that,
number.
if that doesn't go well, they can give it up for adoption. It's like women are always bailed out of every bad decision we make. I heard here they gave you free housing if you're a single mother. What incentive do we have to make good decisions if we get free shit from the government for making bad decisions?
It's a good point, but then surely isn't the system at fault rather than the individual, Pearl?
Why?
Both. I mean, I think the system's at fault for like allowing them to do that, but I mean, I think
this wouldn't exist unless the system allowed it to exist. Women would immediately revert back into their more natural state of wanting to care for children and their husbands and families.
Yeah, and who do you think votes for this shit?
Dumb women. But that's why women, well, again, I don't think anyone should vote, but women specifically shouldn't vote. Pearl in this video, as far as I've seen, has said that you should repeal and women shouldn't vote, which I agree with 100%.
We haven't even gotten there yet.
I know.
Your life is your own fault.
Yeah.
So if you can't tell me a girl had 7 abortions, that's not her fault.
No.
Like, come on.
I agree. That's why I'm surprised. Francis always likes to blame the system because he's an old school lefty. Everything's about the system.
No, I mean, I would say it's, okay, there's good people and bad people. But if you have a system that allows bad people to get away with the bad things that they do, then of course, the system's at fault too. However, like your own life is your own fault. So I kind of see both sides when it comes to that.
Yeah. And are these your politics that inform your worldview? Do you have a political outlook on life?
I would say I'm like more conservative, but like, no, it's just what I see in front of me, like, to be honest.
You're not that's the sense I get from you. You're not ideological. You just go, that's stupid, that doesn't work, etc. Right? That's my take on it. That's my sense of you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something else there. No. How have you found the experience of like just bringing in, because you just literally, do you just grab people off the street?
Oh, gosh. Oh, that's hell. Recruiting is hell. Yeah, basically a year ago I started with like my teammates, but I dunked on them a little too hard. So they stopped coming on. Because this one girl was trying to say that a guy that likes younger women was a pedophile. And I was just like,
okay, how much younger? Always the question. Riley Robo, so if a king is disloyal or unable to take care of the mother of the crown prince or be an example of the social norms you'd like, why would you expect them to be a caretaker to the nation? Why would the king not be able to do that? I don't understand the... Riley, I don't think I understand the question.
If
Why
king
would
is
the king...
disloyal, he would just be taken out by a regent.
Why would a king, under a traditional society, not be able or not be willing to take care of his wife and children? That's a little bit of an illogical statement to me, where I'm having a hard time understanding the question. Sorry, Riley.
No, I wasn't talking about underage women. Okay, I'd like to don't clip me. Don't do that. And I was just like, no, like that's just natural. That's what men naturally want younger women.
Yeah.
So
that is
true.
Then
they stopped coming on, but no, we recruit through Instagram.
Okay.
So
hang on. I want to put a caveat there. I don't know what she was talking about there. I don't know the exact example she was referencing. Men do want younger women because younger women are more fertile, but there's a line there too, I'd say.
Yeah,
do you agree, Spoon?
No, not really.
If it's 14?
The age difference?
No, if the woman is 14, girl.
That's a girl, not a woman.
I agree. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page with that. So if a guy's like, because I see this shit, I've seen this shit on 4chan a couple times. It's like, never engage with femoids over the age of 15 because then they're all sluts. It's like, you're a pedophile or a hebephile or phebophile or whatever it's called. But like, okay, I get that the Western sucks, and a lot of women by the age of 18 have taken a lot of dick down the road, but not all of them. And
like if your
way of dealing with this shit, if your way of trying to cope with this shit is to only be attracted to children, I think you're just attracted to children, in which case you're a pedophile and fuck off.
Like if a guy is like, say, 28 years old and the woman is like 19 or 20, like, I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Oh, well, I've talked about you about this before, which is that something that irritates me is that there's always these YouTuber dramas. It's like, oh, he was 20 and she was 19. She of course she has to be 17. He was 19 and she was 17. Like, I don't care. In those instances where it's like, yeah, he was 19, she was 17, I don't care.
Oh yeah, I said that before. Like, those laws make no sense. That if you're under the age of 18 and you fuck someone when you're 16, that's like it's more like that kind of sketch. But like legally, that's not something frowned upon. That as soon as you turn 18 and they're still 16, that's somehow now a crime. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I hate that stuff.
That law doesn't make any sense.
It's and yeah, you know, a judgment brought up too is like younger women bore me. I think so too. Like, if you want to have a decent like you do want to have a good relationship with your partner, right? Because you're trying. Hopefully, you're trying to, you know, in the trad shit, you're trying to form a life together where you're gonna have children. So you want to be with somebody who you can tolerate, and you're not going to know who that person is.
Hopefully, life
if they're
tolerates
a child. And by that, I even mean like a young, later teen. So you got to let like their personality develop a little bit. Yeah, the old rule is half the man's age plus 7. I agree with that one for the most part. However, at the same time too, I do hate the fucking YouTube drama shit that goes on where it's like, oh yeah, 19 versus 17. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, that's petty. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah, that's just trying to cancel somebody. It's usually what happened recently with who was it? Can't remember which YouTuber it was. There's some Mama Max caught that shit. A bunch of guys catch that shit all the time. It was a more recent one than Mama Max. Who caught all this stupid shit with this crazy woman? I don't know. It happens all the time. Where basically just some bitch goes crazy and mad and tries to ruin a man's life. Oh, almost like it happens all the time, even when they're not kids and they're full-grown adult people with children. Women, am I right?
A bunch of random people who want to come on the show to discuss these things.
Yes.
And you clearly, you know, as you said, you were dunking on your own teammates too hard, so they've left, right?
Some of them came back. They did come back.
They did come back. And how does that go? Because we do, I mean, certainly from our perspective, live in a society where, as you say, people are very uncomfortable with certain things that we all know are true being said out loud in the public eye. How does that go when you get a bunch of random people and you start dropping your truth bombs?
That's kind of weird that we live in a society. We're a free society, but we can't say shit because people get offended. Like, we're not a free society. We're run by fucking cocks and bitches.
We're not allowed to say anything true. Like, you know, something that I was, when I was recording that in my video, I realized that, like, because I was thinking about the stream that you and I listened to a bit of, and that I listened to some of with Dev and Lilith, where they were talking about the trans shooter. And I made a claim at the end of my video, and I was like, I better make sure that I can back up that claim with science. And of course I could, because I would never have made a claim without already knowing that it was true. And it was about the fact that, and I didn't even know how bad it was. I made the claim, and then I looked it up, and it was like way worse than I even assumed, because I had a memory of it, and I knew it was true. But it was that if you go on puberty blockers, you have a 98% chance of going on to take hormone replacement therapy, and then you have like a nearly 98% chance of going on to do sexual reassignment surgery, which is the whole problem of putting kids on puberty blockers in the first place, is because you put them onto a track where 98% of them will go on to having their genitals mutilated. It's not like, you know, affirming care, but I don't know. How'd that come out? How did I have come into that train of thought? Well,
no idea.
Well, sometimes not well. I've had a lot of girls come back and say they changed their opinions after coming on my show, actually, that they see the world in a completely different way. But I would say the majority hate me.
Yes.
Not that come on the show, but like, I don't know.
But that's interesting. So you've had people who've changed their opinions. Can you give a couple of examples of that?
I had one friend that stopped being friends with me last year because I had a post about something that pissed her off.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna have to, no, let her go. But there's a
she
problem
literally
with
said
this.
she stopped being my friend, wouldn't talk to me, whatever. She came back 3 months later and said, you were right. And I was a crazy feminist. And I realized I was wrong.
And what was the post?
Oh, it's not this part.
Modern women
later.
want to be victims.
Interesting. So let's explore that. Why do you think that, Pearl?
Because they play the victim in everything.
Which doesn't
That
make
is
any
true.
sense, because women are like, oh, we're girl bosses, but we're also afraid of our own fucking shadow, which...
Yeah, I covered this in my Liza Blue video. This is not the point that I thought it was. There is another woman that she talks about in this interview, I believe, where she says that her knew a girl who was too fat to get pregnant, but that part has been debunked. No, that's been debunked. This woman, that's part of the thing that was Venti's video, is that the woman was not too fat to get pregnant. And in fact, she and Pearl did a weight loss journey together years before she got married. And it just seemed like petty fucking bullshit. And that woman has come out and like been like, what the fuck? Why are you like, you know, silently name dropping, like non-name dropping me, but talking to me? It's not, this is not the case though. It'll be later. I think it's this.
Okay. But let's give some examples. Like, what do you mean by that? Is it?
It's like whenever, okay. So when I started doing the show, girls would come forward and they would say like, I was abused, right?
Okay.
And my first response as like a person is I believe them, right? And I think, you know, you have empathy, right? But then you find out that they didn't press any charges against the guy. So you're coming on a platform and you're saying, I was afraid to press charges, but you're not afraid to talk on my show. And this has happened multiple times. So people know who her ex is that watch the show. So she's publicly defaming this man's character with no proof or evidence. And so I just think—
Which is absolute bullshit, because women have no accountability for their fucking actions in the West. Like, again, I'm most prone to agree with Pearl on a lot of this stuff. Like, yeah, women have no accountability for their fucking actions. You can just go out there and defame a man, and in the vast majority of cases, everyone will believe you just because you're the woman. I mean, like, trust me, there are men who do this too, okay? But men just don't get believed as often when they pull that fucking horse shit.
A lot of times, like, or they wouldn't talk about how— I would ask the question, he hit you, okay, did you hit him first? And more often than not, they would hit first.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they didn't talk about that.
There's actually research on that. Sorry, my catchphrase. There's research on that. I covered it in my Johnny Depp video. Is that, yeah, oftentimes women will actually initiate a violent conflict, but women's most preferred use of violence is hitting, slapping, using nails, throwing objects, whereas men, you know, punches and fists and being a man who can beat the shit out of you. I don't know what the fuck goes through women's heads that think they can fuck with a man. It doesn't make any sense, but whatever.
It would talk. So that's what I meant as I was talking about how like women will play the victims when they started it. Like you can't hit a guy and not expect to get hit back.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Why do you say that? Because
because he has the right to defend himself, you fucking idiot.
I'm sorry. I agree with her on that 100%. You can't hit a man and then not expect to get hit back. If you started a conflict, like why are you putting all the onus on the man to like not defend himself just because you know he's stronger than you?
You know what's the most base clip on the internet for that? You see
What?
that guy with the hat and the beard in
Mhm.
the bar, and he has a plate of food
Oh.
in his hand.
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
bitch
yeah.
walks in and tries to like smack his beer out of his hand,
Yeah.
and like twice he evades it, and then he just smacks
Yeah.
her in the face with the food.
When she
That's
falls to the
fucking-
floor and starts crying. It's
yes, and like
fucking
grabs the
hilarious.
chair, like that's how every man should treat a woman who tries to smack
Yeah,
him. Just,
that's-
like hit him in the face.
I've seen people put this clip on Twitter and be like, "This is ridiculous." No, it's not. If you go up and punch a dude, like, what the fuck is the implication for men? If a dude, Spoon, if a man walked up to you and punched you or tried to hit you, say he slapped you, he threw a shoe at you, which is what actually, in terms of the research, the most common thing that women do in terms of physical abuse is throwing shoes. Isn't that funny? It's not funny, but like that is the most. It's just kind of ironic,
If
right?
you throw
Or
something at me, it's gonna
stereotypical.
get caught.
Right, but okay, so we're hanging out, Spoon, and then I get mad at you and I throw a shoe at you, or I smack you. Are you not allowed to smack me back? What the fuck?
If you smack me,
Oh,
I'm
why?
fucking end you.
This is the same thing with Bill. Like Bill would just eviscerate me into a pile of dust. You know,
He'd throw you out the window, probably.
but deserve it if you attack somebody. You know, talk shit, get
Well,
hit.
yelling some
If you
phrases,
are,
like
but if you're
Braveheart.
actually you're hitting someone, expect to get hit back, idiot. I agree with Pearl on that, then. Yeah.
From my own background, I was raised, whatever happens, whatever you do, you never lay hands on a woman. You just never do that. Whatever happens, you absolutely never do that.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I disagree with that.
I think they tell men that because they cater to women. If you hit someone, expect to get hit back.
Well, hold on.
Like,
So-
why is she exempt from any responsibility? Like, okay, if you go up to Dwayne The Rock Johnson and you punch him in the face, is anyone going to feel bad when you get hit back?
This is
When
what I
he
just
knocks
asked.
your brains
Fuck,
out.
here
Like,
it
why,
is.
why do we have that? Men don't have a cop out for that. But if a woman hits a man who's stronger than him, there's always a cop out. Then she's the victim. Oh, never hit a, no offense, but never hit a woman. Blah blah blah. It's like, no, you hit him first. Get out of here. And
Fucking
now
for
we're having
real. Actually, for real. Don't attack, physically assault anyone if you don't expect and not expect to get hit back. I'm so fucking sorry that women get upset by this. That some women get upset by this, but no. If you physically assault someone, you're gonna get then that you've escalated. You violated the NAP. Now we're at physical violence. I don't know. Jesus, what else can you expect? I agree with Pearl 100% on that.
cases where men are dying from women, like in Florida, where that OnlyFans model, did you guys hear about that?
No.
There was an OnlyFans model who killed her boyfriend. And like at first they thought it was like a mutually abusive relationship. Now CCTV footage, I don't know if it's called the same thing there, but elevator
this.
footage has come out and
Oh yeah.
like it's of her like literally beating the shit out of him. And like what, she doesn't deserve to get hit?
I mean,
I like the way he just headlocks her. Just like,
Yeah,
"Come
because it's
fuck
the
down."
easiest way. Is just because you can pretty easily subdue a woman who's like way smaller than you.
He's
but
like
like yeah,
35 pounds bigger than her. What the fuck are you doing, you moron?
he's way more than 35. He's 80 pounds over her. Did you see that? Like this is the tragedy of the modern woman being like fed all the feminist slop into her brain, thinking I can take a man. No, you can't. Holy shit. He weighs 60, 80 pounds more than you idiot. I'll see this for two says Pearl is like a little white pill for me. Yeah, I've usually liked Pearl's content, so I wasn't sure. Again, there's some shit that Brittany Benny brought up in her video that was like, oh fuck, that's but let's just watch this video.
Equal rights, equal lefts, baby.
I guess the counter argument to that is if a woman hits me, it's not going to do, with the vast majority of cases, that much damage. Now, we had Veronica
Doesn't make it
Hardy
okay.
in the studio with her husband Dan, and Veronica's a UFC fighter, and Veronica would destroy me in a matter of seconds. But the reality is, I can hit harder than the vast majority of women and cause more damage.
Yeah, so then it's on the women to not hit the men. Why would you hit someone stronger than you?
This is what I was gonna ask you.
And this is what I mean, like when we look at society, there's always like a bailout. So even right there, like you did it. And I think there's a lot of like little things that we don't notice in societies where it's like, never hit a woman, why? Why does she
It's
get
not a bad thing to teach your son. However, there are exceptions. So this is what I was going to ask you. Imagine you're walking down the street with your girlfriend.
Well, she brings up that it's an idiom of to never hit a woman, but like you should hit a woman you should be able to defend yourself from a woman who's hitting you. You should be able to defend yourself from a woman who's hitting you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a woman runs over and starts beating up your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Never hit a woman?
Yeah. So to me, I would physically restrain her, and I would.
What if she started beating you up?
What if she had a
You
knife?
couldn't restrain her.
What happens if she had a knife?
Or a stick, or a fucking...
Okay, right, okay. Then in that case, yes.
But my whole point in this is like, see right there, that's a bailout. The woman made a bad decision, and we put it on the men to bail them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, again, if we're making it a strength argument, right? We're talking about strength. You hitting Dwayne The Rock Johnson, he can't hit you back then.
Yeah.
But see, it's a gender thing. It's like women are always
Nice point. Well played.
seen as the victim, even if they started it. And that was my point, like with that post, is like these women will play the victim on my show. And this has happened so many times where a girl will come forward, I was abused, this happened. Then I start asking questions. And this is the thing, like in society, they act like we can't ask any questions when a woman says abuse, I don't say the R word on my grape, whatever. But then you say, did you press charges? No. Well, why are you publicly defaming a man's character? Because people know who you dated. So
we've had a bunch of feminists on the show, and I can hear their voices in my head right now.
Yeah.
And here's what they would say. They would say, look, if you look at the statistics, a woman is much more likely to be killed or raped or whatever by her own partner. So the biggest threat to a woman is the man that she's living with, right? Women are way more likely to be...
Men are more likely to be victims of a violent crime.
Yeah.
Who cares who's the perpetrator?
Yeah.
If men are more likely to be victims of, because then they'll always say, oh, well, I can't walk home alone at night.
I mean, that is a correct statistic. Men are, of course, way more likely to be victims of violent crime. And the domestic violence statistic goes both ways. Men are more likely to be abused by and victimized by a partner, and just as women are most likely to be victimized by a partner. It's why in any single fucking murder investigation, the first person you look at is the partner or spouse, regardless of gender, every time, because most likely they are the perpetrator.
I got attacked by a whale because of that statement. I just think, who cares who does it?
Do you not think, though, that if we live in a society where we have what biologists call sexual dimorphism, like men are different to women physically, right? Men are bigger, stronger, etc. Because women are physically, on average, less able to protect themselves, we should have some sort of extra care. I'm not saying, never hit a woman, because I can envisage a situation where in self-defense or whatever, that may happen. But we have to teach men to be extra careful with the strength that they have, particularly when they're dealing with women.
I think we should teach the women not to hit someone stronger than them. Like, I don't understand. Why do we put it on the men? Put it on the women. Don't hit.
Like again, once you violate the NAP, it's no holds barred. But women can't really defend themselves against a strong man. Like, they just can't. So the things, yes, but it's also like, it's okay. If a man instigates violence against a woman, right? It is a little bit different than if a woman instigates violence against a man, in that the woman is going to be way more easily subdued. Man starts beating on a woman, it's going to be way harder it's going to be way more severe, right? However, men have the fucking right to defend themselves if they're being attacked by a female. It's just, I think it goes both ways. It's just, we have to understand that there is sexual dimorphism and things aren't identical. That's it.
Don't hit, you should teach the women, don't hit anyone if you don't expect to get hit back.
I agree with that.
And I don't think anyone should be able to press charges on a guy. If she hit first, she started it.
Yeah, but what about if she hit first and then it escalated, and as a result of that, she was severely beaten? That surely should be able to press charges, because the level of violence is disproportionate to the situation.
You started it, you stupid bitch. Don't fucking punch the guy.
You started it. Yeah, I mean, and also, how can you not fucking understand the consequences of your action? It's like, okay, once you violate the NAP, the non-aggression principle, you have violated, you've broken that. Then now we're in a situation of aggression and violence. Women shouldn't do that in the first place. I agree with Pearl. Like, don't instigate violence against a man. But if a man has instigated violence against you, well, then and you don't, obviously be able to defend yourself. Get a gun.
If you hit the Dwayne The Rock Johnson first, then he beat the shit out of you.
Gun is the great fucking equalizer. So I mean, like, I'm not saying like it's just not necessarily you should always instigate to lethal violence. But if a woman is instigating violence against a man, he has the right to defend himself. And unfortunately, within the current paradigm, there's almost no way for men to do anything to defend themselves in a court of law when a woman has a bruise or something and she fucking started it. He'll be like, look at these scratches, look what she did to me. But the damage to his body will almost always be less severe and maybe even invisible. Because look at the Johnny Depp trial. Because women don't cause as much damage doesn't mean she wasn't physically fucking attacking him. So yeah, I actually do agree
with you.
Well, it depends. If you're given brain damage, I think you probably could press charges.
Yeah, absolutely, because it'd be grievous bodily harm. Because at least in English law, and there'll be somebody who corrects me on this, it's self-defense, Pearl. It's self-defense. If you attack me, I'm allowed to defend myself. But then it comes a point where I'm no longer defending myself and I become the aggressor.
Well,
I see what you're saying. I
That's
just genuinely
true.
believe
That is true. That is true as well. However, I also think that, like, if you've look, that's not how. It's a little bit of a silliness about how laws work versus how fights work in reality. Okay, Spoon, right? I slap you, right? You punch me. Am I gonna just stop? I'm like, we're not. You know what I mean? I'm just in a hypothetical. Am I gonna probably in most likelihood just stop there, or because whatever has caused me to engage. But you know what I mean? Like, whatever has caused me to start this altercation in the first place is probably not going to stop. So maybe I'll claw at you, and actually just broke a nail. Back and whatever. I'll claw at you or punch you back, and my shit might not do anything. But then, like, you're gonna be, that's how fights work. I think anyone who thinks otherwise has never been in a fight. I mean, I've not really ever been in a fight except with another woman, and it's like, you know, in high school, it's the only physical fight I've ever been in. But like, the way that my experience with fights work is that you do something, they do something back. They end up reciprocal. So it gets really, really fucking muddy as to determine who did what. You know, shit, Spoon would knock me out in one punch. So would Bill. I'm a very weak human being. I'm just saying, you know, in an instance where there was more of a even playing field, people don't tend to just kind of be like, attack you, get attacked back, and then stop. It usually tends to escalate, right?
I must protect my shiny noodle, yes.
that you should not hit someone and not expect to get hit back. That's my opinion on
I mean,
it.
there's a logic to that.
I just don't think you can really play the victim if you hit first. Like, you hit first.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's one thing if it's like, what? Go ahead.
You shouldn't hit people, right?
Yeah, but it's just interesting how in society it's like, see, you kind of like, not just you, it's like very common. We always like take the responsibility off of the women and like put it on the men somehow.
Yeah.
Hey, Francis, do you want to protect your privacy?
Of course I do. Now that
second.
I'm an
Sorry,
international
guys.
celebrity, please.
The great as well.
I like their ads.
Yeah.
Just beyond the physical stuff. What, like, can you give us some other examples of what you're talking about? Things that you talk to people on the show about?
Like, one thing is that men shouldn't sleep with so many women. And they'll say, like, men are responsible for all the whores, you know? But I really think it's on the whores for being whores. No, I'm serious. It's like, well, they'll be like, well, if the men weren't sleeping around, but it's like, okay, what % of men can sleep around?
Right.
1 out of 3 men are sexless. So, but.
Oh, good point. And in fact, it's actually, I think the statistics are actually a little higher than that. Is that it's a large percentage of men who absolutely cannot find any kind of sexual partner, short term nor long term. I think it's something like 50% of men who say they can't find a long term partner. Really, of men in a younger demographic. I think it's in the Zoomer demographic. I think it's 50 or 60% say they absolutely can't find a woman whatsoever for long term partnership. The reality is that it's a small portion of men who are the chads who sleep with a bunch of women, whereas it is a far larger portion of women who are a bunch of chads, or with a bunch of men of all different demographics. Men are not doing great right now. They're having a hard time finding anyone, and that's because women are the gateholders of sex.
By this logic, like, it's more on the women than the men, but it's like then they put it on the small percentage of men that are sleeping around. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense.
I don't know if you've heard that argument or not.
I haven't actually, no.
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone blame the men for the fact that women are doing a lot of sleeping around. That's
really,
weird.
I hear it all the time. They always say like women like, but the men are sleeping around when we talk about like women being whores. Yeah. Yeah.
But women, there is an incentive for women to be whores in the modern society, but I actually don't think you can blame men. Yeah, look at Instagram and all that shit.
Yeah,
there's a big incentive. No, but there's a big incentive for women to sleep around.
Getting fucked.
I'm getting there. Is that there's a big incentive. You can see these women who be like, oh, well, I'm gonna date this guy this week. He's gonna buy me a dinner. And then when I'm done with him, I'll go date another guy. He'll buy me dinner and he'll buy me all this stuff. And then when I'm done with him, I'll move on to this other guy. It's this very
the fucking
economic sort of model that women follow.
Fucking Asian chick, the Wall Street.
Right.
one.
Right. Yeah, we watched it before on the channel. A very economic model of trying to extract resources from a man and then move on. Once you think you've gotten everything out of him that you can.
A parasite.
Yeah. I do think that kind of incentivizes women to be, but actually women in that kind of situation, they're actually required to put out, aren't they? Just to, and that in most of these situations, they're not required to. But there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Like women have found this like min-maxing strategy where it's like, oh, I just go out with as many guys. I go out with like 7 guys a week, 5 guys a week, and he buys me dinner, and I don't have to buy food. I don't have to buy groceries. 'Cause dude buys me dinner. It's pretty predatory, in my opinion. I don't know how many women are doing that. Probably not a lot. But some whorish behavior. What was the original question, though? Now I think I've gotten off a little bit off target.
Sleeping around.
Sleeping around. I mean, both sexes of young people do it to the best extent that they can. Women just have no. Again, they gain incentives.
Filter standards.
Yeah, you get for a lot of these young women, you get a dinner out of it. Sometimes you get gifts, money. With the OnlyFans stuff, you certainly get money.
Yeah, so basically your only means for a man is materialism.
Yeah, which is obviously horrifying. But I'm not sure how actually common that is in terms of this.
It's like, but the men slept with her too. But I think it's 100% the woman's fault if you get pregnant. Yeah.
It's interesting. Why?
100%. Because we have 41 forms of birth control. And
Pearl's right about that. I'm sorry, there's no fucking excuse for that one. There is no fucking excuse. Unless it, like, and it actually is more complex than I probably even get into, but I'll preface it. Yeah, preface. I'll preface it by saying, something like 70% of young girls are put onto birth control by the age of 12 or 13. Now, I think the average numbers is about 40% of women are on hormonal birth control in the United States, 30 to 40%. But that includes women who are.
Hold on a sec.
No longer reproductive
what's the difference
years?
between a porn addict and a sex addict? 5 fingers.
Oof. But something like more than half of all reproductive age are on hormonal birth control. So the rape thing has a little. I'm not saying it's okay to rape people, obviously, because they're on hormonal birth control and they won't get pregnant. I'm saying that generally speaking, women at this point, far larger than any other point in human history, definitely control the means of reproduction. In that women can get abortions.
That's what I heard Marx's voice.
Pretty easily. There's also something called the Plan B pill, which is still legal, I think, in almost every state. I don't want them to ban that because there's reasons for that. And that one is if you have been raped, you can take this pill and it's an abortifacient. It will make sure that implantation does not happen. It's not even an abortion. In that way, it prevents the pregnancy. That's why I'm totally okay with that drug. Did it take it within 72 hours? Because it prevents implantation. But women are the ones who get to decide that. Women also have so many more forms of, like, for male birth control, there is some kind of drug, but I would be very skeptical of taking it, just first if I were a man. And then other than that, it's barrier method. Or pull-out method. So men don't have a lot of access to different birth control. Women, however, have access to countless aspects of birth control and birth control. That part is true. I'm not saying that, like, look, that just abandon the rape case stuff because that's such an. But even if it happened, there is Plan B, and there is abortion. But Plan B again prevents contraception. It doesn't prevent contraception, so you're right, and that is maybe a little bit of an ethical issue, but it does prevent implantation. So it depends on how you feel about it. I'm in favor of Plan B because it seems to be something that it is, again, like in the cases of rape, in the cases of something really fucked up happening, and it happens so early. Even as a Christian, I don't think there's a problem with taking a moral problem. That's why I'm in favor of Plan B. I'm more skeptical about abortion, obviously, but with Plan B, not so much. That's pretty okay. That being said, women, Pearl is right. Women have about 1,000 different options for. I'm exaggerating, but a bunch of different options for how they want to go about doing birth control. And when they are in their teenage years, actually, the majority of women are placed on birth control as a means of monitoring, measuring, controlling hormone levels in the United States. That is a fact. So I mean, how much women are the ones who get to control this and always have been, but now more than ever in history.
What if birth control fails?
Condoms.
What if someone? I know someone who was using condoms and birth control.
Abortion.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're saying pregnant.
Adoption. I mean, I don't believe in abortion, but it's legal. So then you have 100% control over who's born as a woman. So.
That's true.
But if you
Child
have
support.
sex, there's always a risk of pregnancy. You know, so is that really fair to say? That
yes.
But yeah,
I guess
because the man only has one choice. I guess you could do 2 vasectomies: condom, no condom.
Yeah.
Right. Where the woman has like 20 choices. Abortion.
Whoa,
no
that's what I
abortion.
just said.
Plan B or no plan B.
Fuck,
41
holy
forms of birth
shit.
control or no 41 forms of birth control. What else is there? Adoption, no adoption. Child support, no child support. Letting him have access to his kids, not letting him have access to his kids. The women have all the choice. So it's like, if we have all the choice, why don't we have all the responsibility?
Because there's 2 people involved in the creation of a child.
Right, but there's 6 choices for the woman and 1 for the man. And the other thing, like the woman can lie where the man can't. The woman can say she's on birth control, say she took the plan B, say she has an IUD, and the man could be sleeping with someone and not even know that. Where the woman.
Whoa. Okay. I don't know why. Why is this getting them in trouble? I agree with Pearl 100% on this. She's completely correct. She's completely correct on this.
Woman knows if he's wearing a condom or not wearing a condom. So there's only one situation, like the woman is the only one that's in a situation where she can fully consent to everything, assuming there's no rape, whatever, because she knows all the details where the man doesn't.
Yeah. I mean,
Fuck,
also,
dude.
there's
Oh my
several
God, it's
instances
rare I hear
of,
my own
man
arguments just
removing a condom
repeated
during
back
sex,
at
a
me.
woman not
Fucking
noticing
A.
a man ejaculating in a woman.
I don't believe that. I feel like that's like a cop-out, to be
Do you think?
honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like the girls just say that. I don't really believe it. You didn't notice? Okay.
So what I'm curious.
I mean, how drunk would you have to be to not notice he's not wearing a condom? Like, it can fall off, by the way. It can fall off, but this is. I'm sorry, she's completely correct on this. She's 1,000% correct. Women have 1,000 different ways of avoiding getting pregnant or preventing pregnancy or then terminating the pregnancy, and men have none, and then they're on the hook forever.
About is what happens when you say all this to a bunch of random people that you've brought in off the street.
They're like super understanding.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah,
I don't see that.
No,
Like Americans don't get irony.
I got whale attacked for one of these opinions because this girl, I was doing street interviews, and this girl was like, I can't walk home alone at night. My life is so hard. And I was just like, she was a whale, you know what I mean? And I only say
You mean
that-
she was overweight?
Very fat, yeah.
Yeah.
And so what she did was she was like, and I was like, well, why don't you just not live in a big city? Why don't you just live somewhere safer? Why don't you just not walk home alone at night in a big city? Men are more likely to be victims of a violent crime. And then she's like, well, and then she attacks me. She tries to, she's like, I'll have you, you slag. I didn't know what a slag meant. Okay, I didn't even know what a slag was, but she was like, I'll have you, you slag, I'll have you. And I was like, have me, like what? And so then she like knocks them out.
I mean, I don't know. I can totally see that happening. It's very often fat women complaining about shit like this. Just in my experience. It's a lot of fat women who, like, they desperately want to be wanted by men, but they're not, so they have to, like, invent this rape scenario in their head, which is oftentimes kind of a fetish. Like, oh man, it would be terrible if a man raped me. It'd be so awful. I really, I'm not saying that they want to be raped, obviously. Like, they invent these scenarios in their head, and they get mad when anyone tells them, like, well, have you thought about it logically? Are you there, Spoon?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're always wake up, slap yourself on the face, slap yourself on your
I've
metal.
been here this whole time. You've just been talking.
You know you. Because I'm trying to talk with you, but you're not talking back.
My friend had to like pull her away. And then I got it taken off of my YouTube for privacy. Bitch, you attacked me. And she wouldn't leave my, yeah, sorry. So yeah, they're really understanding. Yeah.
That's so, I'm kind of lost for words a little bit because.
Yeah, she was like super nice. I love Britain.
Yeah. You see some of those girls up and down high streets on a Saturday night.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends on the girl. Like some girls, I've had girls say they've changed their entire opinion. Yeah. I've had some girls say they never thought of it that way.
Have you always had these opinions, or has your view of this evolved over time?
I've always been more conservative. Some things, I recently decided that women shouldn't vote.
You decided women shouldn't vote?
Yeah, that's a new opinion.
Why's that?
Okay.
I'll take one for the team, yeah.
Okay, why shouldn't women vote?
Because we're chemically different every single day.
Right.
And okay, we make 70.
Well, hold on.
okay.
Does that mean you shouldn't be on YouTube then? Because you're chemically different. Your opinions could be bullshit.
No, I don't think. I actually don't think that's a fair question, Constantine.
One is voting, the other one's one is putting someone into power, the other one's an opinion.
Whoa, say, hang on. I don't think that's a fair question, Constantine. I don't think that's a fair. I think it's a false equivalence.
Yes, it is.
She is actually correct. Like that's one of the reasons why I also don't think women should vote. Women are hormones. Like they change constantly. I mean, even as an autistic woman, like my shit changes all the fucking time. And I don't know. We've been like best friends for over a year, Spoon. Am I sometimes just not like weird?
Not really.
Really?
Maybe. No, you're.
Well, Bill lives with me, and I'm sure he could tell you that there's some days where I'm just. But then sometimes he's in a bad mood because men are too. But like, I don't know. It happens to men as well. But look, women think with emotions way more than men do. Now we're monarchists, so we don't think anybody should vote, which is why I'm like repeal 19, but also nobody should vote. So then.
That's because you think like a guy.
Well, I think my opinions there are consistent. Like, I don't want anyone to vote because I don't think anyone is able to make very cogent, non-emotional decisions about politics. But that's because we've. But if we're gonna live in a democracy, then I think I would rather have it that women didn't vote than, and I wouldn't feel disenfranchised by that whatsoever. Because there's other ways that women, because you know how women influence politics then, advocacy, through men. Through raising men, through helping men. That's our role in society. I don't feel like I'm lesser than by that being the case. Just that women aren't
built for power.
Particularly good at, and this is every piece of data I've ever read is illustrates this. Women are extremely emotionally volatile, and so I don't think that they should be able to vote either. I agree with it. I don't think that's a radical position either. I mean, apparently it is now, but I agree with Pearl on that. Let's see what happens.
Because
they could be, yeah. Should I be banned off of YouTube? What does that have to do with voting? It's like a false equivalency.
Okay.
So
good, nice shot.
To me, it's like
I mean,
I feel like if she
again, I said something and then she said it the exact same thing. Fuck. Okay.
It goes south. Who's going to war? Okay, you know, I'm gonna let me start from the beginning. Let me start. Actually, I want to start from how
you don't want to be jumping on this fucking train.
I want to start with how I got this opinion.
Okay.
I want to start. Let me. Okay, because I heard from a guy named Rollo Tomasi, genius, right? Very smart.
He's a pickup artist, isn't he?
No.
Is he not?
No.
I don't know anything about that world. What is he?
So, no, he a lot of the stuff in the space of YouTube, like he's just like one of the thought leaders, I would say.
Okay.
I don't know this guy they're talking about at all.
Is he the Italian comedian who's in his 70s and talks about? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. We keep interrupting you.
Because I feel like when I say this, it sounds crazy.
It does a little bit.
Yeah, and when I first heard it, I thought it was crazy. Okay. But what I heard was that women didn't want to vote.
They didn't. Actually.
So when I was like,
what do you mean women didn't want to vote?
Like the first
they threw themselves under fucking carriages to vote.
Some did.
Some of them did. Yeah. What the fuck?
No, it wasn't. The majority of women back then. We always talk about the suffragettes, but there was also the anti-suffragettes.
Yeah.
And that was the majority of women, when asked if they wanted to vote, said no. In the U.S., I don't know what it was like here.
Okay.
You know, this is U.S.
Whoa, this is why they got fucking crucified for this video. The vast majority of women did not want to vote. That's true. The vast majority of women, there were suffragists threw themselves under carriages and made themselves into martyrs so they could get this fucking shit pushed through. But the vast majority of women at the time knew that it wasn't probably a good idea and didn't want to vote.
The vast majority of people didn't want to fucking ban alcohol either, but a bunch of fucking whiny bitches were the reason they got fucking banned.
Exactly. So this run at the exact same period of time.
Yeah.
This is why.
Volstead Act. This is why you don't listen to women.
Well, listen to Pearl. In this case, she's correct. The majority of women at the time.
Legislation.
The majority of the women at the time were not suffragettes. It was a minority of women that got 19 passed. Whoa. Okay. This is why people were mad at you. You two guys, Constantine and I always forget the guy's name. Shoot.
And I was like, why did women not want to vote? Now. So I read some of their writings from back then, okay? And they basically said this is the beginning of the breakdown of the family. Because back then, when you got married, you became one, and you trusted your husband to make that decision, okay? Now, that was one argument, and I was like, okay, well, but society's a little different today. Argument number 2. Back then, they had to be drafted. So any woman that wanted to vote had to go to war, because you're voting, in the US anyway, for your command.
At least in terms of their interpretation, at the time it would have been logical. Of course, that is not how it worked out. But I can understand why the anti-suffragists would have been like, I don't want to be fucking drafted. Yeah.
Commander-in-chief. Because if they go to war, who's going to have to deal with the consequence? And that's where we're at, is because if shit...
Also, no, Anna, I'm not saying that Islam is right about women. I'm saying that this is always an opinion long before fucking Islam reared its ugly head in the West. So the idea that this is Islamic when we've had this way before is... No, I don't like that framing.
Shitmaster, where'd you send me a paper? On Twitter or on Discord? I didn't see any.
Go south and we go to war, the men are the one that are going to have to deal with the consequences. So, yeah, I felt like if we want to vote, we should be equally, because women want equality, equally drafted, just like the men.
No, they don't want equality. They just think it sounds nice.
I don't want women in the military.
I don't want
Holy
women in most
shit.
places of power.
I don't want... Jesus Christ. And there are women in the military. What a fucking mistake. Women don't belong anywhere near the military. That is
Except
insane.
if you're Soviet Union, in which case some of them do. Like
I mean, maybe
the top female sniper in the Second World War.
Snipers, yeah. Actually, there is some evidence that women make quite good snipers because we can lower our heart rate and stuff and survive in horrible conditions for longer. To be able to sit there and
cold-blooded murderers.
Just sit there and watch something. I love sniping in video games. It's my favorite thing to do. I think is there some like something in the female DNA that makes us, besides the fact that we can like slow our metabolism down to a certain degree to survive in horrible conditions, just sit there and watch shit. It's my DMs, Shademaster. Yeah.
You're thinking we don't have the draft anymore, right? That's probably a thought. However, we have selective
Shademaster,
service.
I don't think you've actually DM'd me. You might have DM'd somebody else because it's not. I don't see it either on Discord nor on Twitter, so I don't know where it would have been, which is weird. But fuck, yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any. Sorry, I don't understand.
Meaning that if a man, and if there's a crisis, right, and we do go to war, the men have to be like they then can be taken to, I'm butchering it a little bit. Does that make sense? But, and if they don't do this, they're fined $100,000. Is that equal? Is that fair? Where we have the same rights, but we don't have the same responsibilities if shit goes south? I don't think that's fair. So I thought about it. Would I want to be in selective service if I had to pick? My answer is no. No, I will give up the right to vote to not have to do that. And I think that would be fair. I think feminists, they want equality, but they don't want the responsibility that comes with it. That's my opinion.
Yep, that's true.
Okay. Now, what's interesting about that is in some countries, like Israel, it's men and women do national service.
I like the way that they completely ignore.
They did kind of ignore her actual argument.
Yeah, just like, yeah, we're just going to move along because I have no fucking comeback to what she just said.
Yeah. I think Pro kind of owned them a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want that.
And Twitter,
keep me out of that. Keep me.
But also, women are far more likely to vote for peaceful and left-leaning parties.
Women are more likely to wage war. Fun fact: in the last 500 years, in the last 500 years,
that's also actually
queens were more likely
true.
to wage war than kings.
Also, I dispute the idea that left-wing parties are more peaceful. But
yeah, so you think
no, left-wing parties are more driven by power. They just it just looks more authoritarian because of the past governments that we've had. But then if you bring them like, hey, look, if you look at them now, no, left-wing people tend to be quite psychotic.
So this is real quick. Shademaster sent me a bachelor's, which is interesting. It's actually quite short. BA. Oh, sorry, I laughed there like it's serious, but well, to be fair, we don't take BAs too seriously, but I will read this Shademaster because
no. Okay, good.
But it's called "Why Latter-day Saint Women Owe the Feminine." Absolutely. I will read this. I don't take BAs super seriously. Wow. That's something I'm not supposed to do, isn't it? But I'm doing it. Is that academic? Isn't that? Fuck.
And So
Sorry.
you genuinely believe that women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
Well, okay. I'm gonna
bad
caveat
academic.
this.
Okay.
I don't think it's likely this will ever happen.
Yeah,
I'm
we can
never
agree on
really
that.
going to campaign for this to happen. Like, how could?
I think it's going to blossom more than you think.
Yeah, everyone's fucking tired of women's shit, including other women.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice it is.
Because women know it's fake.
Aiden, for God's sake, I'm still talking. Jeez, Van Graaswoman. It's
Go back to the
slowly. No, the kitchen is where men cook better than women. It's slowly dripping out into the mainstream. It's very subtle and it's very slight, but it is becoming spoken about in more than just beyond a mimetic way to trash women.
Because it's not about trashing women. It really isn't. I don't think it is. It's about saying that men and women have roles.
No, it's true. It's true, but I mean, in the sense
flourish.
that nowadays, if you say repeal the 19th, it's kind of in a meme way to just like, oh, you want a woman to shut up. Like, yeah, we do, but it's not because we hate them. It's because you're just kind of stupid.
Hang on. Apparently, I'm being choppy. It's because I had to turn my voice shit way up the other night. I forgot about it. Okay, so the title of the paper is called "Why Latter-day Saint Women Owe the Feminist Movement Absolutely Nothing." I've probably been chopping out this entire freaking stream. Now I notice it. Damn
Men
it.
do cook better
Sorry.
than women. Look at all the best chefs; they're all men.
Yeah, true.
Nowadays, however, I think the outcomes would be better.
Okay.
And now this goes back into the documentary that I'm making. So I'm making a documentary on the court system here in the UK. I wish I brought my notebook because I have it all laid out in my note. I should have brought my notebook. I didn't. But the issue in the UK is that men only get custody of their kids 10% of the time. Would you agree that's crazy?
Yes.
Would you agree if your kid, you should get 50-50 custody?
It depends.
Off the bat.
It depends.
Off
Well,
the
I
bat.
actually don't agree with
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
And I'll tell you why I don't
Okay.
agree with it. And this will make me very problematic because I am suggesting that men and
interested.
women are different. But as someone who has a young child, they're way better off with their mother on average.
Under the
No,
age of 8, over
no,
the age of 8,
no. Oh my God. No scientific study has ever found that to be correct. Where are you getting this from, Konstantin? You're usually such an intellectual person. Where are you getting this from? That's incorrect. First of
Basing
all,
off his own experience.
children always are best off with both parents. But no, that's not correct. Children are not better off with a single mother household. Look at the absolute insane, horrible fucking outcomes of single mother households. They're terrible. Konstantin, how could you possibly fucking say that? Oh my God. Okay, this is why the ratio, this is why the ratio is the way that it is. How could you say that, Konstantin? You need your father. You need your mother. And just giving it all to the mother is an absolutely clown shoes idea, which is what we've been doing for the last 70 fucking years. Boys and girls need their fathers. This is ridiculous. How could you? I can't believe it flies in the face of every piece of fucking research we've done. We're allowing it to happen because women's liberation or whatever, not based on research, not based on data, not based on science. Just that's what we've been doing. My God.
kids have better outcomes with the father. Single father homes have significantly better outcomes than single.
Under their
mother.
age of 8, though, they need the mother.
True.
But it's all case specific because if the mother's a psycho, then no.
Under
and if the
the
father
age
is
of
abusive,
8, they-
then no, right?
Or has addiction issues or whatever else.
Okay. These are more extreme cases. If the mother's an absolute psycho, yeah, then the child needs to be taken away from her. If she's an actual absolute psycho, same as if the father's an
I like the
actual
way she
absolute
uses
psycho.
a general average and then they throw in caveats.
And then they
and
go to the
specifics.
extremities.
Yeah.
And they go into the extremities. That's like an SJW type argument, is to take an average and then
Take
go to the
extremes.
extremity.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Guys, what are you doing?
It's like
I
the
used to
SJW
respect
on abortion.
Again, I usually respect these people. What are you doing? Like, why are you going to the extremes of, oh, the mother's mentally ill, the father's mentally ill, the father's abusive, the mother's abusive. Okay, let's talk about the average case. No, children need
'cause what she
both
just did.
parents. Children need both parents. And Wowee. I was not expecting it to go there. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting it to go there.
I personally think that it's 50-50. It's 50% his DNA. He should, off the bat, be entitled to 50-50 custody. Now, they could talk about it based on his work schedule and then switch it, but off the bat, 50-50 custody. Would you agree that 10% of the time, men getting access to their children being the primary custody hold, like that's insane?
There's a lot of problems with the way that divorce is handled, etc. I mean, I know people who, someone who was married for a couple of years, they were both professional people working. Her career and income were not in any way affected. And then they divorced after a couple of years and she got a shit ton of his money for no fucking reason.
I'll tell you about this guy that I interviewed yesterday, and it's going to tie into the voting thing, but it's just going to take a second. So he has 3 daughters, okay? 3. And he was married to a good girl for 10 years. She was like of a Muslim background, so they had like the same, does that make sense? Same background.
Yeah, of course.
The marriage ended, right? And all of a sudden there was a restraining order put out against him and an allegation of abuse. Why was there allegations of abuse? Because in the UK, you get free lawyers if you claim that the man abused you. So now he has to pay for a house that's not his. Okay, so he has to, because the house is in his name, and he's kicked out of the house because of the restraining order. He doesn't have access to his kids, and on top of that, he has to pay child support every month. He loses his job
and to pay for the
because
barrister.
he's homeless now. Loses his job, he doesn't have access to his kids, because he's working in like electricity or something, and it's like a very high stress job, and like you can't have a guy that's
who's not focused.
So he loses his job. Now his option is he goes to the lawyers, right? And the lawyers, he has 2 choices. He can either accept the restraining order and accept and plead guilty basically to abuse, or he can pay 20 to 30,000 pounds and fight for his kids. And the odds he gets his kids is 10%. And this time the mom is no longer letting him see the kids. They're a mile away from him. 3 daughters. He hasn't seen them in a year and a half.
Oh, dear God. No, I know she's citing a specific case, but this does happen with extreme regularity. And that's what's horrifying. You're working in electricity. Yeah, like, not always the most eloquent, right? But I've seen...
All that in electrician.
I've seen countless cases like this. I mean, but it happens all the time because all of the onus of responsibility is put on the man, and yet he's not even allowed to see his children, despite being the one to be responsible for their welfare. And it is, I don't know the exact case of that, but I do believe that that's accurate. I don't know. Do you know if that's accurate, that women will receive a barrister for free in cases of custody cases?
You're asking me?
Yeah, well, we both technically live in the UK, and she's talking about UK law.
I do not live in the UK.
We live in the general region of the UK. I don't live in the UK either. We live in the general region.
I do American law because I live in Canada.
Come on.
It's not even the same fucking country, Aiden.
I know, but we live in the general vicinity of it. I'm not technically in the UK either, but like, we're in the vicinity of it. Okay, so UK barrister for
I don't know why she would lie.
Women custody. Let's see. Fee.
So what happens next?
I have no idea if what she said there is true.
Can you play?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just saying. I looked it up.
Now
I don't
he's
see
broke,
any.
and he goes to court. And the problem is these girls go to women's shelters, and at the women's shelters they basically know the system of how to get the most money and the most time with the kids, right? And the other issue with the lawyers is that because they get free counsel from the women's shelter, what incentive do they have to really help the guy?
Okay, that part I do know is accurate in America. Okay, that part I have seen evidence of in America. I don't know in the UK, but I have seen evidence of that in America when I've done research on this in the past, which is that, yeah, when women go to women's shelters with their children, and they're given basically a lawyer for free, who is someone who is attached to the women's shelter and to some nonprofit organization. Not in all cases, but in many cases, right? So all I would say to Pearl is that probably the problem that people have with her speech here is that she's being too universal rather than saying it happens in many cases.
I mean, their number one clients are women. So a lot of these men are given bad advice in court.
Oh, I'm starting to understand why men don't want to get married.
Yep.
So now it takes him a year and a half to even be able to fight the restraining order, to even get a chance to get access to his children. Like and remember, just one phone call. You can't go home. You don't have your kids. So then he tries to fight it. And now he's still in court over the whole thing, right? But this is where a lot of men commit suicide.
Yeah.
I certainly
They don't
think
see
about
any
it.
way
I was
out.
in that situation where they took, and he's in his 40s and 50s. It's not like he's a young guy. I mean, how old are you guys?
40.
40. So you can imagine everything being, like, your business being taken, your house being taken, your kids being taken tomorrow. Now, the question is, why is this legal for her to do this? There's no repercussion. Like, isn't that a fair question?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, why is it legal for her to deny access to the kids with no legal repercussion? Oh,
I've noticed it's been a half an hour and they've said shockingly little as
The
a,
things
as a
they
comeback
have said
to
have-
anything that she said.
I'm actually,
Like, she's actually beating the fuck out of them, let's be honest.
I have to say, like, I was expecting this to not to be kind of the other way around, because, like, I watched Venti's video and I watched some of the things Pearl said and I was like, oh, I don't agree with that at all. But I think you can have a nuanced opinion on somebody, and I get where Venti's coming from, but Pearl has done nothing but BTFO these two guys for 40 minutes, and they've had very little to say, except for things that were, like, demonstrably wrong or stupid. And they're not stupid, which is what makes me confused by this. Why are they taking this stance? Is this considered an extremist stance? Because everything that Pearl has said is shit I've been saying for the last 6 fucking years.
No, fair enough.
Actually, let me get through it. So let's say he gets his kids. Let's say he gets to court, he fights it, he wins, and if he doesn't get primary custody, which he only could get 10% of the time, so most likely he loses, spends all this money and all this debt, still paying for his old house. He could get his kids 6 days a month. Finally, the court gives him his kids. She can just do it all over again. She can just file another restraining order. It takes him a year and a half. The other issue, it takes, what happens to 2 years without seeing your kids? It's a different child. You don't know what she's been telling the kid. They might not even want to see you after 2.
That's actually a completely correct thing, is that, and that's something that people often don't bring up, is that if the woman really wants to prevent you from being able to see your kid, she can bring up another restraining order while still also being able to extract child support. If the one restraining order fails, she can file another. In the U.S., it's called a PPO, personal protection order. She can keep filing them over and over and over and over, so you can't see the children because you can't be within, like, anywhere near her, so you can't see the kids. And then you could maybe try to work it out where, like, you have an intermediary, like a therapist or something, come and pick the kids up and do a drop off. That's not really going to happen in most cases. And so she can just keep filing more and more PPOs, more protection orders. And all while this is going on, you would still be required to pay her child support while she's denying you access to the kids while all this legal nonsense is going on. Yeah. It doesn't happen always, but with a particularly, like, vile, evil, litigious bitch, it absolutely is legal and allowed for within the system.
Why is this legal? Like, why? And that's my question. Like, why on earth is this legal? Like, this is an atrocity. I started asking my Uber drivers. There are so many Uber drivers that I've had that talked about how they're Ubering because their ex-wife screwed them over in divorce. So why is this happening? Family court, okay? It's not based on if you're guilty or if you're innocent. It's based on a balance of probabilities.
Yeah.
So you can accuse someone of something with no evidence and no repercussions. And again, the women's group comes in with all their lawyers. The man comes in broke. He comes in with nothing. Half the time he can't even defend himself. And if he does, again, $20,000 to $30,000, the lawyers do not have his best interest at heart. Now let's say he gets lucky, right? He wins, he gets the kids for 6 days a month. What happens? She can do it over again. And it's legal because the politicians pander to women, because the biggest swing voting group is women. Yep. And what incentive do the men have, do the politicians have to change the laws when they're not going to be reelected? And that's happening.
Voting is the fucking problem of
exactly
so much. Just get rid of democracy, my fucking God.
Right in front of our eyes.
And what do you think should...
That's a failure of democracy, though. Sorry. Oh, thank you. There's a failure of democracy because women can just, they will vote for this stuff and they'll continue to vote for it because all of it
benefits
again,
them.
they're the biggest voting bloc, and they'll just vote for more shit like this.
Do you know that you see that 2016 map of, like, if just women voted?
Yeah, I remember.
Like, Hillary would have won with, like, 490 fucking electoral votes. Like, it's fucking insane.
Women just vote for Gibbs. They always do, because women are collectivistic. So women vote for more money, more power. They don't vote for things that are good for society. They just vote for what they think will.
Yeah, because they're self-centered bunch of cunts.
Not all of them, but women tend to be more, because women.
If I'm going by voting demographic, yes.
Women are looking to maximize their personal power and wealth in this second, whereas men tend to be more long thinking. This is not all women, it's not all men, by the way. There's totally many, many men who think very short-sightedly.
You know what it is? It's single women.
Well, because single women
fucking women are the bane of Western existence.
When men and women work together, this is one thing I want to really, really emphasize. I'm not anti-woman. I'm a woman, for fuck's sake. But the thing is that it's pro-tradition. Men and women, we work together as a unit, as a group. Like, we work together to the benefit of the family and society overall. It's because we've allowed this and encouraged this split, and women just be like, oh, you go your own way and raise your kids your own way. That's what's caused all this nonsense. It's single motherhood. And women think, because women are always looking to trade up, right? Hypergamistically. They're always looking to trade up. Not all, but
which group is responsible for most single mothers?
Leftist tells women you can always trade up. You can always go find a billionaire. You can always go find a billionaire tomorrow. I swear, you can do it. No, you can't, bitch. Like, you look at have you ever seen these? Like, I mean, you're single, and you ever like look at fucking dating profile apps? It's like women's like, I won't talk to any like low value male. I require a 9 out of 10 appearance. You got to make 150,000 pounds a year.
Dating profiles?
I don't know if you do. I wouldn't imagine so.
I have never been on a dating website. The idea of it is fucking cringe.
Yeah, but you're single, so I was wondering if you had. I don't know. It's like, I require...
Okay, I'm going to piss off a lot of people, but the idea of going on a dating app to me, is a sign of desperation.
I mean, that's how I felt about it, but I understand why in our connected world people do it. But like, you look at these dating profiles, and it's always women being like...
Hinton. I'm not going to say I haven't, but
yeah.
I've never specifically gone on a dating app. Like, that's... No.
But you look at these fucking profiles, and they're like, women are like, I'm a queen. I need a king or a prince to come in and take care of me. I
would never go for black women, by the way.
She's 40 years old. She's got 3 kids from multiple different marriages, and she's like, you got to make $150,000 a year before I'll even fucking swipe right, or I don't remember. I think it's swipe right. Is that what it is when you accept them? Before I even accept a message from you. It's ridiculous. Women's self-esteem. Women's self-esteem is so ludicrously insane that they really, because again, they are still looking for men to protect and defend and support them, but they want it to be, well, I don't like this man anymore. I need some new.
She was dressed head to toe in black with like a bandage and just said, I like rock and roll. I'm like, okay, interesting, maybe. Because that's how I value women. I value women by what you listen to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which is funny because again, something we totally disagree with. On
music.
That you and I have like the most different tastes in music imaginable.
Yes, but I'm not trying to date you.
Yeah, no shit. But I mean, like again, like yeah, exactly, because it's an intellectual partnership.
Yes,
friendo.
That is the weird thing about us is that Aiden and I have politics in common, like virtually nothing else.
Nothing else. Like, we just agree on politics.
At all. It's like we agree on politics, and we agree with things we hate.
True.
That is is quite.
But things we like. Totally misaligned.
Yeah, it's like you are like uber nerdy as holy shit.
I'm a big nerd. You're whatever you are.
Traditional sport liking guy.
Yeah, like sport ball,
yeah.
like your
like
man
metal.
grab.
Like
enjoy your
man
shit.
grab.
Yeah. Anyway, speaking of
anime,
it's
hippie.
It's getting late. Let's finish this video.
Should happen instead.
It should be 50-50 custody off the bat.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they should not have free counsel just like for abuse, because it went up 200. Allegations of abuse went up 200% in 2013 when they switched that law in the UK.
I'm not familiar with that law.
So I think that.
So I am hoping Carl's correct about this, but I don't know about it.
In terms of restraining orders, I don't think it should be that easy to just get a restraining order against a guy. But the problem is in the courts.
By the way, it's easy to get a restraining order against anyone. My ex tried to get a restraining order against me just because he wanted to like fuck with my permanent record and stuff. Look, don't apply for that shit unless you really mean it, because guess what? It won't go through if you're a dude, which is unfortunate. As a woman, though, I think you can apply for it and basically have it go through without any. And I told you what the funniest thing about that was. It's not funny. This whole thing's fucked up. But an ex of mine tried to get a restraining order against me, and I said, "Okay, I'll file one against you too." And he's like, "Oh, you're gonna take all my guns away. You're gonna take my life. You're gonna destroy my life." I'm like, why? Well, wait a minute. Why'd you file one against me then? Excuse me, what? Like, what kind of lose? Like, come on. Like, I'm gonna file a restraining order against. I'm gonna file a personal protection order against you. And I'm like, okay, I'll file one against you too. No, you're trying to ruin my life, dude. What the fuck, homie? Okay, like, look, there is weird shit like that happens in the law. But guess what? Which one of the billion exes? I don't have a billion exes. I only have a couple, really. Like, that's ridiculous for you to say that, Under Gusto. And everyone knows who it is. It's Merck. He's the guy who's crazy. Yeah, he tried to get a PPO against me. And didn't Eden try to run over her ex? What the fuck? Where did these weird fucking rumors come up? What the fuck?
They're just trying to get a rise out of you, in case.
Okay. What the fuck, dude?
I hear Ben in the background.
Too is that it's based on, you only have to convince one judge. And we're in a society where if a woman cries and is saying, oh, he abused me, he did this, we just automatically believe them. I mean, when's the last time a girl said to you or anyone in a room that they were raped, they were assaulted, they were anything, and anyone really asked questions? And I didn't. When I first started the show, I just openly believed women. But then you start asking questions and shit doesn't add up. And a lot of times at these women's shelters, they're instructing the women with what to say to get the most money out of the men. And oftentimes that's accusing them of abuse. So, the idea that like, there are repercussions for women voting. And a lot of times it's at the expense of men because all of the politicians are catering to the women because they are the biggest swing voting group.
Wouldn't I mean, there's a lot of counter arguments to what you're saying, but wouldn't one of them be that we lived in a society in which, because men were the ones that had the vote, and by the way, actually men mostly didn't have the vote for quite a long time as well. It was just rich men. But
I would be okay with that too.
I'm sorry. One sec. Hang on. I'm sorry. Real quick.
I just feel like, why do you get to say?
Pause, please pause. Okay. I date a billion black girls and YouTubers and some dude named Mark. Come on, man. Bro. No. Okay. I know you're trying to troll, but no. I've never driven anyone over with a car. Where did that one even come from? That's a brand new meme. No, that's never happened. I haven't dated a billion black girls. I've dated 2 black girls. You guys are here like all the time. Talk about, you guys are fucking with me. Stop fucking with me.
Men pay into it way more than women do.
I mean, women now earn more, particularly young women, than young men.
Yeah, but on average across society, men pay way more tax. Particularly over the course of a lifetime. Partly it's because women take time to have children. And I mean, that's also another argument there. Like, you can't just measure your contribution to society by the amount of tax you pay. Bringing up the next generation is a hugely valuable thing that women do. They're not paid for it necessarily, right?
But shouldn't those women do that with their husbands?
How do you mean?
Like, why do we want to be in, like, you should have the same opinions. You should be voting for the same person as your husband.
Why?
Why?
Because you should have the same values. Whoa, what kind of question is that? Because I would hope that you have the same values as your husband.
So far, this is the worst these two have ever looked in any interview. By miles.
I usually like these guys' interviews. This is not a good look.
Yeah.
You should have the same values as your husband. I dated Sinatra Says for like 3 months. Nothing happened to that. We dated for like 3 months on the internet. I dated Hard Bastard for like about a year. Those are that's the million YouTubers I've dated. There you go. It's those 2.
He's got a lefty girlfriend who annoys everyone. Well,
she does annoy everyone.
Yeah.
And she's.
I just think it's better for the family unit if everyone's on the same page. Like, I don't know. You want to be in a house where you're arguing about politics?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want someone who thinks differently to me.
That's what we do. We argue about politics all the time. Not with my wife, by the way, but with Frances. It's my work wife.
Yeah.
We think.
I mean, that's fine. I just think, I just prefer more traditional relationships. So I just prefer relationships where you're submitting to your husband's authority.
Okay, but that's great. Sign me up.
Yeah.
But there are lots of women who don't want that. Shouldn't they be allowed to do that?
Sign me up. You literally just said you want someone who disagrees with you, Constantine. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, I'm so...
What the hell? Like, this is that doesn't... Unless you were joking. I mean, you are a comedian, so fuck knows. But still, like, no. This is a really bad show.
Sinatra broke up with me, not the other way around, by the way. That's 5 years ago. Why are people talking about this? Why did I date Armored Skeptic? No, I've dated 2 YouTubers. I dated Hard Bastard for like a year. I dated Sinatra Says for like 3 months, during which time we met up once. And that was, both of those things are now between 4 and 5 years ago. So I've lived with Bill for 3 years. Come on, guys. All right.
Yeah, they can. I mean, I can't take away the vote. It's here. But I actually would be okay with, you know what, I've thought about this too. Because, you know, I'm like, are women really not going to be able to vote? I feel like the outcomes, my opinion, to be more precise, it's probably that the outcomes would be better if women didn't vote. I'll take one for the team. However, I would be okay with the taxpayer thing. But, you know, where it's like only, I think it's like only net taxpayers can vote.
Well, that in this country would mean half the country doesn't vote.
Yeah.
Which I'm down.
I just feel like, okay, because if you're voting, okay, if I'm getting free stuff from the government, why would I ever vote against that? So then you're just going to get more free stuff and more free stuff. Like, it just...
Paul, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
There's a combination of things going on here.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I actually think some, not all, but some of the things you say objectively are not untrue. And what I mean by that is they're true, right? But also, is there a part of you that's saying them in the way that you're saying them because you're being a bit of a troll?
If they're objectively true,
how is she being a troll?
Yeah, they're true. So where's the troll?
I don't understand. Nothing she said here has been a troll.
Yeah, so far she's just been correct.
Okay, I watched Brittany Venti's video on her, and there was a video where she said that she thought it was okay for her, you know, hypothetical boyfriend to cheat on her because if he needs sexual gratification that he's not getting from her.
Why do we
I'm bringing
back to that?
I'm bringing this up because that's something that I think
it's not said here, and therefore I don't care.
I'm just saying that is a serious critique of something that Pearl said, but I have not seen anything here that I disagree with her on. I think Pearl and I are like on the same fucking wavelength in this interview, where I have agreed with everything she said completely. And I honestly feel like that Constantine and I always forget the other guy's name.
Francis.
What's it?
Francis,
yeah. I feel like Constantine and Francis aren't listening to her. That they have like pre-programmed or pre-planned ideas and questions. They're not listening to what the fuck she's saying. This is so bizarre. I've never seen them be like this.
Yeah.
Am I saying them?
The way that you're saying
I do say things for comedic effect at times.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't say things I don't believe. I change my opinions.
I don't think anything she said so far is funny. It's just true.
It's truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Nothing she said here has been even controversial in my opinion.
No.
Yeah. Oh.
No, but
He
what
said
I mean,
yes, he said no.
He said yes as in just to go along with it. But
Yeah.
No, it doesn't answer my question, because I guess what I'm asking you is, are you saying things in a more incendiary, inflammatory way because you know that gets attention?
You mean like calling women whales?
Yes.
But
no, I just think it's fun.
That's just
But
funny.
some women are whales. You know, I was watching a video the other day about like banned subreddits. I used to use this subreddit called Fat People Hate. I'm sorry, like some people in the chat are going to get mad at me for that. But I used to just like peruse it. When I was at work, I couldn't listen. I don't like Reddit. But when I was at work at my normal ass job, I couldn't use 4chan, so I had to browse Reddit. And I would browse Reddit and I would browse Fat People Hate because I liked reading stories about fat people being fucking insufferable. In large part because it made me very, very motivated to not become fat. You know what I mean? Just I don't have any problem with fat people whatsoever. I have many friends who are overweight, but I hate that fat mentality where it's like
me at any size.
You know what? Yeah. You know, not even like me at any size. You must be forced to. You must be forced to find me attractive, even though I'm fucking 400 pounds or 500 pounds. And that's so and just the obnoxious behavior of so many fat people used to drive me insane. It's not just that. I used to use the Our Child Free Reddit, not because I like hate kids. It's because I hated bad parents. And I wanted to read stories about people's terrible experiences with terrible parents. I want to read that story. It's a lot of bitching from women in that Reddit. Don't use that one. I think it's another it's a real toxic Reddit. But I liked because they were reflecting my own personal experiences with people. Because again, does Aiden browse pole daily? Absolutely every day. But I don't have a problem with fat people. I don't have a problem with people who don't have children, obviously. I have a problem with really shitty parents who let their children run wild in public, which is terrible parenting. And then they tell you, oh, you don't have kids, you can't understand. Yeah, I don't have kids, but I think I can understand that it's not a good idea to let them just fucking destroy your life and everyone else's life around you because that's the way that you feel about shit. And with fat people, it's the same thing. If you're being obnoxious to other people, I fucking hate it. I can't stand it.
If Lizzie was a monarchist, would you date her? I'm not Cenk Uygur, I'm not into bestiality.
Funny.
Men can be whales too, by the way.
I know.
Yeah. It means something different, but
but the men whale. No, okay, I need to say this.
All right.
The
Okay,
men whales accept their outcomes. They don't complain, that's true. That's what I'm sick of.
Well, no, that's not true.
The male whales. The male.
No, it absolutely is. No, hang on. Pearl is 1000% right here. I want to preempt what she's going to say because I now realize that we're on the same mental wavelength. Men who are fat recognize that they're fat and unattractive. Women who are fat will make every fucking excuse in the book to explain why they're actually beautiful and why, oh, well, I just have a water retention issue. And, oh, I need to, if I don't eat 5,000 calories a day, then I'll pass out and die. No, you won't, bitch. And as someone who has struggled with the opposite side of that issue, not only anorexia, but it's actively fucking difficult for me to eat enough calories a day to live outside of liquor. That's the only reason I'm alive is because I can drink calories, which I will take a sip of now. But it's hard for me to eat food. It just is. It's difficult for me for whatever fucking reason. Look, everyone has struggles everybody has struggles in life, Spoon. Everybody has struggles in life.
Yes.
Don't just blame everybody else and don't be like, oh, well, men don't like me. Okay.
Drink.
Yeah, well, I'm an alcoholic. Whatever. That's a problem for me.
Food.
But that's a problem. That's a turnoff. Understandable. If you want to get a man, then figure your shit out. And you can't because you're obese or because you've got some other issue. Figure your own shit out. You have to figure your own shit out to a certain degree. I got my alcoholism under control, mostly. And that's what you have to do. Get your eating under control. Get your shit under control. Don't put that evil on other people. And women just have no sense. Modern women have no sense of personal responsibility. So when she blows up to 500 pounds or 300 pounds or whatever, she just goes, oh, why don't men like me? Because you're a whale. That's the truth. Because and what do you expect? All these women also, they expect the man, he can't also be fat. He must have a good job. He's got to, have a good personality.
And you're not even attractive.
All of it is put upon the man, and it's just well, if you want access to my hole, then you have to have all of these things. It's just a fucking hole. What the fuck are you talking about? If that's all, this is what disgusts me about modern women. They reduce themselves down to their fucking hole. I don't see myself that way, which is why I'm not a feminist and why I don't believe in any of this stuff. I'm more than a goddamn hole. Maybe barely more, but I'm more than a hole. So many women, that is what they reduce themselves down to is, oh, I'll gatekeep sex from you. You can't get into my fat, you can't get into my hole. You have to pull up my fat flaps for you to get access to it. It's sickening, and I fucking hate it. God, sorry, I'm more extreme than Pearl. In this sense, I hate it, man.
What you're telling me, there's a whole body positive movement. There's a whole no, you're telling me it's the same. But this is the other thing we have in society. See, he did it. It's whenever we talk about anything with the women, the automatic reaction is but men.
Yeah.
But men, it's like a pattern that I noticed. And yeah, because the men whales, they accept their outcomes. They know they're not getting laid. They know they're not doing shit. The women, they whine. I'm just stop whining. You chose to be fat. Yeah.
There's also a double standard in terms of obesity in that, for men, it's okay to,
Also, women are more obese than men. Thank you, in the US anyway.
Okay,
but
this is where
70 to 80%.
Hang on, pause.
We've noticed when we were.
Pause real quick. This is the thing that Venti focused on. This is an incorrect statistic. This is literally wrong. Men and women are about equally obese in the United States. Venti focused on this because Pearl has been told that the statistic is wrong, and she's continued to repeat it. Men are actually slightly more obese in the United States than are women, and I think in the UK as well. But I get where she's coming from. However, she should stop citing false statistics. I agree with that. Don't cite false statistics. But other than that, she's correct in the sentiment, which is that there's morbidly obese women who can get, like, no, outside of some really weird bitches, no woman wants to date a morbidly obese man, right? Meanwhile, morbidly obese women can start an OnlyFans and make money off of fetishists and guys who are into that. So it always benefits women in this sense. There are men who will look. I don't think it's good, but like I'm sure you don't watch 600-Pound Sisters, but Tammy Slayton, who is a woman who has a giant. Have you ever seen a picture of Tammy Slayton, Spoon?
No.
I'm going to show you a picture of Tammy Slayton. This woman had a dude. She's, I think, hopefully getting better now, which is really nice. But I'm going to show you a picture of Tammy Slayton. She had a dude who was a feeder who wanted to, like, fatten her up even more. This is what she looks like. She's so fat, her forehead is fat.
And by the way, I'm looking up some stats.
Yeah.
It depends on the race, but in 2 or 3 of them, the women are actually more fat than the men. So Pearl is correct.
Women are
more obese often than the men are actually.
Not in terms of the overarching statistics. Look at the total statistics.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. The women are more often.
Obesity rates U.S. by sex.
Black and
Let's see.
And on white it's more balanced. But
No, it's.
What are you looking
Where
at?
where are you seeing? This is from the National Institute. This is from the National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Diseases that I'm looking at, and it's identical. Problems of obesity in adults over 20, men and women are identical. And in fact, women's is a little bit lower than men's. Here you go. So
That's what I'm looking at.
Where are you seeing a difference? Are you not, maybe, you would not be as used to reading data as I am. Go to
That's what I'm saying
table.
by race.
I'm not doing it by race. I'm doing it by total average.
Yes, but I'm doing it by race because I could see in some cases, yes.
Okay, well, why are you adding an additional variable here? Go to in the totality, right?
It depends by the group. Specifically, if you're saying, hey, look, which group is the least likely to get married?
Okay.
Black woman. Which one is more likely to be fat in that group? Women.
Look at this. Okay, so 20 and over age groups: men 43, women 41.9.
Yes.
20 to 30 and 20 to 39, men 40.3, women 39.7. 40 to 59, men 46.4, women 43.3. 60 and over, men 42.2, women 43.3. It is only in the 60 and over group where women are more likely to be overweight,
yes,
or to be obese than men.
Race.
Well, why are you doing that? Why are you adding an additional variable here?
Because I was looking at the marriage rates.
I'm just saying, if the actual data statistic is that women are fatter than men, it is only in the over 60 age group in which that is correct at the statistical level in the United States.
Yes, but you do realize it's also going to make some disparities, right?
You're talking about the racial disparity,
yes,
right? Okay, so like non-Hispanic Asian, it's the same in women and men across the board. It's actually, well, those differences are so minute as to be non-statistically significant.
Non-Hispanic
if we're
Asian
looking
is
at,
like really fucking low. Jesus Christ.
Non-Hispanic white,
Asians.
but Spoon, non-Hispanic white men. This is the obesity rates between 2017 and 2018. Non-Hispanic white males 44.7, women 39.8. It's in the non-Hispanic Black where you find the massive overrepresentation of obesity in women.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so, but we're agreeing
I'm not disputing
then.
that.
Okay, so we're agreeing
I'm
though
just looking at it by race.
we're agreeing though that that this is actually a false statement, that women are actually less fat than men on average. But the statistic that throws it off is Black women.
Yeah.
Don't just yawn. Admit to your incorrectness.
I didn't say that was wrong. I just said I'm looking at it by race. Like, yes, that women are not as. But if you break it down by race, then it's fucking hell.
The only way that you find that statistic is if you only base it on Black men versus Black women. Or any race versus Black women.
Any race versus Black women.
So, again, Pearl's statistic here is incorrect, okay? It's Black women are really, really likely to be overweight, but other than that, statistically...
I wonder why.
Women are actually... Look, everybody in the U.S. is overweight. There's a lot of overweightness in the U.S., but women are slightly less likely to be overweight than men are. So, Pearl's statistic is incorrect. Can we agree on that? And she should stop repeating it when she's been told to stop repeating it because it's an incorrect statistic. Yes?
Hold on a second, I'm reading some of this.
Look, like there's a bunch of real big fat whale ass bitches in the United States, okay? Giving their insulin shots so she can calm down. Bro, I struggle to get over 100 pounds, man.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
You should eat more food.
No, I'm over 100 pounds. I'm like a solid like 130, I think. 120, somewhere in that vicinity. I don't weigh myself because I'm afraid. Not because of being overweight. It's more like, oh god, am I gonna have to like do something about this? Let's continue. We got a little bit left. We're almost done.
We're in the US, but you know, I used to take the piss out of Francis for being overweight, and that was fine. He's lost weight. And he's a bit miserable now because he doesn't get to eat the food that he likes, but he's healthy, right? I don't think if Francis was female.
Wait. Riley Robo, Aiden just guided us through her stats saying they were even, but her guide led it to saying women are more fat than, like Pearl said. No, you misunderstood. You misunderstood everything that I just said there then. Women in every age group, except for 60 plus, are less likely to be overweight than men are.
Yeah.
The only exception is Black women. Black women are very, very overweight. The only
but like
so the only exceptions
significantly more than everybody else.
Yes. So it's only women over 60 are heavier than men who are over 60, and Black women. Other than that, Pearl's statistic was incorrect.
It would be in any way acceptable for me to sit here and joke about that and for us to have that kind of banter.
Yeah, she couldn't take it. If she didn't yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah. But so to go back to the comment, when you said I agreed, I was saying was, yes, I see your point, but, so for instance with Wales, and I'm approaching this from a comedian's point of view, okay, in that I know the language that I use will elicit a particular response, and that words will elicit a particular response. My choice of language will elicit a particular response from an audience member, depending on what button I want to push. Are you as methodical as that?
No. I just say shit. I just say shit I think is funny. I mean, true, right? But funny. And I think it's funny to call them whales. Yeah. And
what they are, but I'm sorry, like, I think a little bit of bullying is necessary in society. And you know, it's not just me. There's a great channel called my brain just broke on it. Is this Black woman who is a bodybuilder? Penny actually showed me her channel. My thoughts will probably offend you is the name of the channel. My thoughts will probably offend you. She is a female. Michelle McDaniel is her name. She's a female bodybuilder. Well, she's sort of a bodybuilder, but she used to be really overweight because she had a food addiction. She will tell you all this shit too. Is that women constantly, in particular, will make excuses for their bullshit. And be like, I need it right now. No, you don't. You really fucking don't. And she'll call them whales too, and they get so mad at her and they hate on her. But it's like, look, I'm sorry. Then they'll call her a skinny anorexic bitch, even though she's like built. She's muscular. Check out Michelle McDaniel. You'll see what I'm talking about. She has an absolutely great channel.
call them whales. I'm talking about, all right, because this is the other thing. Well, what about the nice whales? Okay. Half the whales that I call whales, they call me ugly first. And that's what that one girl did, because this is how, I'll tell you how the whale incident started. This is how I started calling women whales. Because this woman, the one that attacked me, the whale attack, she was like, I'll have you, you slag. She called me a slag first, so I called her a whale back. So I was like, you're a whale. You're a whale. She started it. I just finished it, Thank you.
You're allowed to do that. Again, if she started, I don't know if, like, this is anecdotal. I don't know if that's how it worked out. But sorry, I think fat people need some shaming. I'm just saying. Like, particularly if they're being assholes. I think you need to be shamed a little bit. DRT is King for 5 says, so it might be an over-indexing by overweight women. Seer weight as the titanically overweight tend to be women in my personal experience. Okay, I get what you're saying, DRT. Yeah, like the super mega uber obese do tend to be women. Most of the time. There are some mega super titan whale people who are males. But the like
sumo wrestlers.
But the bed-bound people who are overweight, I think do tend to be women. I think that probably is true. I don't have data on that though, so I don't know. But I think that's probably true, DRT.
Yeah.
Do you get on well with women generally, Pearl?
They love me.
A small minority, I imagine.
No, actually, I've always had like girlfriends. So.
Do you know what? I have to say, in your defense, not that I'm agreeing with this, I increasingly do see women, particularly on the right, like Jessica Vaughan, who's a friend of mine on Twitter. I just opened my Twitter, she's like, yeah, women shouldn't vote.
I just think the outcomes would be better. Like, I feel like I'm a conservative, so if we took out the way, it would go my way more.
Yeah. It would go, what is your way? What does that mean?
I'm more conservative.
Okay, but what does that mean?
In the US, Republicans winning.
Okay.
I mean, that is factually correct, by the way.
Yeah, I'm like, personally, I think the outcomes would be better for America if it was more Republican. So I'll take one for the team, guys. I'll do it for you.
And what does that mean, the outcomes?
The outcomes. Well, one thing I would like to see is the laws change in terms of child custody. I think it should be 50-50, or maybe even take the government out of it. I'm not like a diehard politics person, to be honest. So I'm pro-life, so I think that would be a better outcome for me, pro-gun.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay a lot of taxes. So take out the taxes, take out the government benefits.
So basically what you're saying is women vote left, and because you're on the right, you'd like women not to be able to vote.
I think the outcomes would be better if women didn't vote, for me.
But it's true. Women vote stupidly left. They vote for stupid left-wing shit, like all this tranny stuff that's been happening that actually harms them.
What was the entire midterms focused on? Fucking abortion. The entire country was going completely to fucking hell. Economically, it's in the fucking drain. And what was the thing women voted on? The capacity to fucking abort a child.
We went over this.
Fucking God, I can't stand women. Seriously,
yep,
we went fucking ruin society.
Yep. Well, not me, but we went over this. I know. We went over this though. Is that the only thing that women voted on was abortion? That's why they voted left. So yeah, Pearl's correct. And I would agree. I would rather not be able to vote and be able to at least just sit here on YouTube and have my opinion and not be able to fucking vote, but rather be able to help my family and encourage my family and my communities in ways that I find to be important than to personally vote when we know that women make really stupid fucking decisions. Now, again, we're monarchists. We don't think anybody should vote.
We would rather have a competent executive with a good reason to rule well.
But if somebody could vote,
an executive now.
Spoon, if someone could vote, I would actually restrict it back again. Wealthy, land-owning males.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's people that have stake in the game.
Not just all males, land-owning males.
Yeah.
That's the only people I think should be able to vote if we're going to have a voting system, because otherwise everyone else has no stake in the game and has no reason to care about what happens. Now, do they?
Yeah, you're not allowed to vote for anything that would get you money.
Money, power, attention, yes, which is bullshit.
Women are just more swayed by like media. So we make 70 to 80% of consumer buying decisions.
Yeah.
So I just feel like women, we're just not as logical. Where men go off of like women, we vote based on how we feel. Where men will look at like the pros and the cons of something.
This is not all men, again, by the way, either. She's talking statistically, and she probably should be a little bit more clear on this, because this is why this stuff gets clipped. You need to be clear as from a statistical basis, and this is not necessarily Pearl's fault. I don't think she actually has a college degree, which again is not her fault and probably based in the long run. But if you want to explain these things to people, you need to explain them by using statistical analysis and saying like, hang on, I'm not saying this based on emotion. No, but I'm saying to look better optically.
No,
because she's not wrong.
No, that's to you.
I'm saying
your bias.
To everybody, to the audience, and to everybody.
No, not everyone thinks in that.
You should have the data.
Like you.
I guess.
No.
Oh, maybe is it just me? Is it just me?
That's just you.
Maybe.
Because I don't need her to back up this kind of shit. I don't need her to be academic. I need her to make a forceful argument and beat the shit out of 2 fucking blokes. In which case, she's doing that very, very well. So I'm gonna disagree. I think that's you.
She's really trouncing Francis and Constantine here.
Yes.
It's kind of astonishing.
Not to beat up my best friend here, but like I think that's you.
What? No, I mean you're correct. But this is the thing. Well, you know this about.
You're a nerd. You look for that.
Yes, I need. Yes, I'm a statistician first and foremost, and so like that's what I look for. I don't really care about anything else. If I can't find evidence for something within the statistics, then I don't really give a shit about it. Might as well not exist.
Yeah. So because like look at the audience that you're dealing with. You're not. If facts worked on these people, Pearl's positions wouldn't exist in the begin with because people just look at it factually. They need a stronger argument beyond facts. They need like a rational argument that sounds good.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
She's making good points, man.
Yeah, it's like okay, we don't even know what we want for dinner. Okay, we don't even know what we want for dinner. Do you think we should pick the leader of the free world? And they'll be like, well, not all women. Okay. I think I know more successful women than most. Just being in that line of work, I know a lot of women that have done well. I had a pro volleyball contract offered. I know a lot of women in sports that played at the highest level that have achieved a lot of things. At the end of the day, we're all still women. So I'll take one for the team, guys. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So that being the case, we can all agree that America is more right-leaning than the UK.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'm not a diehard politics person.
But yeah, I think that's a pretty standard viewpoint. So
right.
So why the UK then, Pearl, as opposed to America?
Oh, I'll tell you why. So I didn't mean to end up here. Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Oh, this is weird, right? I mean, I'm just saying as a woman who at this point has agreed with absolutely every single fucking thing that, well, with my one caveat about her a little bit of statistical error there, has agreed with the majority of what Pearl has said. I am in the same position, right?
Okay.
What's my opinion on Bayesian statistics? Bayesian statistics is absolutely a valid way of conducting statistical analysis. What would be a problem with Bayesian statistics? Is there some controversy on Bayesian statistics? I'm not aware of it if there is one.
It was like an accident. So I, before YouTube, was playing semi-pro, or I was playing, no, sorry, I need to start over. So when I got out of college, I was selling copiers. And I decided that I wanted to play volleyball overseas. I was going to try to get a pro contract. And I was recruited to play volleyball here. So it was a year program to get my master's. And at the end of the year, you hypothetically get a pro contract, which I did with the YouTube stuff. So I kind of I started the show when I got here, and I didn't expect it to get huge. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So then I kind of just got stuck here because I was like, I have to move my producer, and it was just, I mean, you know how it is if you guys wanted to move this whole operation, what a headache it would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
So imagine. So yes. I'm like the voltage converters. So I kind of accidentally ended up here, but I am gonna leave eventually.
Are you?
Yeah.
I can see why. I don't think your opinions are that widely shared in this country.
No, they love me here.
Whoa.
That was kind of a cheap shot.
Whoa. Holy shit.
That's kind of needlessly aggressive. That comes across like a bit.
I think that's incorrect as well, Constantine. I absolutely think that's incorrect.
I think her opinions are a lot more right wing than you really realize.
I think her opinions are widely shared,
especially with the fucking Islamic population.
Yeah. I
think that's a liberal bias, to be honest.
That was a very weird shot. I would actually say that I think that my opinions on women are more widely shared on this side of the pond.
I think it's just because people are too afraid
than the other way
them.
around. Eden, you told us she never went to uni. No, I said I didn't think that she graduated with a advanced degree, which she just said.
Listen, there's something else.
If I gave that impression earlier, then I'm sorry. I think I did say in the beginning that I said I didn't think that she had advanced degrees in this, which is correct. But
and yet her opinions seem to be more informed than most people's.
If I did say earlier that I thought if I misspoke earlier and said she didn't have any degree, that was incorrect. I think I may have said that. El de Gusto. Sorry, I may have said that. In which case, I was wrong about that. I was probably misremembering this part of the interview and recalling it as her saying she didn't get a degree, but I if I did do it, which I probably did, that she didn't get an undergraduate degree. So I apologize for that. My bad. She's got a college degree. My bad. If I did misspeak, which I probably did. Sorry.
But I think it's been we call the show Trigonometry.
Yeah.
But even by our standards, this has been pretty triggering for a lot of people. However, there's something even more triggering that I do have to ask you about.
No, not for me.
Between the time that we booked you to come on the show and you actually coming on the show, you had a guy called Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, Nick.
Yeah. And then you did an interview with this guy. Like, this is not a guy we would ever have on because he's a racist, Holocaust denying piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. But you had him on, and then you took that interview down and apologized. So what happened with that whole thing?
Oh, I can't talk too much. There's like legal things going on.
There's legal things going on?
Yeah, there's
Ooh, woo. Oh yeah, again, sorry guys if I misspoke, and clearly I did. So I'm sorry about that. So the stuff with Nick Fuentes. She had Fuentes on her show.
We might let her talk.
Bree, let's go.
Not with Nick, but just but there's I have a video coming out about that whole thing. So you guys have to wait for the video. Well, but I will say I did not find Nick to be racist. My staff actually did not find him to be racist.
Wait, he was talking to an Italian girl next to you and saying that she shouldn't have a black boyfriend or something along those lines.
He doesn't believe in. See, I don't really want to go into like the race mixing stuff too much.
Yeah, he hangs out with fucking Kanye, so I don't really think he gives that much of a shit, to be honest.
I mean, okay, I find some of the race mixing stuff too.
Also, let's be honest. The only reason it's because if a black dude said that to a white girl, like you should only date black.
Oh
a black person shouldn't date black people. No one would say fucking shit.
No one would say a single fucking thing.
Because the white guy's saying that it's a fucking problem. Like, please spare me this fucking crap. I hate the double standard. Just fuck off.
So one of the things that Pearl has been heavily criticized for is that she did have this boyfriend who was he was like a overweight black dude, and people on the right are like coming after her for that, including Venti, and have come at her and been like, look, her boyfriend, and it wasn't even that. I don't think that was all of it. It just appeared that he was like kind of a barnacle, that he was just like living off of her, and she, was paying for all of his life stuff, and that's what people had more of an issue with. I've talked about this a whole bunch of times in that it has been frustrating in that, like, the fact that I've had black boyfriends in the past, the fact that I've had black boyfriends in the, do you hear Bill? Yeah. The fact that I've had black boyfriends in the past, like, will make some people never want to ever listen to anything I have to say when I've described in detail on this podcast that like they were like good people. And I don't know why that should matter in the first place, but there's some people who were like, oh, you dated a black person. That means you're a coal burner and therefore you're ruined forever or whatever, which is, in my opinion, really weird. So I think the same thing applies to Pearl. The fact that people attack her for having a black boyfriend, I don't understand where that comes from outside of actual racism. And particularly when you're not judging like who the individual is, right? The two black guys I've dated, one of them was just sitting around trying to write his great American novel of suffering and trying to become, I don't know, some kind of like
Martin Luther King,
T.S. Lawrence. Yeah, T.S. Lawrence kind of dude. And the other dude who was a advanced software engineer who works for Raytheon. Like, I'm sorry, like I don't think that these are like, your stereotypes. I'm sorry. But yeah, 4chan and other people will get mad about it.
I could make such a horrible joke right now.
Which is what?
Yeah, it's not like them to be able to read and write.
It's just kind of like
I like the way that was so offensive. You're like, fucking, I can't even comment.
No,
on
I'm not responding to it. But like, yeah, it's there's like, okay, there's nothing wrong with it.
Fuck all of you. You did ask.
it is what it is. Some people get so weird about that, particularly about like shit that happened 10 years ago, and I wouldn't denounce.
I'm waiting for the chat to fucking hear and go like.
I'm still friends with both of those guys. Like I'm friends with almost all of my exes except for the ones that are really weird, but like which is like there's one of them, but I'm friends with all the rest of my exes, of which there's not 75 or whatever somebody claimed earlier, but you know,
yeah,
it was
apparently.
Yeah, 100. Obviously, it's 175. Yeah, but thank you for correcting the record. But I don't get the whole like, oh, how dare you as an American woman in America date a black person? Like, it's just always an assumption that there's some kind of like weird like BBC shit going on, which is so bizarre that I don't understand. But anyway, sorry. let's. I've seen people lob that shit at Pearl as well. That it's the videos of her with this black guy have come out, and people are mad about it.
What does it have to do with Fuentes?
Because people have accused Pearl of being a coal burner and like, she loves black dick.
But that does nothing to do with Fuentes.
I know. Well, it does have to do with Fuentes because Fuentes is accused of being a white supremacist, right? So, or that's what it has to do with the entire thing, right? All right.
No, but you just said he wasn't being racist, and I watched him be racist on your show.
Well, I mean, to me, he says the same thing.
That's not racist, Constantine. Saying that you should stick with your own race is not racist. It's only racist if you're white. If you're any other race, no one gives a fuck.
Yeah, every race is fine with that, of course.
So that's rubbish.
Things that like there's a lot of people that think like that.
Yeah,
doesn't make it less racist just because other people think it.
You could say that, but to me, it's like, how do I put it? His argument is more about culture. It's easier if you date someone in your culture.
I've had people tell that to me. My own freaking parents told me that because...
Really?
Yes, because you live in a foreign country. Like, if you look at the mountains back home, no one's going to understand why you miss home unless they're from home.
Yeah. Good point.
And they speak the same language. They enjoy the same food. So, like, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's not wrong.
You'd have to watch the full thing, but was like being a bit like combative to him. And to me, he was just like kidding. But yeah.
He did say, I am a bit racist, even in that. And in fact, in your apology, you said that he said racist things.
Well, there's a video coming out about all of that, but you'll see. It's coming out.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking you is because it's kind of like a big deal that you had this guy on.
Yeah, to you. But like everyone else considers like Fuentes is like a kind of a laughy dork.
Like LDub78 said is that Fuentes' fans would definitely call her a coal burner for having dated a black guy. So there's certainly
people worship even the fact he was friends with Kanye, so they don't fucking mean anything.
He loves Kanye, and even though the fact that he was a cum detective, like I mean, look, you dig into anybody's shit, and you can find stuff that you personally think from your own personal political perspective are like things you can criticize. I've never understood that criticism of me. In fact, I got mad about it on Twitter like a couple months ago. I was like, why the fuck do people get mad at me over that shit? I've never understood it, but because I just don't get it. You know, I grew up in America, right? I don't understand the criticism. I'm married to a white guy. I don't know why people are weird about it.
I'm just gonna say this: the fact that people are getting triggered over Fuentes. Like, if you just look at the seriousness of politics in the past, and you look at like what upsets people now, like, oh my god, our society looks just so fucking stupid. Like, if Fuentes is something that triggers you, like you look at that guy and how he behaves, like this is you think it's like a serious white supremacy threat. Like, really? Fucking come on, please stop.
Fuentes is like a weird dude.
He looks like
who
a childish dork.
He's a weird dude who has a very very
he's an internet persona. Like,
yes, who has a very dedicated following. It lowers my value. Why would I give a fuck? I'm married. He has a very specific fan base that does their own thing. They're a little culty, in my opinion, but that's all Fuentes is.
So is the SJWs, for God's
sake.
And they're actually more racist.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? He is incredible.
Yeah.
Really toxic.
No, he's not. He's just like this. He's like a cartoon character.
Yeah, he is a cartoon. He is a fucking cartoon.
Yes, Fuentes is not someone you take seriously. He's someone like you meme for the funnies. He's not a serious threat to anyone.
Yeah.
Except for maybe fun. Like, stop it, Constantine. You look like such a twat right now.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you my personal experience with him. We filmed hours and hours and hours of footage with him.
Yes, it's almost like he's a character, and when you're going to be behind the scenes, he's actually quite different. Maybe that'll be why.
There's that one to me, if you watch the full clip, it puts it in a little bit of context.
Like even Lauren Chen on Twitter defended Pearl and just said like the interview with him was actually pretty good because she got to understand Fuentes better.
Yeah, and interesting, as many people in the chat have been saying, is that trigonometry appear to be a bit triggered.
Yes, it's because Konstantin is one of the small-hatted people.
Is he?
Mm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. I thought he was just a Russian.
Oh, this maybe is why he's triggered.
Why would he be? Oh, Fuentes has said some shit about the small-hatted people. So that
why.
You think that's why?
Yeah, that's the reason why.
Oh, really? Dang.
Yeah.
But he was really polite. He showed up on time. Like we just. Yeah.
He also
and honestly, he did a panel and he spoke about his opinions on race mixing, and a lot of people agreed with him.
Okay, but that doesn't change whether it's racist or not, right?
Actually, it kind of does. If the vast majority of people it's okay with it, then hey, guess what? The problem isn't them. The problem is you. You're the minority. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, what I'm getting
Do you think it's racist to like, because I'm curious. Do you think it's racist like if I'm Irish and I say I want to date someone that's Irish? Do you think that's racist?
No, but if I say to you, you're Irish, therefore you shouldn't date a black man, that is racist, yeah.
Not really. I don't see how that's racist.
Well, saying you shouldn't do something though, that's not even like, it's not a demand, it's a prescriptive.
Yes,
you're saying you shouldn't do this, but it's not applying some law upon you.
Do you see what I mean? This is why I hate this phrase. Like racism used to mean like racial superiority.
Yes.
Saying like you shouldn't date someone because of their race is not racist. That's a preference.
Yeah. I don't see saying
there's no supremacy involved here.
Yeah, I don't understand that. That didn't logically follow. I don't get it. Saying you shouldn't do something is not
it's
actually
saying stick to your own.
That wasn't a good point, Constantine. DRT is King for 5 says, I think it's because they don't like you and are latching onto an excuse. They don't like you for whatever reason and have picked that cause as the cause du jour. Oh, that's exactly what it is. For me personally, like, and I'm sure that Pearl has gotten that as well, is that people who hate you will pick at anything to try and use as an excuse of being like, oh, here, look at this, look at this, look at that. And I would say, especially I like Venti, it is a little bit, come on now, Venti, Brittany, it's a little bit hypocritical to like shit on Pearl for dating a black guy when you're a quarter black. You know what I mean? Just saying.
You see, this
again, I really like Brittany Venti and I like her content, but it's kind of like silly to do that.
Also, like I have to say this because it just bugs me. Race and culture is linked.
Yeah, obviously.
Because race is a biological marker. Where in the world you come from, the environment around you, who you can interact with, the waterways, the environment, the flora, the fauna, the resources, all of these things are the variables that are responsible for the civilization that can be brought up there. Right? So it's natural that you're going to look, like you look at someone like, I'm going to look at you and think like, you're black, I don't want to date you. It's not because you're black, it's because the region you come from has cultures that don't mix with mine. The race is just arbitrary. It's just a visible biological factor that for some fucking stupid reason our society thinks is important. And it's not even, like you don't dislike someone because of their race, you dislike something because of the culture associated with the race.
Yes.
That's the reason. So like the racial argument is just fucking so reductionist, stupid. Yeah. Stop.
It is.
It's dumb. It's so primitive, fucking mind-boggling. Can you stop with this racist crap? Like you dislike people because of cultural differences and not compatibility. We would be so much fucking better off if we stop this fucking label and just look at it is a cultural difference. It is always a fucking cultural difference.
Of course.
You assholes.
Exactly.
It fucking pisses me off because it's just dumb.
I know. Yeah.
Because when he spoke about it on the show, it was more about culture than race.
It was always about culture.
But to me, that doesn't really work as an argument, Paul. So I'll give you an example.
Yes, it does. You're cherry picking, and you guys are sucking at it.
I'm half Latin American. I take after my dad's Irish side. If I date a Jamaican woman, Jamaica and Venezuela have a very similar culture. We're culturally very similar. We have the same food, the same religion, whatever else. So to me, that argument doesn't work.
Yes, because the culture is the difference.
Yeah.
Or the similarity. in this case,
Vente
yes.
is constantly trolling what parts of this can you take seriously from her. From her video, it didn't appear to be that like she was saying it was wrong for Pearl to have dated a black guy. It was that like Pearl is portraying herself as being this like far right figure, which I don't think she actually is. And therefore that was a contention. I don't think that's actually correct. And I don't, again, like I said, I had issues with Vente's video and about Pearl. 'Cause I think that a lot of the points were, look, I think Vente made her best points at the end of the video where she talked about how Pearl seems to not understand how to like dress herself and properly and use makeup and hairstyling, which by the way, I don't either. So those points were real. Yeah, I actually, she's chosen a good shirt for her skin tone. The light blue is nice, but like I think that Vente made the best points at the end of her video where she talked about how like Pearl doesn't know how to dress herself well, and more that Pearl was saying about how like there were other clips here. Pearl's like she's saying she needs like a high value man, doesn't know how to get one. There's other things in that video that I think are valid. Not in this video though. Not in this clip. Let's finish it up though.
Also, Brittany happens to be attractive, so that helps.
Yeah, Brittany's of course, she's a very attractive woman. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Wait, Venezuela and what?
Jamaica. So Venezuela's at the top of South America,
I
and
see.
Jamaica is all Trinidad, which is literally you see it over the water.
Yeah, well, it's just when he was talking about how he wanted to date an Italian woman, like versus, like he even said he wouldn't want to date a British girl, he'd want to date an Italian woman. So it was like, how is he a white supremacist?
No,
if he
he's
wanted-
allowed to date who he wants,
Yeah.
but him telling your Italian friend she shouldn't be dating a black man, that's the racist part, don't you think?
Can I ask you something? Do you think, let's just put a hypothetical.
Mhm.
Let's say we had a Native American, and a Native American said to another Native American, "You shouldn't date a white guy." How do you think that? How do you think
Well, that
would
would be that would be fine. No one would have a problem with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think you should. Here's what I think. Don't fucking tell anybody who they should date based on the race of the person. How about like because you don't know who that person is. If you have information about the person that they're dating is like a scumbag or a piece of shit, then give them dating advice. Other than that, get the fuck out of other people's dating advice shit, right? You know, I think it's kind of clear is that if
Look,
it should be
this is not a
evident.
good look for Constantine. Like,
No,
this is
Constantine
a
has made
bad
himself
hill to die on. This
look
is a
really
bad hill to die on.
really bad over the entire course of this interview. And I don't know why he's done this to himself, but oh well.
I can take a guess.
Which is
that they need, like, have you noticed the arguments against Nick so far? It's just been like extremely toxic. Like they have no interest in anything that he has to say. It's just like
No.
you like it's almost like we need to
just Fuentes is a white supremacist. Let's disavow
but
him. Yeah.
it's more like you are tainted with.
I see how it is.
You
What
are
is it, Bill?
tainted with this.
Hang on. Bill has something to say. Hang on.
Nick Fuentes can't be a white supremacist. He's not white.
There you go. There's Bill's perspective.
Oh, yeah, because he's Mexican.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would explain why he wants to date an Italian girl. But it's more in the case of just you have been associated with someone that we don't like, and we need to be seen as someone who takes a strong stance against who you're associated with.
It does kind of come off that way, doesn't it?
Comes off like a branding thing, and it's not a very good one. It makes you look really petty.
It particularly comes off as petty after you've been
'Cause you-
unable to like actually
any of her points.
debunk or even accurately combat any of the issues she's brought up over the course of the last hour.
I'm starting to
So-
understand the comment section.
Yeah, I see why they got kind of roasted for this. This has not been great.
Yeah.
Mhm. I'd have to remember what he said in the clip, but maybe, yeah, maybe.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you, because you do have controversial guests, as we do, and there's nothing wrong with talking to people who are controversial, but
You've not had anyone as controversial as Fuentes. Be honest, Constantine.
No.
Like,
No,
not
no,
even
no.
fucking close.
One sec.
Like, your closest one is fucking Sam Harris. I would say. But there's never been someone on trigonometry that said something insanely holy shit that went fucking viral.
Nick Fuentes is a very different kettle of fish, as we say here, right?
Not really.
Right.
Yeah. My opinion is that he was polite overall. He was a good guest.
He was also denying the Holocaust, from what I remember.
Look, I'm not with that. Keep me out of that one. I'm not with the race. Like, that's not my thing. But I just think
that's a really good point, though, as well. Is that like I hate when this happens? Is like you have somebody on, you talk to somebody, and you will take their most extreme, that person's most extreme, insane statement they've ever made, and then try to do guilt by association, which is absolutely absurdist. Why would you even ask that to Pearl? There's nothing she's ever said would give you any impression she's a Holocaust denier. And yeah, I mean, this has happened to me. Like, again, I've talked about this before, is that like I had a video I made about Poland 5 years ago now, and I talked about how like the Polish people were involved in the Holocaust, and because I didn't talk about the Jews, I have been called a Holocaust denier for years for that. But if you listen to the clip, I don't say anything about, like, and that's the problem, is that I don't talk about the Jews. And they're like, oh, this is Holocaust denial. When I'm actively talking about the extermination of the Polish people, and that gets considered Holocaust denial because I don't, by weirdos, right?
Do you know what I hate
who are
about
like,
our society?
Yeah.
Why don't you want to hear my opinion on it?
Because, Bill, you have a bad opinion on it.
He's got
Go
a,
to sleep.
He's got a best opinion, doesn't he?
But it's just like, you know, the Holocaust denial shit is the gotcha of all internet politic, isn't it?
National sport.
It's the gotcha of all internet politic, which is that, have I talked about the Holodomor? I have. I did a video about Ukraine. It's the gotcha of all internet politic. It's that if you don't just like, you know, say this XYZ about the Holocaust every single time it gets brought up, then you're a Holocaust denier, which is what, by the way, that's how you create people who think it didn't happen at all, is when you get weird about it like that, which I've always been like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you attacking people for talking about other aspects of the Holocaust? I'm talking about the Polish aspect of the Holocaust, the Polish element of the Holocaust. And they go, well, you didn't talk about Jews. So, well, you're a Holocaust denier. I'm talking about Poland. What the fuck? I'm talking about Polish people. Like, why am I, what the fuck is this? It fucking drove me up a wall. It's like, this is why you do get people who like start to think that it's all fake, because I'm not saying it is fake news, and I'm saying that that's why people believe that shit, is because they go insane on people saying just like actual fucking facts about the Holocaust, but you didn't focus on the Jewish element. So now it's Holocaust denialism. To this fucking day, I will get that, like, this 20-second part of my 50-minute, hour-long video about the Polish version of the Holocaust, which is about why Polish people are becoming more nationalistic today. This is 5 years old. To this day, I will get that clip, which often is also edited to cut parts together to say things I didn't actually fucking say. The video is still up. It's even fucking monetized to this day. And they'll clip that out and be like, oh, you're a Holocaust denier. No, I'm not. I've never denied the fucking Holocaust. Are you fucking out of your mind? In fact, that whole portion of the video was talking about the Polish portion of the Holocaust. And yet, people will use this as a thing to like destroy you. So like, I really hate talking about the Holocaust, because it's just always used as a way to destroy people. You can say anything. You can literally cite like every single fucking like mainstream source, and they'll still say, sound like a Holocaust denier, because all it's about is trying to destroy your reputation. It's not anything other than that, because it's something that you're not allowed to ever, of course, say anything against or question anyway. So they'll just freak out at you and be like, oh, well, you didn't say this exact line you were supposed to say, even if it totally is in line with what we claim, and it doesn't matter.
You know what I hate about all of this?
What?
This is something that our society does that I've noticed that I can't fucking stand, is that they will take like an opinion that is extremely radioactive, and they will instantly dismiss anything that person ever said based on that one fucking thing.
Well, again, there's people who will dismiss me over people saying that I'm a Holocaust denier.
No, I don't mean you. I just like mean in general.
No, I'm saying, like, I've experienced that. Is that people will say you can't listen to anything. I can sit there and cite studies all day long, and someone will be like, you can't listen to anything Aiden says, even though she's citing all of her sources that you could easily look up within 5 seconds. But you can't listen to anything Aiden says because she's a Holocaust denier. It's like, what the fuck? First of all, I've never done that, and secondly,
who cares if she did? It doesn't make any data you've cited less true just because you.
All I do is fucking cite data, and it's infuriating. It's been this. When I made that video, I knew when I made it, it was going to be contentious. I had no idea that it was going to fucking haunt me for the rest of my life. Of a video where I do not deny the Holocaust. In fact, it's a whole segment on it about the Holocaust.
It's like someone saying, "Hey, look, Hitler was a vegetarian. How about you feel? I like salads. You hate Jews." It's like it's
exactly.
like that. It's like what
ridiculous.
The fuck? That's just stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's been this
retarded
specter that's loomed over me for like 5 years now, that a lot of times people will come across I'll see it on Twitter, or I'll see it on YouTube in YouTube comments. People will be like, "Oh, I thought this was a Holocaust denialism channel." Like, what the fuck? Because you saw some random ass fucking idiot on Twitter say it and take a 20-second clip out of an hour-long video out of context where I was talking about how, okay, and this is the thing that they got really mad about more than anything. I was talking about the Polish version of the Holocaust, by the way, not the Jews, although Jewish Poles were, of course, killed in the Holocaust. And I was talking about how the vast majority of them died when the trains ran out. They didn't die out of absolute execution. They died because the World War was happening. They were using these people as slave labor. And in fact, I said that in the video. I was like, it's fucked up. Like, why is it that saying that people were being killed because they were being worked to death, that's considered Holocaust denial, while saying that they weren't, that why is that considered Holocaust denial? Because it's the truth. But it's the absolute truth is that they died because there were the trains ran out. They had no supply trains. Why is that Holocaust? I mean, it's the absolute fucking fact. Why is that? Like, people were also
usually implies gas to death.
Well, people were absolutely killed, but the vast majority of people who died in the Holocaust died because they died of starvation. That's even the Holocaust Museum says that's the case. I'm studying the exact words of the Holocaust Museum in the United States, which is that, like, there were euthanasia. There was euthanasia, of course, but the vast majority of people died because they were left alone in these camps to die of starvation. And I don't know why the fuck is me just literally repeating the exact same fucking lines from the fucking Holocaust Museum. Why is it when I say it, it's Holocaust denialism? For 5 years, I've never been able to understand why the fuck it's. I'm an anti-Semite Holocaust denialist. I fucking can't understand it. I've never been able to get it. Let's finish this fucking video, dude. It's almost 2 a.m. Let's get over this.
Allowed to have their opinions, crazy opinions, let him have his opinions. And I think he should be allowed to talk about it on a podcast.
But isn't it also the duty, Pearl, of the person interviewing them to push back on those opinions when they come up and actually challenge them and investigate them and to basically push back on it?
Yeah, I mean, we could do another show.
No, that's a debate.
Yeah.
Where we push back more. It's not the end all be all.
But surely isn't that the risk? Isn't that?
I wanted to do like one with Dr. Umar, but he didn't want to come. Sad.
Who's I don't know who that is.
Dr. Umar has like the same opinions as Nick. Like, he doesn't believe in race mixing too. He's just black.
Yeah.
It's like a common. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some people who believe that, sure.
Yeah.
But you know, when you were talking about the Holocaust with him, he was saying it's like slavery, it got embellished, and you were sort of going, I can see your point. And that's what I found a bit confusing, because then in your apology you said, well, I wasn't really educated on these things.
But
it sounds like you're kind of taking that back now.
There's a statement coming out on everything, so you guys just have to wait for it.
Yeah.
From
our perspective, we're kind of saying to you what we thought you might have said to him, which is if a guest says or does something controversial, you kind of want to ask and find out why they've done that. And we have to make, by the way, if this is coming across as confrontational, that's not the intention at all, because whenever I see a guest...
Hang on. This is a rare case where I think that trigonometry has come off as confrontational. This has come off as
triggered,
confrontational
ironically.
To me. Yeah, weirdly. Yeah.
Be challenged enough on someone's show. I often think there, but by the grace of God go I, because we've had people on the show who've said controversial things, and I've sort of missed the moment. And I kind of didn't challenge them enough, and I felt bad about it afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, because you're not a political person, you might not. There was a guy called Darren Grimes who had a guy called Dr. David Starkey on, and he said something about how, of course, slavery.
Could it be?
What's wrong with Dr. David Starkey?
Could it be just Constantine that you have a gripe against Fuentes, and because she didn't go after him the way you have, now you're projecting?
It comes off that way, doesn't it?
Because I get the impression I get is that you're upset that she didn't behave the way you would have if it was in front of you.
That is how it comes off, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't buy this crap as it is right now.
Side, otherwise there wouldn't be so many damn blacks in the West, right? And that got picked up by all the media, and they all had to go at him. And I just saw a fairly young, inexperienced interviewer in Darren failed to challenge someone who he looked up to and respected on what was just a bad phrasing more than anything, right? So I totally understand why you may have missed something or not have jumped in on something that you maybe felt that you should have jumped in on. But the reason that Francis and I would never have Nick Fuentes on is precisely because he says all that shit all the time. So if you were to actually challenge him on some of his abhorrent views, you'd spend the entire 3 hours doing that.
Did you watch the full video?
I watched some of it, not the full video. Yeah.
Okay. I did challenge him at points of it.
Okay, well, tell us about that.
Tell us.
I mean, we had a whole panel on race mixing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of the thing. It's like, okay, you hate this guy Nick Fuentes, but you refuse to speak to him. So how can you debate or debunk or dissect his ideas if you won't talk to him? That seems cowardly
and intolerant. Ironically,
but to me, first and foremost, it seems cowardly.
And like we had that was why he came out. Like the political stuff was just because he was there. Like so, I did a one-on-one as like the reason I brought him on was I saw him on No Jumper, like talking about race mixing, and I've heard that point of view, but it's usually like not people look different that have that point of view usually. So like I've heard it, but I've just never heard it like that, I guess. So we just brought him on a panel just like about race mixing, and they did a whole panel on it.
But then he was denying the Holocaust.
That was crazy. That was.
But that's what he does. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, but we brought him on to talk about race mixing. That's what we brought him on, because it's a relationship show, and then we just interviewed him because he was there.
But there will be people, Pearl, who will say, well, if you're going to bring that person on, and look, again, this isn't to, misrepresent or do any of those types of things. The reason we have this show is so we can talk and have honest conversations, because part of this is for me to clarify my thinking about different issues. That's why we do the show.
You are chastising this woman for not doing what you would have done. That is all you're doing.
Yeah, this is actually like really ridiculous. Then bring him on.
You're basically chastising her for not doing what you would have done. That's all you're doing. You're chastising her for not being as skilled as an interviewer as you would have been.
If you think that you're so much better as interviewers, while you have, in my opinion, been completely uncharitable to this woman for the last fucking hour, then bring on Nick Fuentes, Constantine and Francis. And now they're saying they won't platform him, but then debunk him. Destroy him publicly. Show how stupid he is in front of your entire audience.
Oh, and by the way, Francis Constantine, I don't know if you've noticed this, but you not looking good is what's going to make people watch Fuentes more after this.
After this was...
I'm interested in what Fuentes said that made her think like he's not a horrible person.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, you and I both watch Trigonometry fairly frequently. This is their worst showing. This is their worst showing I've ever seen, and I have to be honest.
Yeah.
There is a reason why it has the ratio it has.
Yeah.
But part of it is also when you bring someone on, you can't also ignore that element of it. Do you see what I mean?
I just don't know what you mean by ignore.
No, because if you're not addressing the fact that he's a Holocaust denier, then you're ignoring that. Do you see what I mean?
I mean, I don't agree that the Holocaust didn't happen.
Yeah, no,
that's reassuring.
Yeah, I mean, I was just listening to him.
You understand
Yeah.
also, it's actually important that she said that to them, because otherwise that would have been the implication.
Also, who cares even if she did think this? Like,
this Holocaust shit, it is like the one thing where like,
who fucking cares?
Anything fucking about it. You say fucking anything about it and you're canceled forever. And I, it's so sick, dude.
But here's the thing. I don't care if someone believes that or not. Like I'm that sounds fucked up to say, but like I don't give a shit.
In terms of their modern political opinions, no, I don't care if they think that it didn't something that happened, 80 years ago. If they think it didn't happen, it doesn't really matter for their modern I mean, it might to a certain degree, but generally speaking, I don't understand the relevance. I mean, obviously it did happen, but like what? Why is this? Why are we still talking about it 80 years in the future? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why is this still a crux of political discourse in 2023? Something that happened in 1940. Do you know what I mean? Why is this still the crux of political discourse? I don't understand it.
Because it involves a small hand of people and everybody fucking knows it. Just no one has the balls to say it. That is the fucking
you might not
truth.
agree with. I think as women, we're more agreeable than men. So a lot of times you might take it as me agreeing, but no, I didn't.
But you did say, so it's kind of like slavery, it's been embellished.
I was talking about how people use atrocities to control people. And I was quoting Thomas.
Oh, fucking nice shot.
But she's completely correct on that.
Very true.
Who's a black
But she's right.
I'm very
Look, atrocities do get embellished. Atrocities do get embellished. Look, slavery, obviously, as a libertarian, is the most fucking vile thing you can possibly imagine. However, the way that slavery is portrayed in the modern United States, in particular education system, is not accurate to the actual system. And it's unfortunate because, like, why can't we be honest about, like, hey, look, a horrible thing happened, but can we be clear about what actually happened? No, we must always make it to be about, we must always overemphasize how evil and terrible it was. Like, well, could we be clear and truthful and factual about it? No, we can never be clear and truthful and factual about it.
Also, the idea that groups of people, any groups of people, will use any particular event as an excuse to avert any and all criticism. You don't think that happens? You don't think people will exploit that for gain? Oh, fucking
They always
they
do.
will.
I've done research on it. I've looked at the research on it. It's this victimhood identity where they, like, here's my source of my identity is victimhood. And it will go on for forever. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen, by the way. Like, don't get that shit twisted. I'm saying that people will
but
use.
If any criticism is met with, like, you're saying, like, insert event X, like, instantly that makes me like, I instantly do not like you, that this is your go-to. Like, this makes you look sketch as fuck.
Look at the research on something called perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. It's been conducted between Israel and Palestine within the last 10 years, and it shows this that both Israelis and Palestinians create these narratives about how they're both victims, and they tell it to everybody, and that's how they actually form part of their sense of self is as victims. Perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, or PIVO. Shiori et al. is the Shiori et al. I think the original citation is 2017. CSCHO. It's an Israeli name. I can't spell it. Shiori et al. Perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. Look that up. That will find you the study. Slosher for 22 Canadian says, my family fled the Soviet Union. I've heard about as many people deny the Holodomor as say the kulaks, quote, had it coming. I've never been as triggered as Konstantin is here. There's other atrocities also ignored in the 20th century. Yeah, I've also often brought up something that people forget, which is the Kachin massacre, wherein the Soviets killed, we believe, something like 10, I've heard upper estimates as much as 20,000 Poles, and buried them in a mass grave. And when the Nazis came across it, according to their own reports from the Schutzmannschaft or whatever, they were vomiting at the sight of what they saw that the Soviets did to the Poles in Kachin. They buried them in a mass grave. But no one ever talks about that, People have done horrible acts throughout all of human history. I don't think we should elevate one above all of the others. I think that's not right. Minnesota Fats for $5 says they can be clear and open and honest about it, boss, because they want to bring it back. but not call it slavery so that chattel won't recognize it. Ooh, well said, man. It's
that's a pretty good point there.
Yeah, it's sad, but like, yeah, as I said, like, you know, you look at the Kachin massacre. No one, have you ever even heard that phrase before?
No.
The Kachin massacre. I'm just gonna, just real quick before we end here. Kachin, Katyn massacre. I've heard crazy. This one's, the Wikipedia says 22,000. So mass
Wikipedia
execution.
Is extremely reliable, obviously.
Yes, but I'm saying look, this is from Wikipedia. Wikipedia says 22,000 Polish military officers, intelligentsia, prisoners of war. It was intelligentsia. They called it military, but they mass executed 22,000 people and buried them in a hole. The Polish people.
20th century?
This is 1940.
Yeah, so 20th century.
Mm-hmm. Very few people have ever heard of this. And allegedly, when the Nazis came across the mass grave, they were made sickened. Right? About the extreme atrocity that happened in Kachin. Now, I don't know if that's true. I do think they probably did kill 20,000 people. But the point is that any government of any orientation can do this kind of stuff, and to act like it's always. I mean, it's such a, to the point where it took like 80 years for this to be recognized as a real thing that happened, right? The Kachin massacre. Not 80. Well, it is this point. I think it took 60 years for them to for anyone to recognize that this massacre happened. It's fact. It's fact. Look, horrible things happen during war. Never makes it okay. But I don't know why there's so much focus on. Because, by the way, it wasn't just the Jews who were being exterminated in the Holocaust. It was Poles. It was Gypsies. It was Roma. It was anyone that they deemed to be not able
disposable, basically.
Who was disposable, yeah. So
let's finish. It's almost like it's 2
Anyway, I know. Let's go.
I'm a big fan of Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, so I was quoting Thomas
sad.
Sowell and speaking about his ideas if people watch the full interview.
Yeah.
And I said that in the interview.
Yeah.
And I was talking about how people use an atrocity to control people.
Which they do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you don't think that's what happened with the Holocaust?
It sounded like it based on what he was saying, but
he's a well-known Holocaust denier. Of course, it would sound like that.
That's where I was feeling.
He's not well known for saying that. He's well known for just like being a dork, really.
Yeah, he's well known for being a dork. But okay, I don't know why Constantine is focusing on this.
Because he is one of them.
Sorry,
forgive me.
Not all small hats are like this. Like, this is a weird thing to try and press her on. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. The only people who
that's what I was talking about. It sounded like some of Thomas Sowell's ideas. But do I think that the Holocaust didn't happen? No. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I guess, what do you think your responsibility is when you bring on controversial guests onto the show? Do you have any responsibility?
How about you just listen to them talk like a normal human being?
What the fuck kind of question is that? Do you have responsibility for what other people say? What kind of ludicrous idea is that?
What is this, a fucking witch trial?
What the fuck is that? You have responsibility for what other people say on your show? Francis, what the fuck? I honestly don't understand why. How could you say something like that? You're responsible for things someone else says? What?
Yeah, the chat thinks this was to impose a label.
Oh, no, not for the...
Yeah, the chat is not with you on your opinion.
Who, in the small hats?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Our chat is very...
Look, I have a lot of friends who are small hats, and I
The chat is very aware of mischief. Let's put it that way.
All right.
I guess for the content that you put out, Pearl.
Yeah, I'm responsible for all the content I put out.
Okay, look at their faces right now. That is like the face of
Wow.
fucking judgment right there.
Wow. And this has been like a public fucking. This has been a struggle session.
Yeah, this has been like a public humiliation, or it's been
This is
trying to make
this
one.
whole thing is a fucking struggle session, which I can't believe they would do this. I mean,
Pearl comes off looking pretty good, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, she does, because this isn't a.
She comes across like girl boss, and these two come across like kind of gimpy.
This is a terrible look for Constantine and Francis.
It's great look for Pearl, though.
It is a good look for Pearl. This came off as a struggle, not all the time, but at the end here, this is like a fucking struggle session.
You're responsible for all the content that you put out. And do you now look at that and think you shouldn't have done that? You made a mistake.
Why are you chastising
What?
her like you're fucking...
He's clearly mad. You can tell, like, there's rage
Yeah.
in his voice about, like, how dare you platform Nick Fuentes?
Yeah. You come across
I-
like a teacher scolding a student.
Like,
and it's just not surprised he was a teacher. That
I don't
explains a lot.
like Fuentes, but what's the problem with platforming him, allowing him to say what he wants to say, and then you're blaming, you are externalizing, saying that because he said some Holocaust denialist shit, that then therefore she must be what, complicit in it? That's absurdist. Philosophically, that's absurdist. Cold War Maker 5 says he believes he has authority to hold someone accountable for the things that they say. Yash. I think he for someone authority for things that someone else says, which is the problem.
By
He's
that
trying
logic,
to hold
can we hold you accountable for platforming Sam Harris, which is clearly an authoritarian?
Right. Yeah, Sam Harris is an authoritarian. Like this is a really bad look, guys. I don't know why you would do this.
You made an error.
I don't regret having
this is a struggle session. Admit you made an error for talking to someone. What?
someone controversial on. If I had to do it again, I would have maybe had someone on the opposite end of the argument that could push back. But how I probably would have did it if I had to do it again, one full interview with both of them, let them talk, let them say what they're going to say, and then bring them together.
So who would you have on the other end? So you'd have
Dr. Umar.
but that's not. But those are two people.
That would have been fucking funny, and that is a good answer.
Yeah,
because it would have been funny.
Yeah,
because it would have been two sides that are
Wow.
equally horrible.
Francis, this is terrible.
Yeah, that would have been funny as fuck, because it would have been grossly offensive for everyone involved, and everyone is like, "Man, this is just fun." That it would have been a shit show, and everyone would have found it funny.
Yeah, what the heck?
That is straight up what would have happened.
People who share the same the same viewpoint. Just one happens to be white, one happens to be black. That's not.
Yes, and therefore it would be funny.
That's playing. Do you see that's kind of identity
Well,
politics?
yeah, but then we did a whole panel with people that disagreed with him. So we did do that.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
what
I'm a bit confused about is...
Whoa, hang on. So she did a whole panel with people who disagreed with Fuentes, and you don't care. You're just like, all right, whatever. Let's move on. What's the point then? This is what absolutely drives me nuts. Is that how the fuck? What are we supposed to do? You're supposed to hide these people and pretend like they don't exist? I guess. DRT is king for 5 says most anti-Semites don't know Jews. Well, I had Jewish friends all throughout schooling. The mental image of the Juden is superseding the real thing. I've been actually reading and studying the Talmud to understand Judaism better, but I kind of look at before we end here real quick. I know we're really, really late. I want to look at a bit
I might want to read something here because it's
of the comments. I want to look at the comments, right? So let's finish this up and then we'll look at the comments.
I want to read.
You did a whole apology, but
Okay,
it sounds
can
like
you
you're
stop
not...
asking me about this? Like
Yeah.
I said,
It kind of matters.
I have a statement coming out about it. So
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, like you've been rude. At this point, you guys have been rude. She's told you 3 times over that she's got statements coming out about this. 4 times over that she got a statement coming out about this, and you're just being rude. I've been in kind of Pearl's, not this is her exact position, but I've been in sort of position as her similarly. What are you doing?
Okay.
All right, well, we'll leave it to your statement.
Yes.
Listen, we always wrap up the show with the same question we ask all our guests, which is, what's the one thing you think we're not talking about that we really should be?
Men's issues. Yeah, that's my
Do you want to elaborate, or happy to leave it there?
No, I would just say like men. I just think men not getting custody of their kids. I think that is an
biggest
issue.
issue. One of my biggest
Okay,
issues.
sweet.
Yep.
Well, Pearl, thank you very much.
Okay, I agree with Pearl 100%. By the way, it's one of the issues that I think is most important. So I'm gonna look here at the comments, right? So what is the like to dislike ratio? Because I don't have it installed on my thing. Can you see what the like to dislike ratio is on this video?
If you can give me a second, I just pull it up.
Yeah, I'll just send it to you again. Because there's 5,000 likes.
Wow, it's 5,500. So it's like a 55% breakdown.
It's a split, an even split about.
The first 400 more votes in favor against.
So it says here the host grilled her relentlessly for not being Jeremy Paxson enough with Nick Fuentes. They went too hard virtue signaling to ensure none of the Fuentes opprobrium splashes off Pearl onto them. It really comes off as grating to watch. I love that they named their show Trigonometry, like they're just out here triggering people with abandon. But then they made Pearly Things do a 10-minute struggle session. That's what I called it, right? Mm-hmm. During the interview because she had the wrong guest on. Yeah, I'm really shocked. You two became exactly what you set out not to be. I never thought I'd see the day at Trigonometry got triggered. This was excruciating to watch. And I was cringing so hard by the end. I'm surprised you even posted this interview because I could see it in your own eyes that you knew it was an utter failure. The awkward struggle session at the end, ruining the entire interview, was far bigger interviewing crime than not pushing back on all of Nick Fuentes' opinions. I don't think these people saying this, you told me this, that you didn't think that these were like Fuentes stands, that these were groypers. I don't think they are.
Yeah, I told you.
I don't think these people in the comments are groypers. And now that we've seen the whole thing, this was like a Piers Morgan interview, trying to get someone to apologize for what they've done or said in the past while saying everyone is free to do and say whatever they want. Oh, good God. Right?
So, like, look, here's one guy who wrote, like, you guys are clowns. I'm African, and a lot of ethnic groups in Africa don't like mixing either. So Nick being anti-race mixing isn't a big thing. It's cultural, nothing wrong with in-group preference. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like this is purely a white Western viewpoint. That if you don't race mix, like you're somehow bad when every other fucking culture on earth does it.
This is perhaps the worst interview I've ever seen on. I've ever seen on Trigonometry.
You did not. This is not a good look,
wow.
Guys.
It was a struggle session. There's no other way to describe it.
Someone said the entire interview felt like a filler. You just wanted to get to the last 10 minutes and bully her.
It did. Yeah, like they wanted to have those last 10 minutes to bully her.
That's because she spent the first 50 minutes bullying them.
By them,
really
yeah, right? Crazy. Wow, that was awful. Anywho, Spoon, I'm getting really tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, right.
All right. We'll talk to y'all later. I'm working on my video. It will come out when it's out.